The story begins with the female lead's monologue. I can't believe that Min Noyet, a zoological researcher, became a rain goddess in the beast world due to an unexpected accident. At that time, she was kidnapped by a group of sea creatures. Despite her struggles, they held her tightly and wouldn't let go. Got you, the girl chosen by the wheel of fate. Min Noyet continued her story. Then she connected with a magical system and saw the octopus girl. Min Noyet asked blankly, "Was it you who saved me?" The octopus replied cheerfully, "That's right. I saved you. I am your system, and also one of your golden fingers. Besides, my name is not Yellow Thing. My name is Bakan, too." Later, Min Noyet was dressed in splendid and elegant attire. She said, "In order to be revived, I started to seriously act as a rain goddess." But under the threat of beauty, she was horrified when she learned the solution. What? To summon rain, I have to kiss him. She was still stunned seeing the handsome, muscular man in front of her. Bakan crossed its arms, feigning anger. "Do you want to go back or not? This man is so handsome, you won't lose out by kissing him once. Look, he even has the lion ears that you like." Min Noyet added, "I began my days of kissing him." She playfully seduced him. As Min Noyet got closer, the man's face flushed red. She pouted and said, "Gia Lamb, let's play a kissing game." Intimate images of the two quickly appeared. Min Noyet added, "Kissing every day. Kissing, but I never expected that while I saw him as a kissing partner, he saw me as his wife." Gia Lamb hugged Min Noyet tightly. He said gently, "Man Fi is just my sister, you're my female." Min Noyet was a little amused that he was always trailing after her. Faced with such an adorable lion, who could refuse? However, more and more handsome men began to appear, each with their own different strengths. Min Noyet thought in a daze. Faced with their passionate pursuit, where am I supposed to go? At this moment, Min Noyet was observing inside the laboratory. She carefully recorded every detail. S2 Daily Observation Log, February 29th, 2020, 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. Fish tank temperature 5.1 degrees Celsius, suitable for egg hatching. Hatching time is about 1 to 2 days. She gazed at the fish tank with delight. This is the creature that our Q Shuyan biological research team has spent several years of effort on, recombining genes, cultivating the new experimental subject S2. It is currently still in the incubation stage, seeing the egg gradually hatching. Min Noyet was very surprised. The egg is hatching. It's about to be born. She quickly took out her phone to film and capture this memorable moment. Wow, I can't believe working overtime lets me witness history. I'll take a picture and post it in the group chat. This S2's appearance is so adorable, a bit like a sea slug. Its body is almost like a jellyfish, and it has two cute, glowing tentacles. Min Noyet excitedly touched the newly hatched creature. Suddenly, the creature emitted a strange light. Min Noyet exclaimed in astonishment. "What's happening? Is the fish tank leaking electricity?" She quickly unplugged the power cord. Then Min Noyet quickly scooped the creature out. "I must quickly cut the power and move the test subject. I absolutely cannot let test subject S2 be in danger. Otherwise, several years of results will be for nothing." Just then, the creature slowly wrapped itself around Min Noyet's hand. It exclaimed with delight, "Got you." Despite Min Noyet's struggles, it still exclaimed, "The girl chosen by the wheel of fate." Min Noyet was quickly pulled away. All around her were gloomy black patches. She thought to herself, "It hurts so much, I'm so thirsty. Am I dead?" At that moment, a flask of water appeared. Min Noyet quickly picked it up. A voice whispered beside her, "Drink the water." Min Noyet, half dreaming and half awake, drank the entire flask without a second thought. Suddenly, she remembered the scene of the creature wrapping around her. Water. She was startled and pushed the water flask far away. Don't eat me." The water flask spun out of control and fell to the ground. Gia Lamb, the Lion King, chieftain of the Makloya clan of the Gia Lote tribe, stood before her. He said in a loud voice, "If you don't want to drink the water, don't waste it. Water is very precious here." Seeing him, Min Noyet blushed a little. She exclaimed in a panic, I'm sorry. I was just attacked by S2 and almost died in the water, so I'm a little scared. Thank you for saving me." "Oh, right. Where is S2? Is it okay?" Gia Lamb didn't understand at all. He frowned and asked, "Starving Stiff Rabbit, is this your beast companion? What tribe are you from?" He thought to himself, "This beast companion is so strange. I've never heard of it before. I must investigate her identity." Min Noyet asked blankly, "Beast companion? You could say that. The meaning here is to look around more carefully. Min Noyet exclaimed in surprise. A desert. Wasn't I in a laboratory? Jalam approached there. He asked curiously, Thatch Nam T, is this your tribe? He speculated, I've never heard of this place name. She is definitely not a member of my Geolote tribe. He asked sternly, where is your male? Why did he leave you in this dangerous desert? Here? Min Noyet thought blankly. Tribe, male. Such strange words. Seeing his large ears, she was a little intrigued. Wait, these are lion ears. She excitedly touched his ear. So soft and cute. Is this cosplay? Huh, I can't believe it's real. How can a human have beast ears? Min Noyet hurriedly slapped her own cheek to prove this wasn't a dream. Because she was afraid of pain, she didn't use much force. It doesn't hurt. Could it be that I was electrocuted by S2, causing the blood flow in my brain to become disordered? And then I started hallucinating and even dreamed that my favorite animal, the lion, became a spirit. Suddenly, Gia Lam grabbed her hand tightly. Min Noyet's cheeks flushed red. Gia Lam said in a loud voice, You wanted female. How dare you touch my beast ears? Do you know that is my forbidden zone? Hearing this, Min Noyet was a little embarrassed, yet she still playfully grabbed Gia Lam's tail. Isn't the forbidden zone here? She thought gleefully, wow, this sensation is so real, I love it. Before, I could only watch lions at the zoo with no chance to touch one. This time in my dream, I have to touch it to my heart's content. Gia Lam thought in astonishment. She is requesting to mate with me. He immediately pounced on her. Denja Lam drew adadir. He drew a little blood from her neck. Min Noyet asked in fear, what are you doing? Gia Lam said in a loud voice, What tribe are you from, and what is your scheme? Min Noyet cried out in pain. It hurts. She thought in fear. This feeling is not a hallucination. Looking at Gia Lam's scowling face, she quickly guessed, It seems I've transmigrated, and I'm in danger. Her hands trembled under Gia Lam's pressure. His face got closer and closer to hers. Min Noyet thought to herself, What do I do now? Am I going to die just moments after transmigrating? Just then, a voice rang out, the girl chosen by the wheel of fate. Min Noyet thought in astonishment. That's the voice from when S2 pulled me into the fish tank. Who on earth is speaking? The little girl smiled and replied, It's me, your system. Bak onto. Min Noyet uttered blankly. White, not yellow? She thought in a daze. Why did this yellow thing suddenly appear? Min Noyet quickly tried to distract Gia Lam. She pointed into the distance. What's that? Look behind you. That yellow thing is more suspicious than me. Go question it. Stop questioning me, please. Gia Lam's face remained as scowling as before. Seeing he didn't react at all, Min Noyet called out softly. Why did he suddenly freeze? She exclaimed joyfully, I'm saved. She quickly pulled the dagger away. She asked Bakontu, Was it you who saved me? Bakontu smiled and replied, That's right, it was me who saved you. I am your system, and also one of your golden fingers. Besides, I'm not a yellow beast. My name is Bakontu. Min Noyet quickly pushed Gia Lam away. What system? What golden finger? What on earth are you talking about? She asked curiously. Also, why did you bring me to this strange place? Bakontu slowly explained. To put it simply, you have already died in your world. The cause of death was a new mutant species, but you were lucky enough to be chosen by our system and became the chosen girl of this desert world, receiving a rain-calling buff. Bakontu added with delight. As long as you complete the Desert Oasis mission, the system will give you a chance for rebirth and send you back to your world. After hearing this, Min Noyet exclaimed in shock. So I was really killed by S2. She cried miserably. I studied for so many years, and it wasn't easy to find a job at the research institute. I was so busy every day, I never even fell in love. I was so frugal, I never even tasted king crab. And now I'm dead just like that. Min Noyet said sternly, I want to go back. So what is this rain-calling buff and desert oasis mission you just mentioned? An image of a map quickly appeared, including Daixie Dong, Geolote, Taknanan, and Baklam Hong. Bakontu slowly explained. This world consists of 4 tribes, Daixie Dong, Geolote, Taknanan, and Baklam Hong, and you must obtain the 4 treasures of these tribes. Unite the 4 tribes into one, summon the water god, and turn this desert world into an oasis. Bakontu pointed at Gia Lam's sweet lips. As for the rain-calling buff, give him a kiss right here, and you'll understand. Hearing the word kiss, Min Noyet blushed with embarrassment and shouted, Are you kidding me? I just met this person for the first time. He even wanted to kill me a few minutes ago, and I have to kiss him. him, Bakganda said in a loud voice. Do you want to go back or not? This man is so handsome. You won't lose out by kissing him once. Look, he even has the lion ears that you like. Min Noyet was still a little worried, but I just touched him once and he wanted to kill me. If I kiss him, Bakganda quickly moved behind Min Noyet. Bakganda gave a sly smile. Dangerous. She quickly pushed Min Noyet towards Zalam. Rest assured, I guarantee he won't hurt you. He'll even thank you. As soon as Bakganda finished speaking, Min Noyet kissed Zalam's lips. He thought in astonishment. I had clearly subdued this female just now. How could she? At that very moment, thunder and lightning rushed in, and large raindrops suddenly began to fall on the two of them. Min Noyet was very surprised. Rain, it's raining. Bakganda announced. Congratulations, host, for achieving the win over the male lead achievement. Kiss on the lips unlocked the summon rain skill. Zalam gently reached out his hand to touch the raindrops. He said, Rain. He was very excited. It's raining. This is great. Min Noyet was bewildered. Zalam quickly picked her up. He said joyfully, This is great. Our tribe hasn't had rain for many years. Could it be that you are a goddess sent by the heavens? Min Noyet was a little panicked. She replied, Quick, quick, put me down. She thought to herself, Bakganda said this person wouldn't hurt me and would even thank me, so this is what it meant. She replied smugly, This is nothing. As long as water vapor rises, encounters air currents, then condenses into clouds, and after accumulating enough water to become heavier than air, it will fall to form rain. Zalam thought with fascination. Although I don't know what she's saying, it feels so impressive. She truly is a goddess. Just then, a tail appeared out of nowhere. Zalam shouted, Be careful! But unfortunately Min Noyet was captured. She cried out. Tatsiye grabbed Min Noyet. He said in a loud voice, Such a delicious-looking female. I really want to enjoy her for a bit. Min Noyet thought worriedly. It hurts so much. What is the situation now? I just pacified a lion, and now a scorpion appears. Zalam quickly threw a dagger, stabbing Tatsiye's tail. He cried out in pain, Ah! Taking this opportunity, Zalam leaped up and held Min Noyet tightly. He slowly landed, and Min Noyet, wincing in pain, slowly opened her eyes. Zalam said in a warning tone, Tatsiye, she is my female. Hearing this sentence, Min Noyet felt a little shy. Tatsiye angrily snapped the twig in his hand. He sneered, Oh, the eternally single Zalam actually has a female. He added contemptuously to Min Noyet's terrified face, enjoying the chieftain's female. Just the thought is exciting. Zalam, why don't we enjoy her together? As soon as he finished speaking, Tatsiye quickly drew his blade and attacked, but Zalam was no pushover. He firmly gripped his weapon and shouted, In your dreams! Sharp daggers quickly flew towards Tatsiye, who dodged with amusement. I think you should consider my idea. He shouted as he ran towards Zalam. Come on, hand this female over to me. Zalam gently instructed Min Noyet. You stand here and don't wander off. I'll be right back. Min Noyet asked blankly, Huh? Okay. As soon as she finished, Zalam charged at Tatsiye. He transformed into a ferocious lion. Tatsiye said angrily, You want to fight me for real over this female? Then I'll have no choice but to play along with you. He hastily transformed into a black scorpion. Seeing this, Min Noyet thought in astonishment. Teach, they transformed. What kind of world is this desert world, anyway? The two of them in a chaotic battle left her only able to stand still and watch. Suddenly, an idea popped into Min Noyet's head. Should I take this opportunity to escape? But then she reconsidered. No, I'm a complete stranger to this world. If I run into some other strange Beastman later, it'll be a lot of trouble. Recalling the sweet look in Zalam's eyes when he looked at her, Min Noyet thought to herself, At least this lion guy seems to have been fooled by me. He's even protecting me. She smiled brightly. I can use this lion Beastman to protect myself first, then slowly figure out how to complete the system's mission. She put her hands in her pockets while pondering. Then I must continue to gain his trust. Suddenly Min Noyet found something in her pocket. She uttered, Huh, what's this? Over on this side, Zalam was gaining the upper hand. His sharp teeth bit into Tatsiye's body, and he cried out in pain, Ah! As Tatsiye prepared to strike, Min Noyet hurriedly shone a flashlight at him. She shouted, Be careful. She thought, Scorpions are nocturnal and are especially afraid of light. I didn't expect my flashlight to have come through here with me. It could be used perfectly. When a flashlight shone on Tatsiye's body, he screamed in fear, What is this thing? It's too bright. Stop it, stop it. He quickly fled. Seeing this, Min Noyet was a little stunned. That scorpion ran away? Just then, a rustling sound came from behind her. When Min Noyet turned around, Tatsiye had opened his mouth wide, wanting to eat her alive. He shouted, "Damn female. I hate light the most. I want to eat you alive." Zalam quickly advanced, biting hard into Tatsiye's back. He threatened, "You're courting death." As Tatsiye was torn to pieces, Zalam gently caught Min Noyet. He asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" She thought in fear. The giant scorpion was torn apart. He was just a half-man, half-beast scorpion, and now he's in pieces. This is a world where they fight to the death. She was terrified imagining the scene of Zalam wanting to eat her. Min Noyet screamed and fainted. "Don't eat me." Zalam called out blankly, "Hey, female, wake up." At the Mok Loy tribe of the Zalota clan, a beautiful girl was already standing at the village gate waiting for Zalam's return. She was Manhwa, the daughter of the previous chief of the Mok Loy tribe. Seeing Zalam from a distance, she exclaimed happily, "Ah, he's back," but seeing Min Noyet in Zalam's arms, Manhwa frowned, a little displeased. She wondered, who is that female? Why is she in Brother Zalam's arms? Amidst the joyful atmosphere of Zalam's return, a few children from the village ran out joyfully to welcome him. The little boy running in front said, "I heard Brother Zalam is back. Not only did he bring back water, but he also brought back a beautiful big sister." The little girl behind cheered, "Where is the beautiful big sister? I want to see too." The little boy pointed towards the priestess's house and replied, "At the priestess's house." Inside, Zalam carefully handed the water bottles one by one to Manhwa. "Today, although I didn't find a water source, I managed to get some rainwater." He reminded her, "Manhwa, you divide this water among everyone." She replied gently, "Yes." Looking at Min Noyet's beautiful sleeping face, Manhwa said in a loud voice, "But Brother Zalam, who is this female?" An interested girl asked, "Why did you bring her back?" "That's right. Which tribe is this female from? She looks so beautiful." The girl next to her said grumpily, "What's the use of being beautiful? With such a small body, you can tell at a glance she can't do any work." Another girl chimed in, "This big sister's clothes are so special. I've never seen them before." Zalam slowly explained, "She was attacked by Tatsiye in the desert and fainted, so I brought her back." He gently touched Min Noyet's hand. Manhwa peeked in and said, "Brother Zalam, you are truly kind, but our tribe's water resources are very scarce, not even enough for our own tribe members. I'm afraid there's no way we can take in an outsider." She thought with a frown, "I must drive this foreign female out. Brother Zalam is mine." Zalam said, "But I suspect this female might very well be the rain goddess sent by the heavens to help our Mok Loy." He recalled his own excited scene when the raindrops fell. He added, "Because after meeting her, the once clear sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, and then it poured with rain." Zalam said solemnly, "The water I brought back is from that heavy rain." Several villagers exclaimed joyfully, "A goddess? Does she really have the power to control rain? Heaven truly has not abandoned our Mok Loy tribe." Hearing the praise from Min Noyet, Manhwa was a little angry. A go goddess? Impossible. She doesn't look like a goddess at all. Zalam gently reminded, "Whether she is a goddess or not, we'll know when the high priestess returns. We'll know after checking with the divine stone." Just then, the sound of a staff tapping the ground was heard. Maktich, the priestess of the Mok Loya tribe, had returned. She asked softly, "My place, why is it so lively today?" Seeing her return, the villagers exclaimed with delight, "It's the High Priestess. High Priestess, your return is so timely. Please quickly use the divine stone to see if this female is a goddess or not." She slowly opened her eyes and then asked, "A goddess?" Maktich quickly used magic to check. "O spirits radiating endless light, grant me strength. Tell me, does this girl have divine power?" The magic orb hurried towards Min Noyet, but it quickly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Manhwa was very gloating. She said gleefully, "High Priestess, the divine stone has fallen to the ground. Does this represent that this female has no divine power?" Maktich replied solemnly, "That's right, the divine stone did not detect any divine power." As she picked up the orb, she added, "But that's not right. Even without divine power, the divine stone shouldn't suddenly lose its reaction." Her face was full of surprise as the sky poured with heavy rain. The villagers were extremely excited that it's raining. It's raining. The goddess has revealed her power. She thought to herself, could this be the divine stone predicting the future? Is this the future that girl will bring? She imagined a scene of another tribe's victory when a tall man shouted, "This is the sheltered rain city of Mok Loy. This land must be for the whole tribe. Expel all the tribe members here Maktich thought to herself. Is this also the future that this girl will bring? Manfi gently tried to drive Min Noyet away. She said to Zalam, Brother Zalam, if this female has no divine power, why don't we wait for her to wake up and ask her to leave? We really don't have the spare resources to support her. Maktich looked at the orb. She said in a loud voice, Wait. Although this girl truly has no divine power, perhaps she can bring a turning point for our Makloya, but blessings and calamities are intertwined. This turning point could also become a disaster. You all should think it over carefully. Hearing her words, Manfi frowned in annoyance. She said sharply, Then we might as well vote. Let all the tribe members vote, and then decide whether to keep her or not. The girls behind her quickly agreed with Manfi. I object to keeping her. I object too. The boys were the opposite. They were full of interest. I support her staying. Chief, I'm willing to raise her. Can you give her to me to let her become my female? I want her as my female too. Because of the noise around her, Min Noyet's eyes fluttered open. She thought to herself, So noisy. What are these people saying about a female? Zalam shouted loudly, She is my female. None of you are allowed to lay a finger on her. He thought to himself, If the high priest has concluded that she will be a turning point, then I will keep this turning point. As for the disaster that may appear, I can definitely think of a solution. Hearing this, Min Noyet was a little startled. She blushed and thought, I'm his female. Why did he say that again? Manfi angrily clenched her fists. She frowned. This female of unknown origin really can't be kept. Brother Zalam's female can only be me. At night, at Zalam's residence, he led Min Noyet to his place. He said, This is my territory. You will live here from now on. Min Noyet's eyes widened as she replied, Where do I sleep? Zalam quickly pointed to the large bed. He replied, Over there. Min Noyet shyly asked, What about you? Zalam replied seriously, You are my female. Of course you sleep with me. Hearing this, Min Noyet's cheeks turned bright red. She shouted, You want to sleep with me? She said in a high voice, No way, no way. We just met for the first time today. That's too fast. This lady isn't that easy. Besides, that little girl named Manfi seems to like you a lot. If she knew we were like this, she would definitely be heartbroken. Min Noyet imagined the steamy scene between the two of them and thought to herself, Lions have endless stamina and a huge libido if I get entangled. I'm afraid all night tonight. She frowned. Stop. What am I thinking? Is this the time to be thinking about this? Seal your heart. Zalam gently approached and hugged her. He said softly, Manfi is just my sister. You're my female. Min Noyet blushed and exclaimed, You. Suddenly at this moment, her hungry stomach let out a growl. Seeing this, Zalam was very surprised. He quickly got food for her. He said, I just happened to hunt a wild boar this morning. You're in for a treat. As soon as he finished speaking, Zalam quickly used a knife to cut off the boar's leg. He hurriedly handed it to Min Noyet. Here, is one wild boar leg enough? Seeing the raw boar leg in her hand, Min Noyet asked in astonishment, How do you eat this? Zalam held up the boar leg as an example. He took a big bite. Then Zalam replied, How else do you eat it? Just eat it like this. Seeing this scene, Min Noyet was very shocked. She quickly retched. She sighed and thought, although it's understandable that lions eat raw meat, he's in human form right now. So the civilization of this world is still preserved in the primitive era of eating raw and fresh. Seeing that she seemed tired, Zalam came closer and asked gently, What's wrong with you? If you're not comfortable, I could take you to see Makbok the fox. He knows some medicine. Min Noyet replied softly, I'm fine. I just want to ask, do you guys have fire here? Zalam frowned. What do you want fire for? The tinder in our tribe is watched over by a specialist. There's no fire here. Min Noyet had a point to the basket of fresh fruit next to them. Fire? Then I won't eat the wild boar. I'll just eat some fruit. As she ate, she frowned and thought, In this place, fire is actually watched over by a specialist. What kind of primitive society is this? It seems I have to teach them some new skills. First, they must know how to use fire. A moment after eating, Min Noyet slowly laid down next to Zalam. She sighed, Although we're sleeping in the same bed, luckily we're just sleeping. Just then, Bakantu appeared. She reminded in a loud voice, Lamingwit, what are you so happy about? Have you forgotten your mission? Quickly win over Zalam next to you. Bakantu excitedly instructed, Why don't you pounce on him? Kiss him passionately? Devour him completely? The scene appeared in Bakantu's mind. At that time, Min Noyet was on top of Zalam. She pouted and said, Zalam, let's play the kissing game. Hearing this, Min Noyet shyly asked, Isn't my mission to complete the desert oasis? What does that have to do with winning over Zalam? Bakana smiled and replied, Did you forget that after kissing Zalam last time, you received a rain-calling buff? You have to unlock more buffs to complete the mission more easily, right? Min Noyet replied thoughtfully, You have a point. She quickly turned to look at Zalam's handsome, sleeping face. She calculated, with a face like this, it seems I won't be at a disadvantage if I devour him. She turned away, blushing. But I refuse. What's this about being at a disadvantage or not? Was I just thinking? Lust really does cloud the mind. It's all Bakon 2's fault. It was now midnight. The wind howled outside. Min Noyet lay beside him. Her shivering woke Zalam up. Cold. Seeing this, he quickly hugged her tightly. He whispered, "Sleep peacefully." Min Noyet was covered in sweat. She trembled and replied, "So cold." Zalam hurriedly touched her forehead. He exclaimed in alarm, "So hot. Could it be a fever? Just sleeping like this won't do. Wake up, female. Hey, can you hear me?" Not seeing a response from Min Noyet, Zalam gently picked her up. He comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find Makbok the fox. Over here, your adorable Makbok is on the scene." He exclaimed with delight. I've dug another exit. He licked his own burning body and said, "I'm truly a genius. This way, I can take a shortcut wherever I want to go." Suddenly a voice rang out, stunning him. But Zalam rushed over, holding Min Noyet in his arms. He looked anxious. He said in a loud voice, "Quickly look at this female. It seems she's lost consciousness from hypothermia." Makbok quickly transformed back into his human form. He asked, "How did you find this place?" He frowned. "You didn't smell me again, did you? Your keen sense of smell is really damnable." Seeing Min Noyet, Makbok was a little intrigued. TSK, what a beautiful female. How did she get trampled by you like this?" He said cheerfully, "If you don't know how to take care of a female, just give her to me. I'll take care of her." Zalam was not amused at all. He turned his body to avoid him. Makbok said angrily, "What do you mean by that? Do you still want me to save her or not?" Zalam said loudly, "Retract your improper thoughts. This is my female." The two glared at each other. Just then, a blonde girl appeared. She was a sandcat named Tamin. She commented, "Isn't this cousin Zalam and Makbok?" Min Noyet's whole body was covered in sweat. She gently pulled at her clothes and cried out, "So hot." Seeing this, Tamin asked softly, "Hey, who is the beautiful big sister in cousin's arms? She looks very uncomfortable. You two, stop dawdling. Hurry up and see what's wrong with her." Makbok quickly placed his hand on Min Noyet's forehead to examine her. He said, "Her forehead is so hot," that he hurriedly asked Zalam, "Did she feel cold at first and then hot?" This situation is a relatively severe case of hypothermia. It needs immediate treatment. Tamin quickly interjected, "Hey, why are her clothes soaked like that? Was this big sister at cousin's place tonight? It's so cold up on your mountain, and her clothes are soaked too. It'd be strange if she wasn't cold." Hearing Tamin's words, Zalam glanced at Min. He remembered the scene of him carrying her when it was raining. He frowned and thought, her clothes were already wet then. I was too careless. Tamin said gently, "She needs to change into dry clothes right away. I'll go get my clothes for her to change into." Zalam replied softly, "It was my carelessness. Sorry to trouble you." At Makbaka's cave, at this time, Min Noyet was still crying out, "So hot." Looking at her hot body, Zalam blushed a little. Seeing this, Makbak teased with amusement, "Zalam, if you don't even know how to change someone's clothes, I can do it for you." Zalam replied angrily, "Shut up." He had no choice but to close his eyes, then carefully changed Min Noyet's clothes. He took off her wet clothes, then put on the new clothes borrowed from Tamin for her. Min Noyet tightly gripped his hand and moaned. She gently placed his hand on her chest. Min Noyet said in a daze, "So cool and comfortable." Zalam thought shyly, This feeling could it be? He awkwardly continued to change her clothes. "Ahem, you be still. I'm almost done changing." 2 minutes later, when Zalam had finished changing Min Noyet's clothes, Makbok came over and sneered. "Ha ha ha, Zalam, that face of yours, red up to your ears, is really interesting. I told you to let Tamin or me change her clothes, but you refused, insisting that she's your female. You'll do it yourself." Zalam angrily snatched the bowl of medicine from Makbaka's hand. He said loudly, "Why do you talk so much? I'll owe you for this medicine. I'll bring you a wild boar later." Makbok pretended not to be interested. "Am I saving people for your wild boar? I'm doing it because this female is beautiful, not for a wild boar." In reality, Makbok was overjoyed. He laughed and thought, "Ha ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I've had wild boar. I can finally eat my fill." Over here, Zalam gently brought the medicine to Min. But because she was deep in sleep, she couldn't swallow it. He thought, the medicine is all spilling out, this won't do. Zalam had no choice but to drink the entire bowl of medicine. He calculated, it seems this is the only way. He quickly fed her the medicine with a sweet kiss. Their two pairs of lips were locked together. Min Noyet gradually swallowed the medicinal liquid. She thought to herself, so bitter, what is this? She slowly opened her eyes. In front of her was the handsome image of Zalam. Min Noyet blushed and thought, what is this situation? Am I dreaming? If it's just a dream, then I can do whatever I want. Min Noyet quickly returned Zalam's kiss. She kissed him on the lips, leaving him completely astonished. Zalam was a bit stunned. He pushed Min Noyet away in surprise. She cried out in surprise. Oof, Jalan said slowly. Ahem, you're finally awake. It seems Mo Bai's medicine has some effect. Mingyu replied dazedly. Me, she thought shyly. Medicine, so the bitter taste from before was because of the medicine? She recalled her own bold actions from a moment ago. Mingyu's face filled with panic. Could it be that I was sick? He was feeding me medicine just now. So that wasn't a dream? Oh my god, what did I do? I've completely lost all my shame. Just then, Baiganto appeared to congratulate her. Congratulations on unlocking the new skill, Lightning. However, the skill is currently on cooldown and cannot be used yet. Mingyu mumbled, I can still unlock a new skill like this. So, kissing Jialan can really activate my golden finger? But it's so embarrassing. Can I change it? Sensing Mingyu's interest, Baiganto became very excited. You can change it. You can change it. It smirked. It's not just with Jialan that you can activate the golden finger. Try changing it to kissing someone else. Maybe they can also activate the golden finger, for example, this one. Just then, Mo Bai curiously interjected, wow, this beautiful female is so bold. I like her so much. I can't believe this 10,000-year-old single lion Jialan could find such a good female. Mingyu frowned, looking displeased. She thought to herself, this Baiganto must be doing this on purpose. What I want to change is clearly the method of activating the golden finger, not the person. Mo Bai hurriedly grabbed Mingyu's hand. He knelt down and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Mo Bai. The fox, Mo Bai. Ignoring the scowling Jialan standing beside them, Mo Bai didn't hesitate to nuzzle Mingyu's hand. I wonder if you would be willing to be my female? I'm much better than Jialan. He quickly listed his rare talents that I not only know how to dig burrows, practice medicine, and give massages, but I'm also very understanding, clever, and cute. Mingyu crossed her arms, thinking about the men she had met. The people of this world are truly primitive. At the slightest thing, they want others to be their female. Jialan and the scorpion before were like that, and now this Mo Bai is the same. She quickly pulled her hand back. She said shyly, I'm sorry, I don't think we know each other very well, do we? Mo Bai quickly transformed into an adorable fox, his sparkling eyes seeming to speak. Is it really not possible? Faced with his cuteness, Mingyu's face was a little dazed. She thought to herself, so cute, it's fluffy. She asked with delight, can I touch your big, fluffy tail? Mo Bai replied shyly, all right, but you can only touch it a little. Mingyu nodded her head eagerly in delight. MHM, MHM, MHM. Mo Bai quickly lay in Mingyu's arms, exclaiming happily, so soft, so comfortable. He looked delightedly towards Jialan and winked. Jialan scowled angrily. He quickly pulled Mingyu's hand. He said irritably, if you're all right now, then we should go back. Because he was pulling her too hard, Mingyu hastily reminded him, hey, slow down a bit. Seeing her leave, Mo Bai shyly ran after her, holding out some clothes to her waist. You dropped your clothes. Mingyu turned around, stunned. She thought, hey, aren't those my clothes? Why are they in his hands? Looking down at her body, she seemed to realize her clothes had changed. She shrieked in panic. Ah, why have my clothes been changed? Who changed them for me? Mingyu asked angrily. So, you were the one who changed my clothes? Jialan sat beside her, replying softly, you're my female. Changing your clothes is my duty, he added, leaving her a bit stunned. However, you were unconscious, and I didn't have your permission, so I closed my eyes while changing them. Mingyu's eyes widened as she thought. Close his eyes. She let out a long sigh. That's a relief. Jialan quickly grabbed her arm. He asked in a loud voice, are you dissatisfied with me in some way? Seeing Jialan's angry face, Mingyu replied fearfully, you've saved me time and again. I haven't even had the chance to thank you properly. How could I be dissatisfied with you? Because Jialan was gripping her hand tightly, Mingyu said with a tremble, you're being a bit too forceful. My hand hurts a little. Jialan gently let go of her hand. He said, I'm sorry. He asked sadly, if you're not dissatisfied with me, why were you unhappy that I changed your clothes? Mingyu said loudly, because we're not close enough for that. She looked at Jialan and added, You don't even know my name, do you? I only heard your name from someone else. Jialan obediently replied, "My name is Jialan, chieftain of the Mak Loya clan of the Jia Lote tribe." He asked gently, "Then what is your name, and what clan and tribe are you from?" Mingyu frowned and replied, "My name is Lin Mingyu. As for a clan and tribe, I don't have a clan or a tribe." Jialan thought to himself, no clan and no tribe. Could it be that she was exiled from her original community? He suddenly thought, or perhaps. He quickly slammed his hand against the wall where Mingyu was sitting and said, "It's all right. You are my female. From now on, you are a member of my Mak Loya clan." Mingyu's face turned completely red. Looking at Jialan's very attractive lips, Mingyu was so captivated, she started breathing heavily. She shyly pushed him away. "We've only just met. You keep saying I'm your female, but I haven't agreed at all." Jialan held her hand tightly. He looked at her with sweet eyes and asked, "So, what will it take for you to agree?" Mingyu said loudly, "I'm not sure either, but at the very least, we need to understand each other better." Hearing this, Jialan quickly turned into a cute lion. Cub. He nuzzled against Mingyu, and she thought with delight, fluffy, so comfortable. Suddenly she realized, this isn't right. What am I doing? And why is he? Could it be because I touched Mo Bai's tail earlier? She spoke shyly. Ahem, even if you're like this, I still won't agree to be your female. In my homeland, only two people who are mutually in love can become partners. Jialan quickly transformed back. He asked sadly, "Mutually in love?" Mingyu smiled and replied, "That's right. It's when two people are moved by each other, always thinking of each other, happy when the other is happy, and sad when the other is sad." She dazedly thought about holding both men in her arms. Of course, although I want one partner for one lifetime, I still occasionally fantasize about living the life of a winner with two fluff balls in my arms. Just then, raindrops started dripping onto her head from somewhere. Mingyu thought in a daze. What's going on? It's raining. This cave is leaking. She thought dazedly. Rain is actually appearing inside the cave. Is this the golden finger? What kind of activation mechanism is this for the golden finger? Seeing the rain fall, Jialan shouted with joy. It's raining again. And this rain is very strange. It's only falling inside the cave. Jialan quickly grasped Mingyu's hand, saying happily, "You really are the rain god, aren't you? Otherwise, there's no way to explain all of this." Jialan gently kissed Mingyu's silky hair. "Thank you for coming to the Mak Loy clan. Our Mak Loy clan needs you very much." Mingyu was very shy. She thought to herself, why is he kissing me again? Outside, the rain was pouring down. Jialan gently kissed Mingyu's forehead. She uncomfortably pushed him away. She shouted, "Stop." Jialan suddenly realized he had gone too far. He said softly, "I was just too excited." The heavy rain drenched Mingyu's body. Jialan quickly picked up a blanket, then used it to cover both of them. He said, "That's right, you just recovered from being sick. You can't get cold." When Mingyu looked up, she met Jialan's sweet gaze, and her heart fluttered. She replied, "MHM, thank you." Jialan reminded her shyly, could you hold up this animal hide for a moment? I have to go into the settlement to inform the clansmen to collect and store the water. This water can't be wasted." Mingyu quickly raised her hands, her agreement making Jialan smile brightly. "Oh, okay." He gently reminded her, "I'll be right back." When Jialan left, Mingyu's cheeks turned completely red. She mumbled to herself, "Lin Mingyu, you have to be strong. Don't get flustered just because a handsome guy is a little nice to you." Meanwhile, as Jialan was on his way back to the settlement, his heart was also pounding just like Mingyu's. He touched his chest and thought, why was this place beating so fast just now? In the peaceful settlement, some villagers asked each other, "It can rain inside a cave." I've really never heard of that. It seems the female the chieftain brought back is truly a goddess. Hurry up, we have to store this water in the caves. Mingyu looked around. She thought to herself, this place is really too primitive. Seeing the men collecting water drop by drop, she surmised, not only do they not know how to make fire and eat raw meat, they even use various containers made from gourd leaves to hold water. Just then, Jialan gently touched her shoulder from behind. He asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" Mingyu slowly replied, "Nothing." She asked with wide eyes, "Didn't you want to take me to see your priestess here? Let's go." In Moshi's room, she was performing a ritual. She said, "Gods who radiate endless light, grant me strength. Please tell me, does this girl hide divine power?" Mingyu stood dazedly before her. Seeing the orb, she was a bit shocked. This person can really control a rock. Although everything in this place is very primitive, the priestess looks quite formidable. So have I transmigrated to a primitive Beastman world with elements of sorcery. She imagined it and rejoiced. This is quite beneficial for a botanist and zoologist like me. Just then, Jialan shouted, "Be careful!" He quickly rushed forward to shield Mingyu as the orb exploded. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Mingyu replied gently, "I'm fine. Luckily you were here to protect me. Why did this rock suddenly?" At this moment, Mo, she cried out in pain, "Aya!" Jialan and Mingyu looked at her, completely stunned. She asked, "Old woman, are you all right?" Jialan added, "High Priestess, what's wrong? What just happened?" Mo, she replied solemnly, "This old servant is fine. It was just a backlash from the divine stone." She looked at the shattered orb on the floor and added, "But this is too strange. This divine stone has been passed down through generations of high priests. I've never heard of such a situation." Jialan was surprised. "So Manhwa, is she the divine maiden?" This old one is not sure. Perhaps her identity is not something this old one can pry into. But one thing is certain, she is not simple at all. Hearing her say that, Jialan quickly took Mingyue's hand, his voice raised. "The High Priestess previously said that fortune and misfortune are intertwined, so I choose to trust her. She brought us rain time and again. She will surely bring us good fortune as well." Hearing these sweet words, Mingyue's cheeks flushed red. Just then, Man Fei, who was standing outside, had overheard everything. She thought angrily, "On what grounds does this female get to hold my Jialan's hand, and they're leaning so close? Besides, what virtue or ability does she have to gain Jialan's trust?" She turned and left in annoyance. "No, I must quickly think of a way to deal with this female." As Man Fei stepped out of the gate, a foolish-looking young man was already waiting for her. He held a radiant necklace and offered it to her. Man Fei, this is a necklace I worked hard to string with stones. Will you accept it?" Man Fei frowned and pushed him away. "Why is it you? Didn't I say I didn't want to see you?" It seemed an idea struck her. She paused and thought, "Wait, isn't this a good opportunity to deal with that female?" Man Fei forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'll accept this necklace, but I want to ask you to help me with something." In the scorching desert, Mingwa lamented as she walked down the path. Jialan is really busy. Then a woman from the village had told him, "Chieftain, my child is missing. I don't know if he ran into the desert." Jialan had quickly replied, "I'll go check right away." A moment later, while he was chopping wood, a little girl approached and asked, "Chieftain, my father can't eat meat. He wants to eat some vegetables." Jialan had to reply, "All right, I understand." Another girl called out, "Chieftain." Jialan answered, "Coming." Thinking of this, Mingwes sighed softly. It seems being a chieftain isn't as glorious as it looks. It's completely a coolie's job. She quickened her pace back to the mountain cave. She thought to herself, to avoid causing him more trouble, I should go back to the cave first. But I don't know if it's my imagination. I keep feeling like someone is following me. In the distance, the foolish guy from before was following her. When Mingwe turned back, she saw no one and asked herself in confusion, "There's no one there. I guess I'm being paranoid." The foolish guy thought in alarm, "What's with this female? She's way too vigilant. She turns her head every 10 steps. Has she discovered me or not?" He thought of Man Fei and laughed out loud. My Man Fei is still the cutest, after all. He recalled the earlier scene when Man Fei deliberately enticed him. She said, "The female the chieftain brought back a few days ago. You know her? I'm worried she will bring misfortune to our small town. Can you help me get rid of her?" Finishing his recollection, he pondered, "It's rare for Man Fei to ask something of me. I must think of a way to deal with this unlucky female." Seeing the poisonous mushrooms by the roadside, an idea quickly came to him. "All right, I've got it." He quickly called out to Mingwe, Divine Maiden. Mingwe turned her head slightly and asked, "You are?" He replied in a soft voice, "I am Lei Si, a resident of Mok Loi Town." He cheerfully offered her some mushrooms. "To thank the Divine Maiden for granting us rain, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Divine Maiden." Mingwe replied blankly, "Thank you." Seeing the poisonous mushrooms, she frowned slightly. "However, these mushrooms are not edible. If you see them in the future, you must never eat them." Lacey said sadly, "Poisonous? How can that be? My family eats these mushrooms often. Could it be that the Divine Maiden dislikes these mushrooms and doesn't want to accept them?" Mingwe gently took the mushroom up. She quickly explained, "This type of mushroom is called the poisonous amanita. It contains 2 types of toxins, phallotoxins and amatoxins. Initially, accidental ingestion will cause symptoms of nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. 1 to 2 days later, the symptoms subside, and it seems like a recovery but the toxins have actually already damaged the internal organs, and the mortality rate is extremely high. Hearing this, Lacey's face was filled with shock. Manhwa quickly threw the mushroom into a basket. You should quickly destroy these poisonous mushrooms to avoid accidental ingestion. It's better that way. Actually, you don't need to thank me for the rain. I didn't do anything. Before Manhwa could finish her words, Lacey angrily pushed her down. Manhwa cried out in pain. Ouch! Lacey scowled and shouted, "You talk too much, it's so annoying. I didn't expect you to know about this poisonous mushroom. You're really not easy to deal with." He quickly pinned Manhwa down. Lacey thought to himself, no wonder Faye gave me the task of eliminating this female. I can't let down her expectations of me. Manhwa replied angrily, "What do you want to do? Let me go." Lacey roared, "I want to kill you. But with his face and figure, it would be a bit of a waste to kill you directly." He stuck out his filthy tongue and licked her neck. "Why don't I enjoy myself a little first?" Manhwa angrily raised her leg and kicked Lacey's precious parts. "Let me go." The sudden blow made his eggs crack. He cried out loudly, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." He roared, "This female is too dangerous. Kill on sight." As soon as he finished speaking, Lacey reverted to his lizard form. Manhwa sighed again. She thought, these beastmen transform into giant beasts at the drop of a hat. It's really scary. As Lacey approached, Manhwa quickly ran away. She shouted, "Don't you come over here! Jalon, come save me quickly." Lacey continued to chase after her as Manhwa fled. Panting from exhaustion, she said, "No, I can't run anymore. This place is some distance from the town. I definitely won't make it in time to find Jalon for help." Just then, Manhwa tripped on a rock. She cried out in surprise. She fell to the ground with a thud. Lacey gloated, "What's wrong? Can't escape now. Haha, let's see where you can run now." Manhwa's face was full of anger. She gripped the rock on the ground tightly. Then, without hesitation, she threw it at Lacey's face. "Get lost," she guessed. A lizard's weak point is its eyes. I just need to aim for its eyes. Lacey was hit and cried out in pain. It hurts," he cried as he ran away. Manhwa considered. "This time, I have to rely on myself to escape the danger." Lacey ran around wildly in pain. He lightly bumped into a boulder and cried out, "Ouch." After that, Lacey just passed out. A while later, Manhwa reached the town. She thought joyfully, "I've finally made it back to town." Exhausted from the long walk, she sat down and panted heavily. On the verge of fainting, Manhwa softly uttered, "Jalon." The scene before her gradually blurred. Manhwa fainted. Just then, Manfei appeared out of nowhere and stepped on her leg. Manfei said with a scowl, "Oomph, you slut, still calling my Jalon's name even when you're about to die." She chuckled softly. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll show you what it means to wish for death." At night, at Jalon's mountain cave, he brought back a pile of delicious fruits for Manhwa. He thought happily, "She's been waiting for me at home. She must be hungry, right? These fruits should be enough to fill her up for a meal." Seeing someone lying unconscious on the path, Jalon exclaimed, "Hey." He called out softly, "Lacey." A moment later at Bai's mountain cave, he was feeding medicine to Lacey and said, "Lacey just hit his head on a rock. It's not a big problem." Jalon paced back and forth worriedly. Bai said in a loud voice, "Chieftain, you don't have to be so anxious, do you? Sit still for me." Jalon frowned. "Who's anxious for Lacey? This won't do. It's so late, and Manhwa isn't in the cave. It's too strange." He dashed off that it's very dangerous outside. I'd better go out and look for her. Just then, Manfei appeared. She asked in a loud voice, "Jalon, where are you going? I heard Lacey was attacked. Have you found out what happened?" Jalon's face showed his annoyance. Just then, Lacey slowly woke up. Manfei and Jalon turned to look at him. Manfei pretended to approach and comfort Lacey. "Lacey, you're finally awake. It's so good that you're okay." Bai quickly interjected, "Lacey, what on earth happened? Why did you faint in the middle of the path?" Lacey replied fearfully, "Today I went to find." Manfei, seemingly afraid of being exposed, secretly pinched his shoulder. Lacey cried out in pain, "Ouch." She pretended to be gentle with him. "Lacey, what's wrong? Does your head still hurt?" The foolish Lacey, unaware he was being deceived, was lost in his delusion. Yes. He thought to himself, "Manfei is touching my head." She whispered harshly, demanding, "Slander Lin Manhwa." Trembling, Lacey said in a loud voice, "Actually, I don't know what happened either." He pretended to add, "Today I went up the mountain to catch some rabbits and pick some fruits and mushrooms. As a result, the divine maiden suddenly stopped me and even knocked me out." He looked around in confusion. "Hey, where are my rabbits and fruits?" Jialan said in a loud voice. So, you mean that Manhwa knocked you unconscious to rob you of your food? In the village, people were buzzing with rumors about Manhwa. Oh my god. I heard the divine maiden isn't a divine maiden, but a foreign spy. They continued to discuss, but the divine maiden really did bring us rain, so how is she not a divine maiden now? It's because she deceived our trust, making us lower our guard. Who knows what method she used to bring the rain? Ignoring Jialan as he walked by, some girls continued to whisper, I heard she knocked out Lei Si last night and stole his food. Luckily, Lei Si is fine. Poor Lei Si. Jiao Lam walked and frowned, thinking, from last night until now, I've searched the entire mountain and turned the Mok Loi town upside down, but I still haven't seen any trace of Mingyu. Meanwhile, Mingyu is lying freezing on a rock. Jiao Lam frowned, thinking, Mingyu, where on earth are you? Just then, a few strong men approached and asked Jiao Lam, Chief, have you found that foreign spy yet? After you find her, how do you plan to deal with her? The men grew increasingly sullen. Chief, you brought the spy to town. You should also bear the responsibility. Jiao Lam frowned, looking annoyed. Who fabricated that Mingyu is a foreign spy? Seeing that Jiao Lam seemed angry, the men were a little scared. One of them looked skeptical. Isn't that so? But that's what everyone is saying. Jiao Lam frowned, thinking, it seems what Lei Si said last night still got out. At that time, Jiao Lam's face was full of tension. Lei Si replied fearfully, This, I can't be sure either. It's just a guess. Jiao Lam said in a loud voice, If it's just a guess, then you should have kept it to yourself. What happened tonight must not be spread. Wait until I find Mingyu, and I will give everyone the truth. Returning to the present, Jiao Lam angrily pushed away the men who were slandering Mingyu. He thought to himself, it seems the urgent matter now is to clear Mingyu's name. If I let the tribesmen believe the rumors and find Mingyu first, there's no telling what they'll do to her. A moment later, Jiao Lam saw a bloodstain on the path. He deduced, this is where I found Lei Si last night. He sniffed lightly. It seems there are two different, faint scents of blood. One of them must be Lei Si's. The other one? Jiao Lam moved closer to the other bloodstain. He thought, the scent is coming from this spot, so Mingyu is injured and bled here. Seeing her footprints, he thought further. Although the footprints on the ground are messy, if I look carefully, I should be able to distinguish Mingyu's. At night in the village, Jiao Lam shouted, Lei Si, he said in a loud voice, I have investigated the truth of the matter. You are lying. Lei Si replied, startled, Chief, what are you talking about? Don't you slander me. What did I lie about? Jiao Lam came closer and grabbed Lei Si's neck tightly. He shouted angrily, What exactly did you do to Mingyu yesterday? I found a piece of Mingyu's clothing on the cliff outside the cave. Did you push her against the cliff? Recalling the image of himself pushing Mingyu down yesterday, Lei Si was a little scared. Jiao Lam added in a loud voice, Then Mingyu ran away. You transformed into your beast form and chased her. She even fell and got injured. Lei Si replied worriedly, How do you know? Ahem, no. She stole my food. That's why I treated her like that. Hearing this, Jiao Lam angrily slapped Lei Si. He frowned. There's food in my cave. Why would she need to steal from you? He angrily hit Lei Si a few more times. I didn't want to expose your lies in front of everyone. But you had wicked intentions towards her and did such a thing. Your crime is unforgivable. Just then, Imobai hurriedly stopped Jiao Lam. He said, Jiao Lam, stop. He gently reminded him, if you keep hitting him, he'll die, and you'll lose the clue to find Mingyu. I just used the divination stones to foresee that Mingyu is still alive right now. Jiao Lam frowned, thinking, right, Mingyu. He angrily asked Lei Si, I'll give you one last chance. Where's Mingyu? Lei Si's face was covered in bruises. He said in a weak voice, I don't know either. She threw sand in my eyes, but she probably ran down the mountain. Hearing this, Jiao Lam ordered loudly, Now you all know the truth, right? Mingyu's not a spy. You almost lost the goddess of our Mok Loi. What are you standing around for? Everyone, go find her immediately. The villagers had to agree. Understood. In a certain cave, the water in the basin was now dripping out. Sighed. Mingyu lay on the cold ground. She was both hungry and tired. Her stomach kept rumbling. She thought to herself, I'm so hungry, I really want to eat braised pork, noodles, pizza, durian. Am I going to starve to death here? She quickly came to her senses and thought further. If I starve to death, I'll definitely cry my heart out to the king of hell. In the underworld, Mingyu cried loudly, wailing to the king of hell, Your Majesty, king of hell, I've been so wrong. She hugged his leg tightly. First, I was killed by the S2 that I researched myself, and after transmigrating to a primitive society, I'm about to starve to death after just a few days. I'm the most tragic transmigrated female lead. She gently lifted the tiny bowl of water. She said to herself, I thought I had escaped danger. but I didn't expect that after fainting, I'd be trapped in this place where my calls to heaven and earth go unanswered. I don't know what happened here. All the water has spilled on the ground. I can only rely on the little bit that's left to hang on. She cried as she drank. To die like this is too unfair. That useless, bowled by, completely unhelpful at the critical moment, and now it's even playing dead. Just then, a beam of light shone into the cave. It was so bright that Mingyu had to squint. Jia Lam appeared, he shouted. Mingyu. The water bowl shattered. Mingyu was frightened. Her mind was unclear. She blurted out, Your Majesty, King of Hell, have you come to claim my life personally? Jia Lam approached her. He asked, Mingyu, what are you talking about? He said worriedly, It's me, Jia Lam. He gently picked her up, then smiled and said, I finally found you. I'm taking you back. Although she had fainted, Mingyu still recognized him. She thought, warm and reassuring, Jia Lam's scent. She whispered, Jia Lam, you're finally here. Her heart was filled with relief. She had finally waited for him. In the village, Jia Lam had brought Mingyu back. He gently wiped the dirt from her face. He said sadly, If only I could have found you sooner. Mo Bai suddenly interjected. She has been starving for so many days. Her body is too depleted. Even if she wakes up, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for her to recover her previous health. Jia Lam asked sadly, Isn't there any way to help her recover? Mo Bai slowly explained. The spirit flower is calming and nourishing. Using it for a period of time should help her recover. But the spirit flower grows in the stone forest, and the stone forest has too many fierce beasts. I rarely go there, so I don't have any spirit flowers on hand. Jia Lam quickly stood up. He said, The tribe has some spirit flowers. Let me go get them. Just then, Man Fei appeared with a few villagers. She said in a loud voice. No, Man Fei thought sullenly. Damn it, she's still not dead after being locked up for so many days. Luckily, I still have a backup plan. She pointed directly at Mingyu and blamed her, Brother Jia Lam. She spilled all the water in the cave. That was our entire tribe's water. If she is a goddess, why would she do such a thing? The strong men in the village also chimed in. That's right, she doesn't look like a goddess at all. We can't accept her spilling our water and wasting our spirit flowers. Jia Lam gritted his teeth in annoyance. He shouted, Out. First, I don't believe Mingyu would spill all our water reserves for no reason. Second, if you are unwilling to hand over the spirit flowers, then I will go to the stone forest to pick them myself. I will absolutely not touch anything that belongs to the tribe. He turned to remind Mo Bai. Mo Bai, I'll leave Mingyu in your care for now. If she wakes up, remember to give her something to eat. I have plenty of food stored in my cave. Mo Bai replied cheerfully. Leave her to me without worry. I'll be waiting for your good news. Jia Lam walked past Man Fei with a scowl. He frowned. Man Fei, although I don't know why you were targeting Mingyu, but now that it's like this, are you satisfied? Hearing this, Man Fei's heart filled with anger. Brother Jia Lam was looking at her with such a fierce gaze because of that woman. She thought resentfully, Lin Mingyu, you just wait. I have many ways to make you die. At this moment, Mingyu was still unconscious. Man Fei continued to press the attack. She said to Mo Bai, Lin Mingyu knocked over all the water reserves for the entire town. She is our sinner. Man Fei said loudly, I ask you to hand her over to us. Mo Bai retorted sharply, Hand her over to you? That's not happening. Man Fei frowned. If you refuse to cooperate, then don't blame us for not being polite. She ordered the men, Go, snatch Mingyu back. The men transformed into lions and charged towards Mo Bai. Mo Bai quickly grabbed Mingyu. He jumped into a hole he had dug beforehand. He said provocatively, See you later. Seeing Mo Bai leave, the men could do nothing but roar. Seeing the large hole Mo Bai had dug, Man Fei said, Mo Bai's tunnels are like a maze and full of traps. A man asked quietly, Man Fei, should we still give chase? She replied, annoyed, I didn't expect Mo Bai to have dug a tunnel here in advance. Don't chase. There's no need to take risks for someone who is about to. D. In another cave. At this moment, Mo Bai was feeding medicine to Mingyu. He said, I didn't expect the tunnel I secretly finished digging a few days ago would come in handy. He frowned. I originally dug it specifically to make it easier to meet you. Now I'm afraid it's been blocked by Man Fei. Mo Bai spoke to himself and then chuckled. However, it doesn't take much time for me to dig another tunnel. Besides, you can rest assured, I have many caves. Man Fei definitely doesn't know which cave we're in. Now, he gently kissed Mingyu's forehead. Mo Bai gently urged, You have to be grateful to me. So hurry up and wake up. Just then, Mingyu shivered and cried out, Cough, cough, it's so bitter. Seeing her speak, Mo Bai called out joyfully, Mingyu, you're awake. He happily held her hand tightly. Every time I see you, you're so weak. Don't be like this next time. Mingyu asked softly, Mo Bai, did you save me? She looked around and thought, but before I fell into a coma, I think I saw Gia Lam. So where is Gia Lam? Macbok leaned in close to her. He gently touched her lips and said, "Sure. From now on, you cannot speak. You must conserve your energy. You are very weak now. You need to eat first, but you can't eat too much at once. I'll get you some fruit to tide you over." Min Noyet sadly shook her head. Seeing this, Macbok asked worriedly, "What's wrong? You don't want to eat fruit?" Min Noyet nodded slightly. Macbok thought to himself, "So cute, so cute." He said, "Then what do you want to eat?" Min Noyet gently pointed to her mouth because she was under a vow of silence. Macbok suddenly realized. He replied, "Sorry, I should have let you say what you wanted to eat first before forbidding you to speak." He smiled. "Come on, just speak softly. It can reduce energy consumption a little." Min Noyet said in a low voice, "I want to eat porridge or soup." Macbok thought blankly. His ears were tingling, and it felt a bit pleasant. What a strange feeling. He asked blankly, "What are porridge and soup? This is the first time I've heard of them." Min Noyet smiled and thought, "That's right. Here you can't even use fire whenever you want. I might as well take this opportunity to improve the food a bit." She replied cheerfully, "Then I should still eat some fruit to tide me over first, and then I'll teach you how to make delicious food." At night, Min Noyet was teaching Macbok how to start a fire. She said, "Yes, just like that. It's best to rub a little faster." Macbok smiled and replied, "Even faster, all right. Watch me." He rubbed faster, and so the stone caught fire. Macbok exclaimed in surprise. He hid fearfully beside Min Noyet. "Fire is fire. It's so hot." He praised her with wide eyes. "Using firewood to make fire, which is so precious in the tribe. Min Noyet, you are so amazing." Min Noyet delightedly touched Macbok's dumpling-like cheeks. She thought, "So soft, so nice to touch. If I transmigrate back, I really want to bring him back as a pet." Just then, Gia Lam returned from gathering herbs. Witnessing the unsightly scene, he was stunned and dropped the herbs to the floor. Min Noyet exclaimed happily, "Gia Lam." Gia Lam angrily grabbed Macbok. "Macbok, what are you trying to do to Min Noyet again?" Macbok struggled and cried out, "Let go." He quickly shrank, then ran out of Gia Lam's grasp. He turned back into human form and asked, "You came back so quickly? Had I known, when I left the symbol, I would have deliberately made you take a detour." Macbok frowned and thought, "I was originally worried Gia Lam wouldn't be able to find this cave, so I even specially left a symbol. Who knew he would suddenly appear and disturb me and Min Noyet being together?" Gia Lam frowned and shouted loudly, "Macbok, I'm warning you for the last time. I, Gia Lam, do not have the habit of sharing a female with others. Min Noyet is mine. Don't you even dream of having her." Macbok looked disagreeable. He asked, "Stop talking for yourself. How did Min Noyet become yours? Has she agreed? Why haven't I heard anything at all?" "Min Noyet, you tell us." Min Noyet replied in a low voice, "Gia Lam, I'm really not yours." She thought uncomfortably. "Suddenly my body feels so heavy and breathing is starting to become difficult." Macbok smiled upon hearing Min Noyet speak. "Ha ha ha." As he moved closer to her, Min Noyet quickly refused. "But I don't belong to Macbok either." Hearing this sentence, Macbok seemed to turn to stone. Min Noyet said in a loud voice, "I only belong to myself." Just then, her body trembled uncontrollably. She coughed loudly, and Gia Lam quickly supported her. He asked worriedly, "Min Noyet, what's wrong with you? Are you very uncomfortable?" "It's just that breathing is a bit difficult, cough, cough." He quickly gave her the medicine he had painstakingly gathered. "Min Noyet, eat this quickly. Eat the pistil of the spirit flower. Your body should feel a little more comfortable." Min Noyet tried her best to eat it. Gia Lam asked softly, "How is it?" She replied quietly, "I feel better." She smiled and thought, "This flower is quite effective." Suddenly, she saw his arm covered in blood. She exclaimed worriedly, "Gia Lam, your arm is bleeding. You're injured. Is it because you went to pick the flower I just ate?" Looking at his own arm, Gia Lam replied nonchalantly, "A little bleeding is nothing. I picked quite a few spirit flowers. It should be enough to treat you for a period of time." Macbok quickly interjected, "Min Noyet, let me explain the details to you." He recounted, "That's basically what happened." After he quickly explained, Min Noyet suddenly understood. She said in surprise, "So that's how it is." She thought to herself, "So it really was Gia Lam who found me, and the lizard that harmed me was also locked up by Gia Lam. But why was I locked in the water storage area? Who locked me in there?" She shook her head in frustration. "Forget it. I can't figure these things out even if I think about them. The important thing right now is to treat Gia Lam's wound first." Min Noyet quickly took Gia Lam's hand. She said gently, "Gia Lam, thank you for saving me, and for going to the stone forest to find the spirit flower for me. This wound of yours is too deep. It can't be treated as nothing. It must be treated properly, otherwise it will swell with pus and get infected. Gia Lam smiled gently at Min Noyet. She thought to herself, Gia Lam has done so much for me, and just now I said I wasn't as like that. Did I hurt his heart? She turned to ask Makbok. Makbok, do you have any disinfecting herbs here? Gia Lam's wound needs to be disinfected and sterilized. Makbok asked blankly, what is sterilizing? And what is disinfecting? Min Noyet thought in a panic. This place has no concept of disinfecting and sterilizing. I feel like explaining it to Makbok. I can't explain it clearly right now. Suddenly she realized. That's right. I remember seeing Hong Cam and Kolak near Gia Lam's cave before. She thought further. Hong Cam has a disinfecting and sterilizing effect. Kolak can stop bleeding. She asked gently, Makbok, can I ask you for a favor? Half an hour later, Makbok returned with his arms full of Hong Cam and Kolak. He smiled. Min Noyet, the Hong Cam and Kolak that you needed. I found them. Your memory is really good. I followed what you said and found them immediately. At this time, Min Noyet and Gia Lam were sitting by the fire. Gia Lam said, Fire, that's precious fire. Seeing Makbok return, Min Noyet smiled slightly. Makbok, you're back just in time. She quickly put the herbs into the pot of water, which I just boiled. Now I just need to put the Kolak and Hong Cam into the water to cook. Seeing this, the two men asked blankly, what are you doing? Min Noyet replied happily, making a medicinal soup. Once Gia Lam drinks it later, I guarantee the wound will quickly stop bleeding and close up. Makbok praised Min Noyet in awe. So magical. It turns out, Min Noyet, you also know how to diagnose illnesses and save people, and you know even more than me. He hugged her arm tightly and suggested, then why don't you, Min Noyet, be my master and take me as your disciple? She replied, startled. Me? Makbok delightedly rubbed against Min Noyet. He thought, Min Noyet won't be my female, but being my master isn't bad either. Who says a master and disciple can't be intimate and cuddle? What if? Just then, Gia Lam came over and lifted Makbok up. Stinky Fox stopped rubbing against Min Noyet at every chance. At this moment, Bakantu appeared. It exclaimed joyfully, congratulations on unlocking the botanical materials function. Min Noyet angrily grabbed Bakantu. She yelled, well, look at you, Bakantu, you've finally shown up. She looked at Bakantu with a murderous gaze. When I was in danger, you played dead, and now you show up. What use do I have for you? Bakantu quickly made excuses for its mistake. Although I'm a system, I am not omnipotent. I cannot interfere with your actions or influence your judgment. At critical moments, you can only rely on yourself. Bakantu gave Min Noyet an orb. Min Noyet, you should quickly activate this function. Min Noyet gently touched the orb, and brilliant lights gradually appeared. She exclaimed in amazement. Wow, Bakantu said, the botanical map can store plants you have identified for use when you need them. For example, you can now put the Kolak and Hong Cam inside. The capacity inside is very large. There is enough space. Min Noyet thought to herself, not only can I open a golden finger, but I can also unlock functions. Just how many surprises does this transmigration have that I don't know about? At the dungeon. Over here, Loi Tu was lying alone. He thought sadly, is Man-Fi okay right now? My business probably hasn't implicated her, right? Just then, Man-Fi ran over. She quickly pushed open the door and then called out loudly. What to? Loi Tu asked, stunned. Man-Fi, why are you here? Were the guards outside? She replied gently. I knocked out the guards. I'm here to save you, she said in a loud voice. Gia Lam has been bewitched by that female, named Lam Min Noyet. I'm afraid he will deal with you because of her. Loi Tu exclaimed in disbelief. What? He would do this for a female? Man-Fi pretended to remind him. So you must run, leave this place. Loi Tu asked, bewildered. But I grew up in the Mak Loi, a tribe, since I was a child. Where can I run to? Man-Fi quietly suggested. You go and seek refuge with the desert eagle Tay Thap. Tay Thap has a conflict with Gia Lam. If you abandon Gia Lam and surrender to him, he'll be willing to take you in, and you can bring him a piece of news. To show your sincerity, she said with delight. You tell Tay Thap that Gia Lam has obtained a goddess who can summon rain. She thought to herself. At that time, Tay Thap will definitely come to snatch Lam Min Noyet if he can't get her. With his personality, even if it means destroying her, he won't leave her for others. The next morning at the village, seeing Min Noyet and Gia Lam return, everyone shouted. The chief has brought the goddess back. A little girl tightly held Gia Lam's hand. She uttered, Chief, I heard you went to the stone forest to find the spirit flower. The stone forest is so dangerous. Are you injured? Gia Lam gently patted the little girl's head. He replied, "It's just a minor injury, but luckily the goddess treated it. My wound will heal quickly." The little girl said happily to Min Noyet, "Wow, the goddess not only knows how to summon rain, but she also knows how to heal. So amazing." Min Noyet smiled and replied, "I just happen to know a little. It's nothing amazing." At this moment, Loitu's family was being dragged away. A majestic-looking man said in a loud voice, "Move it." Seeing this, Mac Bach asked blankly, "Hey, isn't that Loitu's mother and sister? What's wrong with them?" The brown-haired girl interjected, "Last night, Lacey broke out of prison and escaped. He even knocked out 2 guards. Everyone is furious, so they captured his mother and sister to atone for his crime." Hearing this, Mingyue asked softly, "Atonement?" It was clearly Lacey who did wrong. Why should his mother and sister have to atone for his crime? Jialon said in a loud voice, "Lacey did wrong. His mother bears some responsibility for raising him. His sister, for not stopping him in time, also bears responsibility." Mingyue said, annoyed, "Then where is Lacey's father? Does he not have any responsibility?" Jialon replied calmly, "The father was out hunting to provide for the family. It's understandable that he couldn't discipline his child." Mingyue shouted, "Unreasonable. Where I'm from, there's a saying, to not raise a child is the father's fault. Why is it that here, the father gets to be perfectly invisible? You're only harsh towards women." Mingyue quickly chased after Lacey's mother and sister. Besides, Lacey did wrong. The victim, haven't even said anything. On what ground should his family be implicated? I have to go and stop all of this. John hurriedly stopped her. Mingyue, wait. Your body is still recovering. Don't run so fast. Mobai thought to himself, what Mingyue said isn't unreasonable. To not raise a child is the father's fault. That's an interesting phrase. Over here, Lacey's sister and mother were tied up tightly, while several people below chanted, "Punish, punish." 2 ugly men said to each other, "Zhai Xia's figure is so beautiful. I've coveted her for a long time. Lei Wei is also very cute. It seems our good fortune is not small. I'll make them both bear my children." Hith. Man Fei announced loudly, "Everyone, calm down. Don't be hasty." Because the criminal Lei Si broke out of prison and escaped, his mother Zhai Xia and sister Lei Wei will now compensate for his mistake. The mother and daughter cried miserably. Man Fei added, "I declare from this day forward, Zhai Xia and Lei Wei will be put in the prison camp. Everyone is welcome to come and punish them. Let them get pregnant with your children to add new life to our My Loi town." Just then, Mingyue appeared. She said loudly, "Wait, I object." Seeing her arrive, Man Fei pointed a finger. "Lin Mingyue, you've come at just the right time." She shrieked, "You are the sinner who spilled all of our town's water reserves." Mingyue retorted sharply, "I didn't spill the water reserves. When I woke up from my coma, it was already all over the ground." Man Fei said with a scowl, "Words are useless. Where's the proof? Men, tie Lin Mingyue up and lock her in." The prisoner camp. Man Fei's heart was full of malice. "When I spilled the water reserves, no one saw me. She can't possibly produce any proof." Jialon quickly protected Mingyue. "I'd like to see who dares to touch Mingyue." Man Fei said loudly, "So she can make a mistake and not have to atone for it? You always say she's a goddess. Then tell her to summon rain right now and return the water to us." Mingyue thought to herself, "Although I'm not a real goddess, I can summon rain. This way, I can use the identity of a goddess to save these innocent women." Just then, Bolbai appeared. The little girl quickly reported some bad news. "Host, although your idea is very good, your rain summoning skill is on cooldown and cannot be used for now." Mingyue thought to herself, "Last time, the newly unlocked lightning skill was on cooldown. I didn't expect rain summoning to be on cooldown too. I can only find an excuse to stall for time." She gently pushed Jialon aside, then said confidently, "I will bring rain to my Loya town, but not right now." She added, "Although I am a goddess, every time I summon wind and rain, I must absorb enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The last time I summoned rain, it used up all my spiritual energy. I need some more time before I can summon rain again." Man Fei sneered coldly. "Who knows how long it takes for you to absorb this spiritual energy? What month or year will you be able to summon rain? All the water reserves in the town are gone. Do you want us to die of thirst?" Several villagers chimed in. "That's right. The water at home won't last more than a few days. Our water reserves were already low. Why waste it all? I don't want to die of thirst. When exactly can you summon rain?" Jialon replied, "Before Mingyue summons the rain, I will go to AI Zay Tower to transport a batch of water back. I guarantee that no one will lack water. Can you accept that?" The villagers had to agree. We can, as long as there's water. Everything is negotiable. And Mobai quietly asked Manhwa, "So Manhwa, what was that loud objection you just made about?" She replied, "I object to Man-Fei's sentencing of that mother and daughter." She shouted, "You all, let them down immediately." She thought to herself, "I'm so scared, but I have to fight this battle." Lacey's mother and sister were overjoyed. "Goddess." Man-Fei interjected angrily. "Our my Loi, a town, has always punished the relatives of criminals like this. On what grounds do you object?" Several men chimed in loudly. "That's right, on what grounds?" Mingwe said sternly, "On the grounds that I am the goddess. Just because it has always been this way, does that make it right?" She moved closer to Man-Fei. "The heavens sent me here precisely to change the status quo, to correct injustice." She shouted in her face, "The one who does the deed must bear the consequences." Why should Lacey's mother and sister bear the burden of his mistake? The reason the males here don't feel it's unfair is because they're all beneficiaries, never having to worry about being implicated by their family members. Mingwei added, "But as a woman yourself, I don't understand why you collude with them. How could you so easily pass judgment, welcoming everyone to come and punish them, to make them bear children like that?" Man-Fei replied, stunned. Mingwei looked towards the other women and said, "And you all, you are silent now, but aren't you afraid that one day a similar fate will befall you?" A man spoke up, "So which will let the matter of Lacey injuring the guards and escaping go? If you don't want to let it go, you should go capture him and punish him severely, not bully weak women and children here." She declared, "The heavens are watching what you do. All your actions are being watched by the gods. The reason my speed of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is so slow is because of your cruelty, ignorance, and foolishness." Lacey's sister cried out, "Save me, goddess. Save me. I don't want to be locked in the prisoner camp." Several women chimed in. "Although it's tradition, we also feel it's not right. Why is it that only females have to atone? Why must we atone when we've clearly done nothing wrong? It's truly too cruel, goddess. Please save us." At this moment, a man picked up an axe. He shouted, deceiving everyone, spouting nonsense. He threw the axe hard towards Mingwe. He thought to himself, "We were so close to being able to use Zhai Xia and Lei Wei as we pleased. We can't let them get away like this. They must atone, get pregnant, and give birth to our children." As the axe flew towards her, Mingyue's face was filled with worry. Just then, his axe broke in two, then fell to the ground. Mingyue breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, phew, phew. That scared me to death." Jialan said angrily, "What do you think you're doing to the goddess?" Mobai thought to himself, "Phew, thank goodness Mingwei is okay." The little girl next to him was also overjoyed. The chief is so majestic. It was definitely the right choice to help him bring the bow and arrow over. Jialan quickly took the bow and arrow. I just said, he quickly shot towards the man from before. He threatened, "No one is to touch Mingwei." "You don't take the chief's words seriously, do you?" The man replied in fear, I wouldn't dare." The arrow flew quickly towards him. It hit his leg, causing him to fall to the ground. He cried out in pain. Jialan said loudly, "This is a warning. If anyone else dares to be disrespectful to Mingwei, the place this arrow lands won't be the thigh. I guarantee one shot, one life." The goddess just said, "It is precisely because of the foolish collective punishment that our my Loi town's weather lacks sufficient spiritual energy, preventing her from summoning rain in time." He tightly grasped Mingyue's small hands. She exclaimed in surprise. "Hey," Jialan declared. "Therefore, in my capacity as chief, I declare that from this day forward, the one who does wrong is the one who will be held responsible. The law of collective punishment is abolished." The people cheered joyfully. "Abolish collective punishment, abolish collective punishment, abolish collective punishment." Over on this side, a few men seemed to disagree, their faces scowling more than ever. Mingyue thought happily, "Thank goodness for Jialan, otherwise my own strength would have been too insignificant." Seeing her looking at him, he asked softly, "Mingyue, what is it?" She smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I just want to thank you." She thought, "Thank you for always believing in me like this. Thank you for always being by my side to help me." Hearing these sweet words, Jialan blushed and replied, "No, it's nothing." Man-Fei interjected angrily, "Jialan, don't forget about going to AI Zay Tower to transport water." She left with a scowl, thinking to herself, "Lin Mingyue, don't be so smug. Just wait until Lei Si finds the West Tower. You'll see." At this moment, the ropes binding Lacey's mother and sister were untied. The two were overjoyed. Mingyue said, Don't be afraid. You're going home soon. The younger sister ran to hug Manhwa. Thank you. Thank you, goddess. Manhwa smiled and patted the girl's head. If anyone bullies you too because of Lacey's matter, just tell me in Jialan. We will punish them. Jialan thought happily. Manhwa, just how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? Just then, a voice rang out, causing Manhwa and Lacey's sister to turn their heads. It hurts so much, Ona. A resident of my Lloyd town was in labor. She cried out in fear. I think I'm about to give birth. What should I do? Jialan said loudly. Someone, take Ona to the priestess's house. Find a priestess to deliver her baby. Manhwa quickly pulled his hand. Jialan, where are you going? He replied. In our tribe, childbirth is an incredibly sacred event. The chief must be present. Manhwa's eyes widened as she said, then I'll go with you too. At the priestess's house, Ona cried out in pain. I can't take it anymore. I'm not giving birth. It hurts too much. Mo, she said gently, may the heavens bless us. Let the child of our tribe be born safely. Lanamina, seeing this, Manhwa was a little stunned. Is this how they deliver babies? It's like a joke. How can chanting alone help a baby be born safely? In too much pain, Ona spoke and then gradually fainted. Pain. Seeing this, Jialan said in fear, Ona has fainted. Mo, Bai quickly brought the medicine. I have herbs to keep her conscious. Mo, she said softly, it's no use. I'm afraid this child is not fated to be with our tribe, she said as she covered Ona with a blanket. Is our tribe truly cursed by the gods? Why won't the heavens grant us a newborn child? Mingyu quickly interjected. Priestess, are you going to abandon her and the child? Mo, she covered Ona completely and replied, there's nothing more we can do. Mingyu said in a loud voice, no, they can still be saved. I want to try delivering Ona's baby. She thought to herself, the first aid courses I took before might be useful. Mo, she hesitated slightly. She said, but Jialan quickly cut in. If Mingyu wants to try, High Priestess, just give her a chance. Even if it doesn't succeed in the end, it's still better than doing nothing now. Mo, Bai quickly agreed. That's right. Although we've tried many methods before and failed, Mingyu is the goddess. I believe she will have a way to save us. Hearing the two men say this, Mo, she quickly lifted the cloth and replied, if that's the case, let's give it a try. May the heavens bless our Malia tribe. Mingyu quickly instructed him, Jialan, I need some fruit to replenish Ona's energy. He obediently replied, all right, I'll go get it right away. She said to Mo, Bai, give me these consciousness-restoring herbs first. Then I'll need a small knife, animal skins, and hot water. Water heated with fire. As she touched Ona's belly, Mingyu added, we have to be quick. After the water breaks, the baby can easily lack oxygen. We don't have much time left now. Mo, Bai was a little anxious. The small knife and animal skins are easy to get, but for water heated with fire, the place where the fire is kept is a bit far. I'm afraid the round trip. Mingyu quickly reminded him, Mo, Bai, calm down. Do you remember when I taught you how to make fire by drilling wood? He answered blankly, I remember now. He quickly went to make a fire. I'll go make a fire to boil water right away. Mo, she interjected. I still have some water reserves in my house. You can take it and use it. The people outside worriedly said to each other, isn't Ona about to give birth? What's the situation now? I heard it's not looking good. The high priestess has already given up, but the goddess said she could give it a try. A man frowned and asked, so what is Mo Bai doing? Why isn't he inside helping? At this moment, Mo Bai was starting a fire, his face full of worry. Just then, the flame ignited. Two men exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's fire. Mo Bai made fire again. He replied happily, it's the fire-making method the goddess taught me. Pretty cool, right? A few girls excitedly chimed in. So is the goddess. It seems the goddess is truly a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens. Everyone, let's go kneel before the goddess. Please forgive our previous disrespect. Us. Mo Bai quickly stopped them. Wait, it's very busy inside right now. He said in a loud voice, the goddess is fighting against the heavens, saving the new life of our tribe. Let's not go in and cause more trouble. Inside, Mingyu was carefully tending to Ona. She said gently, Ona, please wake up. Your baby still needs you. You can't give up on yourself like this. Mingyu gently pressed Ona's philtrum. When someone is unconscious, you can press the philtrum. She massaged Ona's hands, rubbing the Naguan and Waiwan points, and pressed the Baiwi point. She slowly cared for Ona to help her wake up. Mingyu thought to herself, with the consciousness restoring herbs. I hope this can help Ona regain consciousness. Just then, Ona gradually opened her eyes and called out softly, "Goddess." Mingyu replied joyfully, "You're finally awake." She gave some fruit to Ona. "Eat this, replenish some energy." Mingyu said worriedly, "Ona, don't worry, relax a little. Now, do as I say, regulate your breathing, try not to scream, and conserve your energy." At this moment, Mo carried a basin of hot water inside. "Mingyu, the hot water is ready." Mingyu looked at the basin of water and said, "This little bit of hot water is not enough. Jialan, the task of boiling more hot water is now up to you." Jialan obediently replied, "All right." Mingyu added, "High Priestess, please use warm water to wipe Ona's body. Quickly open her cervix." Mo massaged these pressure points for Ona to help her relax and ease the pain. She said in a loud voice, "This fierce battle officially begins now." Jialan quickly ran off to boil warm water. She carefully wiped Ona's body. Ona was screaming loudly in pain and crying. A moment later, the sound of a baby's cry was heard. Wah. Mingyu held the baby in her arms. Her face couldn't help but light up with joy. The baby is born in very good condition, very healthy. She handed the baby to Ona. "Ona, you've worked hard." Ona looked at her child joyfully and exclaimed, "My child." Mobai was both tired and happy. "It's finally over. I'm so tired. But it's so good that the child was born successfully." She said, sobbing, "Thank heavens, the gods truly haven't abandoned our tribe." Jialan gently wiped the sweat from her brow. He comforted her softly. "Mingyu, thank you. You've worked hard too." The two looked at each other shyly. Just then, a voice rang out, making Jialan a little angry. "Goddess." The people were now kneeling before Mingyu that we beg the goddess to forgive our previous disrespect. From now on, we are willing to follow the goddess's commands. Mingyu said awkwardly, "Everyone, please get up quickly. I wasn't blaming you in the first place. Whatever it is, please stand up and speak slowly." Although she said that, her inner thoughts were different. My status has suddenly skyrocketed. I have to hold on to it tight. She chuckled to herself. The baby behind her suddenly started wailing. Mingyu picked up the baby, held it in her arms, and gently soothed it. The beastmen below cheered happily. The goddess is magnanimous and merciful. "Thank you, goddess." Suddenly, she remembered something and said, "All right. I just heard from that everyone is very interested in making fire by drilling wood." She began to describe how to make fire. Actually, besides drilling wood to make fire, there are other ways like striking stones to make fire. This means rubbing two very hard stones together quickly will create fire. Making fire with a concave surface involves polishing a stone into a concave mirror to concentrate light, reflecting sunlight to create fire. Then she said enthusiastically, "If everyone wants to learn, I can teach you." The group of beastmen below shouted in unison, "I want to learn." She handed her a knife with a kind expression. "Goddess, please carve the methods onto a stone tablet so that we can study them every day in the future." Mingyu replied happily yes. She handed the baby to him. "Hold this for me for a moment." Jialan held the child and thought with a blush, it would be great if Mingyu and I could have our own child soon. 15 minutes later, she stood pointing at the shapes carved on the stone tablet with a knife that it's finally carved. To make it easier for everyone to understand, I used drawings. Then she explained to the group of beastmen, "This part is how to make fire. Also, I wonder if any of you have ever had stomachaches from eating wild beast meat or drinking water?" Mingyu said with a smile, "Once everyone learns how to make fire, you can use fire to roast meat and boil water to drink. That way, you won't get stomachaches anymore." Jialan looked at the drawings of the sun, a stone, and a basin of water, and asked blankly, "Mingyu, what is this?" She replied proudly, "This is called the daytime water distillation method. I just thought of it, and it's perfectly suited for getting water in the da. First, find a sunny spot and dig a pit. Place a water container in the pit. Then cover the mouth of the pit with a large leaf, secure it with stones, and finally place a small stone in the middle of the leaf. Make sure the leaf forms a curve so that the water droplets can slide into the container." He seemed to understand, so you can get water that way. Mingyu nodded, "Correct. Although you can't collect much each day, it can solve some urgent needs." She thought to herself, this is the principle of using sunlight to increase the temperature of the moist soil and air in the pit, causing evaporation to produce water. She remembered something and turned to say to Mo, Oh, right. I also carved the methods for childbirth and postpartum care on the stone tablet. Postpartum care for pregnant women. It can help them recover their bodies. High Priestess, Mo Bai, you too can take a look. Mo Bai exclaimed excitedly. Mingyu, how do you know everything? You're so amazing. Long live the goddess. The crowd of beastmen below also shouted in unison. Long live the goddess. She thought shyly, I don't know why, but seeing this scene, I can't help but feel a little excited inside. It's true that if you're good at math, physics, and chemistry, you have nothing to fear even when you transmigrate. Man Fei looked unhappily at the crowd of beastmen surrounding Mingyu. Earlier, I heard that Lin Mingyu wanted to deliver Ona's baby. I thought she would mess things up, but I didn't expect her to not only succeed, but also be praised by everyone. She maliciously thought of a scenario where Mingyu met with disaster. If you were disfigured and defiled by many men, then Brother Jialan would definitely not like you anymore, right? The sky grew dark. The group of beastmen waved at Mingyu goodbye, goddess. She also waved back at them goodbye. She walked alongside Mo Bai and Jialan. Mo Bai suddenly asked Jialan, do you still have to go to the Zeta area to transport water? I heard the Zeta area was recently occupied by the Shita. You've always been at odds with the Shita. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous to go there now. He replied calmly, although Mingyu has helped everyone solve the temporary water problem, I still need to transport more water reserves. A promise made to the tribesmen must be kept. He turned to look at Mingyu. After preparing the bait and animal skins tonight, I'll set off tomorrow. Mingyu, are you willing to go with me? Mingyu said enthusiastically. You want to take me with you? Yes, of course, of course. Jialan said with a smile, of course. I don't want to be an inch away from you, to protect you and keep you safe. Mingyu suddenly held out 2 green stones that, oh right, Jialan, have you ever seen this kind of small green stone before? I found this stone fragment in the cave before I fell unconscious. It must be very precious in the desert. I suspect the owner of this stone fragment is the culprit who knocked over the water reserves. Mo Bai suddenly remembered and exclaimed, I've seen this stone before. Man Fei used to wear a necklace made of this stone. Mingyu exclaimed in surprise, Man Fei. She clenched her fists and frowned, saying, it seems that before we set off tomorrow morning, I'll have to find her and talk things out to prevent her from causing more trouble. Jialan said in agreement, all right, before we leave tomorrow morning, I'll go with you to find Man Fei. Mo Bai stood by with his arms crossed. By the way, Manhwa, you said before that you need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to summon rain. Is there a faster way to absorb it? If you could summon rain a little sooner, the two of you wouldn't have to go transport water anymore. Manhwa was embarrassed. Ahem, there's no way to speed it up. She secretly pictured the two of them kissing and thought, not to mention the skill is currently on cooldown. Even if it were off cooldown, I'd still have to do that to activate the skill. How embarrassing. Jialan spoke up for her. Although Manhwa has the ability to summon rain, we can't just rely on her all the time. We should rely on ourselves to solve the water source problem for the tribe, and even for all of Jialuoxi, turning this barren desert land into an oasis. Even if it means using the stupidest method, digging a channel to divert water from the river, I would be willing to try. What Jialan said made Manhwa see him in a new light. Jialan has such a great aspiration. Isn't turning the desert into an oasis consistent with the oasis mission that Bai Togan mentioned? She offered her own idea. I heard before that the 4 tribes of Di Tudong, Jialuoxi, Sainanin, and Bei Lin Huang each have a treasure. If all 4 are combined, you can summon the water god and turn the desert into an oasis. Have you guys heard of this treasure? Both of them shook their heads. Never. But we can ask around a bit. The quiet dark night made the stars shine even brighter. Lying in the cave, Manhwa took out the blue stone to look at it. She thought Jialan and Mo Bai have gone to prepare animal skins and provisions. I wonder if the preparations are going smoothly? As she was pondering, she heard a noise outside. Manhwa sat up at the start. She got off the bed and slowly moved outside. Jialan, are you back? Manhwa stepped on a branch on the ground. Suddenly a net appeared from under her feet and hoisted her up. Manhwa saw a red-haired girl holding a spear standing before her. Who are you? Let me down. The girl fiercely pointed the spear at her. Bitch, shut up. She panicked and tried to dodge. I don't even know who you are. Why should I listen to you? Manhwa pulled out a small knife hidden behind her back. She tore through the net. Luckily, after the incident with Lei Si last time, I've been carrying a small knife for self-defense. As she fell, she also pulled off the girl's hood. The revealed face was very familiar. Manhwa exclaimed, "It's you?" Seeing she was exposed, Man Fei wanted to eliminate her. I originally just wanted to ruin your face to turn you into a lowly female for 1,000 men to mock and violate. But now that you've seen my identity, there's no room for you in this world. She thrust the spear down Dai. Bitch, seeing her life was in danger. Manhwa quickly threw a handful of sand at her, grabbed Man Fei's arm, wrestled her down, and pinned her. Just then, Jialan appeared and saw the chaotic scene. Manhwa, what happened? Pinned down, Man Fei pleaded with a pitiful voice. Jialan, Sister Manhwa wants to kill me. Hurry and save me. Seeing this, Manhwa was about to explode. No, who's trying to kill whom? Don't be so unreasonable. Jialan reached out to help the wary Manhwa, who was pinning Man Fei. Manhwa, don't worry. Let me handle this. He helped her up. Stand up first. Manhwa took the offered hand and said softly, okay. Man Fei quickly sat up. Brother Jialan. She put on an extremely pitiful face, Brother Jialan. Jialan knelt in front of Man Fei and said, Man Fei, if your father hadn't taken in an orphan like me, I would have died in this desert long ago. I am very grateful to him, and I grew up with you, always seeing you as my own sister. You took out a white cloth, so no matter what you did, I indulged you, and when you made small mistakes, I took the blame. He wiped Man Fei's face. Then Jialan frowned and said loudly, but perhaps because I spoiled you too much, I didn't do a good job as an older brother, he said angrily. That's what made you so arrogant and willful. Maliciously harming Manhwa. Manhwa is my female, your sister-in-law. I will not tolerate you hurting her. That sentence made Manhwa, standing beside them, startle and blush. Man Fei shed tears as if wanting to explain. She was the one who wanted to kill, I didn't. He shot to his feet and pointed straight at the net, shouting, Man Fei, you still want to keep lying? Was this net set up by her? Was a stone spear also prepared by her? This method of setting a net is exactly what I taught you before. Only then did she remember and panicked, wanting to make an excuse. Jialan didn't give her a chance to speak and continued to question her. Also, why was your blue stone in the cellar, and did you spill the water? I hope you can tell the truth about this. Man Fei cried with tears streaming down her face. I didn't spill the water. It wasn't me. I've never done such a thing. But in her heart, she thought, Brother Jialan looks very angry, and spilling the reserve water would make me a sinner to the whole tribe. I absolutely cannot admit it. Man Fei closed her eyes and screamed. It was Lei Si, flashing back to when the water jars were broken. Man Fei recounted, that day, I saw Lei Si push over all the water in the cellar. I wanted to go tell Brother Jialan, but Man Fei was choked by Lei Si. He said, Man Fei, if you dare to say anything, I'll immediately make you my female, and I'll offer you to Shita to enjoy with him. Man Fei continued. He found me out. He threatened me to shift all the blame onto Lin Manhwa. She was still kneeling on the ground, her voice choked with sobs. I was really too scared. I could only do as he said. Besides, Brother Jialan is mine. But ever since Lin Manhwa came, you only care about her. I hate her. Jialan frowned. Man Fei, that's not an excuse for you to slander and harm others. Apologize to Manhwa immediately. Clarify the truth to the whole tribe and swear you will never do it again. He turned away. Otherwise, you are no longer my sister, and I will no longer be lenient with you. Man Fei tightly gripped Jialan's hand, pleading, Brother Jialan, please don't abandon me. Man Fei didn't even look at Manhwa, just mumbled resentfully, sorry. He snatched his hand away and scolded angrily. Man Fei, fix your attitude. She knelt before Manhwa and said loudly, Lin Manhwa, I'm sorry. Tomorrow morning I will clear up the misunderstanding with the whole tribe and tell the truth. Please forgive me. She looked up and continued, I'm willing to go transport water with you too. Consider it my way of making up for my mistake. But in her heart, Man Fei calculated, although apologizing to Lin Manhwa is very unpleasant. But if I can go transport water with Brother Jialan, maybe I can deepen the affection between us. Manhwa sighed. All right, for Jialan's sake, I accept your apology. She thought to herself, although I don't really trust Man Fei's words, her father did save Jialan's life after all, and Jialan has helped me time and time again. Then Manhwa thought for a moment. As for atoning for your sin, she extended a hand towards Man Fei. If it's about atonement, then you'll be in charge of watching over the transport team, escorting the supplies for trading water. Jialan smiled. That works too. Tomorrow Manhwa and I will set off first. We'll scout the surrounding terrain and look for a water source. The supplies for trading water will be transported with the help of others from the tribe. Man Fei, you go with them. Man Fei blurted out, what? She felt as if struck by lightning and muttered to herself. In that case, isn't my plan to get closer to Brother Jialan ruined? He frowned at her unhappily. What's wrong? Man Fei, you don't agree? She covered her mouth and said, no, I agree. In her heart, Man Fei cried silently. If I say I don't agree, Brother Jialan will definitely stay angry with me. At this moment, Jialan and Mingyue were slowly walking down the road. She spoke up and asked, Jialan, shouldn't we be setting off now? Mingyue stretched lightly. But how are we going to travel? Are we walking? Just then, Jialan transformed into a huge lion, leaving her stunned. He roared. He looked at Mingyue and said, get on. She was dumbfounded. You want me to ride? Ride on you? Jialan replied in a soft voice. Get on. Mingyue's heart was filled with excitement. I never would have imagined that one day I could ride a lion. She stared wide-eyed at his smooth fur, this majestic mane. Then Mingyue delightedly touched his tail. This long, thick tail. She excitedly jumped onto Jialan's back. Mingyue let out, and this soft fur and super cute. Ears. She smiled radiantly. I'm in love. I'm in love. Jialan asked shyly, Mingyue, you like me that much? He thought to himself, yet she keeps stroking my sensitive parts. Coming on to me. Mingyue happily sniffed Jialan's fur. She replied, I like it, I super like it. She thought to herself, a giant fluffy cat. Who wouldn't like that? Jialan frowned and replied, you said it. Then when we're done with our business in return, I will definitely reciprocate properly. You're not allowed to reject me then. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his paws and ran swiftly. Let's go now. Jialan and Mingyue moved quickly. She exclaimed with delight, so fast, so comfortable. She suddenly remembered what Jialan had just said. She thought to herself, but what did Jialan just say? Not allowed to reject what? A few days later, at A's Tower, seeing the magnificent and splendid buildings, Mingyue said joyfully, wow, so this is A's Tower? The two quickly arrived at the bustling market. Mingyue was extremely excited. This place is so lively. Jialan smiled and explained, A's Tower is one of the few towns in Jialuoxi that has a river flowing through it, and it's only separated from the Sainanin tribe by a river. It's a trading post for exchange between Jialuoxi and Sainanin, so it's relatively prosperous. Mingyue looked around. It all made sense. She thought to herself, no wonder this place is so much more prosperous than Melia, since they're both towns in Jialuoxi. Just then, she bumped into a rabbit man. He yelled, don't you watch where you're going? Mingyue said softly, I'm sorry. I accidentally bumped into you, my apologies. Seeing her beautiful face, the man was a little dazed. He was as if struck by love at first sight. So beautiful. He leaned in close and said to Mingyue, you are so young and beautiful. Can you be my new female? His wife, standing behind him holding their child, called out softly, honey. The little one followed, daddy. Several other men also appeared. Although they were complete strangers, every one of them was mesmerized by Mingyue's beauty. They said, me too, be my female. Mingyue shouted angrily. With a bunch of wives and kids right there, you still have the nerve? You're all just pig-headed scumbags. Just then, Jialan rushed over and hugged Mingyue. He frowned threateningly. This is my female. We are each other's one and only. Everyone else can get lost. Mingyue thought shyly. He's calling me his female again. Why does it seem like I'm not resisting it like before? Her heart was pounding. It's beating so fast here. Jialan angrily pulled Mingyue away. Let's go. At the market. At that moment, Dela, the market master, was yelling at a man, point one animal hide for one day's stall. Where is your hide? Zayn replied worriedly, Market master, business has been bad these past 2 days. How about I use this stone to cover the rent? What do you think? Dela angrily kicked away Zay and stones. Who wants your worthless rocks? He pushed Zay and far away. If you don't have an animal hide, then don't set up your stall here. Anymore. Scram. Just then, Mingyue saw Zayn being pushed to the ground. Then the stone rolled near her feet. Seeing it, her eyes widened as she thought, what a huge diamond. Is this the pigeon's egg diamond from the novels? That man just now really has no eye for quality. She quickly helped Zayn up. Mingyue said softly, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Zayn obediently replied, I'm fine, thank you. Seeing Mingyue, Dalal laughed gleefully. Where did this little beauty come from, running all over the place? He quickly rushed towards her. This is my territory. Big brother will take you out to have some fun. Jialan angrily grabbed at L.A.'s hand. Jialan was so strong that he broke the bones into L.A.'s hand. He cried out in fear. Jialan said in a loud voice, who gave you the guts to touch my female? L.A.'s face turned pale with fear. Lion King Jialan, it's you? Jialan quickly kicked him far away. Dala fell into a pit and ran off in fear to tattle to his big brother. You dare step into Lord Shita's territory. You're really looking for death. I'm going to report this to Lord Shita right now. Mingyue turned around worriedly and said to Jialan, Jialon, I remember Mo by said before that you and Shita are rivals. Should we catch that guy and stop him from reporting the news? The people around whispered among themselves. Jialon, isn't that Lord Shita's mortal enemy? Jialon calmly replied to Manhwa, no need. Even if we catch him, there's still many people here. He added seriously, since this is his territory, we were bound to run into him sooner or later. Besides, I've never been afraid of him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a hide from his waist. He offered it to Zay, and I happen to have an animal hide. Can I trade it for this stone? Zayn obediently offered the stone and replied, no need, no need, this stone is a gift for you too. Thank you for helping me just now. Jialon said loudly, no, you must take the hide. I didn't help you just now. I was only protecting my female. Jialon gently gave the sparkling stone to Manhwa. Manhwa, this is for you. He said softly, I see that you seem to like it very much. Consider it a thank you gift for coming to A's Tower with me. Manhwa replied joyfully, thank you. I really do love it. She thought happily, who wouldn't love it? This is a huge 10-carat diamond. I must bring it with me when I transmigrate back. Just then, Mengtai of the Melia tribe appeared, leading several camels. He called out, Chief. Jialon said loudly, you're here too. Were all the goods for the water trade delivered safely? Mengtai replied softly, rest assured, Chief. Everything went very smoothly. Manhwa looked around, puzzled, and spoke up. Hey, where's Man Fei? Didn't she set out with you guys? Mengtai said. Man Fei said she has a friend in A's Tower that she wanted to visit. So she split up with us as soon as we entered A's Tower. Manhwa asked, bewildered, a friend? Jialon, have you ever heard of that? Jialon replied, never. At A's Tower, Shita's palace, Man Fei's voice rang out. Lacey, I feel like you've changed a lot. It seems you're not doing too badly living in A's Tower, huh? Lacey said aloud with delight, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't given me that bad advice, telling me to come to A's Tower and rely on Lord Shita, I wouldn't be living my current life. Man Fei cut in with excitement. Then you have to put in a few good words for me with Shita later, so that Shita can help me get rid of Lin Manhwa quickly. Lacey chuckled softly. Don't worry. Inside the palace, Shita was sitting with several long-legged girls. Seeing Man Fei and Lacey arrive, he said loudly, you've brought the person? Shita is the current leader of A's Tower. Lacey replied obediently, yes, Lord Shita. This is the person I mentioned to you before, the daughter of the former chief of Melia, Man Fei. Man Fei spoke sharply. Lacey must have told you about the rain-summoning goddess, Lin Manhwa. I'm sure Lord Shita is also very interested in her, right? She has now arrived in A's Tower. I hope you can quickly send people to capture her. Shita slowly stood up. He approached Man Fei and said, the rain-summoning goddess, I will naturally capture her, but there's no hurry. He reached out and pinched Man Fei's chin. This face is indeed beautiful. No wonder it drove Lacey crazy before. Lacey, I want this female. You don't have any objections, do you? Lacey laughed gleefully. Of course not. I brought her here precisely to offer her to Lord Shita. Man Fei sharply slapped Shita's hand away. She said loudly, what are you trying to do? Shita quickly forced a kiss on Man Fei. You'll know what I want to do very soon. Man Fei screamed in anger. I'll let go. Let me go, don't. Jialon, save me. By the lake, Jialon and Manhwa were resting on their journey. Mengtai said, we've traded for so much water this time. It should be enough to last for a long time, right? We'll transport the water back to Melia first. The chief and the goddess can wander around here for a few more days. Manhwa looked around. She thought to herself, it's the man who wanted to report the news earlier. He's brought back so many people. Jialon said loudly, I'll go distract the group over there. Mengtai, you get Manhwa out of A's Tower first. We'll regroup outside A's Tower. Mengtai obediently complied. All right, Manhwa gently reminded him. This is their territory. You must be careful. Jialon smiled at her. Don't worry. Be good and wait for me to come back. Jialon said loudly, are you looking for me? Du Bien and his underlings rushed forward. You really aren't afraid of death, Jialon. He pointed straight at his face. Go, capture him, and present him to Lord Shita. As two of Du Bien's disciples advanced towards Jialon, he frowned, then quickly drew his knife. Then we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Jialon powerfully snapped the two men's spears. He took down all of Du Bien's underlings. Seeing Jialon rushing towards him, Du Bien begged in fear, you don't come over here. Zhao Lan brought the knife close to his neck, his face full of provocation. Du Bian blurted out in fear, "Your sister Man Fei is now in Lord Shita's hands. If you kill me, she will have to die too." He quickly took out the jade pendant from Man Fei's body as proof. "This is something from her person. I'm really not lying to you." Zhao Lan replied with a scowl, "Get up, take me to see Shita." Outside A's tower, Mingyue and Meng Tai were waiting for Zhao Lan. Her heart was full of anxiety. Why isn't Zhao Lan out yet? Just then, the figure of a man appeared behind her. Mingyue slowly turned her head. She exclaimed with joy, "Zhao Lan." Suddenly, her face filled with alarm. Lacey stood before Mingyue, a sinister smile on his face. "Lin Mingyue, long time no see." At the prison, the door slowly opened. Lacey pushed Mingyue inside. She cried out in pain, "Ouch." She frowned, "It hurts so much." Just then, Zane appeared. He asked curiously, "It's you. I remember your name is Mingyue, right? Weren't you already leaving? How did you get captured and brought here too?" Mingyue replied, bewildered, "Huh, you're the brother who was selling diamonds at the market." Zayn whispered, "My name is Zayn. Where's the male who was with you? Why isn't he here?" Mingyue sighed, but it's a long story. She thought sadly, "I don't know how Zhao Lan is doing right now. I hope he's safe and sound." Zayn gently touched her shoulder. When Mingyue turned her head, he smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Wait until tonight when the guards let their guard down. I'll transform into my animal form and fly out. I'll steal a small knife to cut the rattan ropes on the door and get you out of here." Mingyue asked curiously, "Your animal form is?" Zayn replied obediently, "A crow, a white-tailed crow." Mingyue slowly added, "The white-tailed crow has a small body, so it can indeed fly out. But when I was captured just now, I noticed there are many guards outside. Even if we escape from the prison, it's very likely we'll be caught again." Seeing the cactus in front of her, Mingyue suddenly had an idea. "Hey, there's a cactus growing here." She thought to herself, "I have an idea. Although the risk is very high, let's give it a try for now." At night, Mingyue had successfully made a small piece of cloth. She exclaimed with joy, "A great success." Zayn curiously asked, "What is this?" She replied softly, "This is a cactus soaked in Dachira flower extract. It causes hallucinations and induces a coma." Mingyue was secretly delighted. Luckily, the guards here didn't recognize Dachira flowers, so they didn't confiscate the ones I picked from the bed during the search. While the guard was still drowsy, Mingyue quickly made her move. "Watch this." She swiftly flung 2 cactus spines toward the guard. The 2 spines struck his shoulder. He thought in bewilderment, "Why do I feel so numb? I'm so dizzy." A second later, the guard fell backward onto the floor. Zayn's eyes widened in amazement. "Wow, he's down. That's amazing." At A's Tower Palace, some guards were standing watch outside. They whispered to each other, "I heard that Lord Shita got a beauty for Melia today. She's the daughter of the former Melia tribe chief." As Zay and Mingyue peeked from behind a wall, they didn't notice and continued talking. "Lord Shita must be enjoying the beauty right now, huh? I'm so envious." Hearing these words, Mingyue thought in astonishment. The daughter of the former Melia tribe. Isn't that Man Fei? How did she fall into Shita's hands? She thought further. Could it be that Zhao Lan was late because of this? Zayn spotted a small opening. He pointed and said, "Mingyue, there's a hole up ahead and no one is guarding it. We can leave this place. Let's hurry over there." Mingyue gripped the knife in her hand. She said aloud, "Zayn, you go first. I still have something to do." She thought to herself, although Man Fei always targeted me in the past, she was kind of Zhao Lan. I can't just watch her die and not save her. Besides, it's very likely Zhao Lan is here too. Zayn asked curiously, "You want to go save the person from Melia they were just talking about? I'll go with you." An extra person means extra strength. He added cheerfully, "Although I'm not very strong. If anyone dares to bully you, I can transform into my beast form and peck his eyes out." Mingyue smiled and replied, "Thank you, Zay." And a moment later, the 2 of them were standing behind a wall, peeking out. Mingyue exclaimed, "Is anyone there?" Suddenly, a group of people walked by, forcing the 2 of them to hide. Mingyue anxiously peeked her head out. Man Fei. But just then, another group of people passed by, forcing them to hide again. Half an hour later, Zayn said wearily, "This is not good. This palace is just too big." "It is," Mingyue said, panting heavily. "Besides, this Shita is truly disgusting. A scumbag, a super mega scumbag." Zayn added, "That's right. He captures so many females like this, imprisoning them against their will." Remembering what they saw earlier, Mingyue and Zay were utterly shocked. Down in the basement, girls were beaten, their hands bound so tightly they couldn't move. A pink-haired girl exclaimed, "Were you also captured by Shita? Can you help us? Shita is a demon. We want to go home." Mingyu quickly untied the girls. She said, "All right, we'll get you out of here." Returning to the present, Mingyu smiled. "Luckily, we had enough strength to save them. I hope they can run far away and not get caught by Shita again." Zane exclaimed, "Mingyu." He looked at the last room and said, "This is the last room on this floor." The pink-haired girl gently took Mingyu's hand. "Thank you for saving us. The females captured by Shita are all locked up on this floor. If the person you're looking for isn't here, it's very likely she has been tortured to death by Shita." Already, Mingyu thought worriedly, "I hope Man Fei is still alive." Mingyu quickly pushed open the last door. Inside, Man Fei was being brutally assaulted by Shita. She screamed, "I want to kill you." She cried out, "I want to kill you, ugh." Shita replied with amusement, "Go on, kill me. If you still have the strength, feel free to come and kill me." Ha ha ha. Just then, Mingyu gently stabbed 2 cactus spines into his neck. Shita turned around, annoyed, and asked, "Who are you?" Mingyu said in a loud voice, "Let Man Fei go now." Seeing Mingyu, Man Fei thought to herself, "Lin Mingyu, she came to save me? Seeing me like this, she must be gloating, right?" Shita gently pulled out the 2 cactus spines. He sneered, "Oh, so you're that rain-summoning goddess, Lin Mingyu. You are indeed very beautiful. I was originally planning to enjoy Man Fei first, and then slowly enjoy you." Mingyu thought worriedly. He was clearly hit by the Dachira juice. Why is he still so clear-headed? Just then, Shita knocked Zay and far away. He said in a loud voice, "Since you're here, that's perfect." Mingyu exclaimed, "Zayn." Shita stood before her. He smirked and said, "Then serve me along with Man Fei. It will surely be a different kind of pleasure." Mingyu fiercely advanced toward him with her knife. She shouted, "In your dreams." However, Shita quickly caught her. She was just like you a moment ago, so resilient and spirited. "Isn't she submissive now?" He moved closer, threatening Mingyu, "I advise you to be obedient. You might suffer a little less." Just then, Jialan appeared out of nowhere. He lunged at Shita. "Let go of her with your filthy hands. Don't touch Mingyu." Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment, "Jialan." She thought worriedly, so many wounds, and they're still bleeding. What on earth did Jialan go through? At that moment, Jialan charged forward, heedless of the danger. At Shita, he glared and said, "How have you been, old friend?" "As expected of you. Even the punishment room I meticulously arranged couldn't hold you." Jialan reminded Man Fei, "What are you still spacing out for? Run." Man Fei quickly put her clothes back on. He turned to Mingyu and said, "Mingyu, you run too." The two of them quickly ran outside. Just then, Lei Si and his accomplices appeared. He exclaimed, "Lord Shita." Shita replied softly, "You've come at the right time, Lei Si." He removed his eye patch and said, "Capture all of them. Don't let a single one escape." Just then, Shita transformed into a large bird. Lei Si looked at Man Fei. He said with contempt, "TSK, TSK. Man Fei, why are you in such a sorry state now? Weren't you so arrogant?" He frowned and added, "At first, you took advantage of my affection, ordering me to do your dirty work and telling me to take the blame. You truly brought this upon yourself." Lei Si gently lifted Man Fei's chin, making her tremble in fear. "Although your heart is very dark, your face isn't bad. After Lord Shita is tired of you, if you admit your mistake, I might reluctantly take you in." Just then, Mingyu rushed forward and slapped Lei Si's hand away. She said loudly, defending Man Fei, "In your dreams. What do you think women are?" Lei Si licked the blood on his hand with amusement. "Lin Mingyu, you're protecting Man Fei? You females are truly foolish. She ordered me to harm you, yet you're protecting her." Mingyu retorted loudly, "Of course I know she wanted to harm me. Therefore, how to deal with her is for me to decide. It's not your place to punish her." She added, "Most females' combat strength is not equal to males, so we should help each other all the more. Right now, the person I'm protecting is not just Man Fei, but a woman being bullied by a man." Hearing these words, Man Fei had a sudden realization. Lei Si angrily rushed toward Mingyu. "If you want to stand up for her, then you can just serve me and Lord Shita in her place." Just then, Zayn, in his bird form, charged forward. He said, "I won't allow you to harm Ming. You." He flew and pecked at Lei Si's head, startling him. "What is this thing? That hurts." He quickly transformed into a large lizard and knocked Zayn down. Lei Si ordered, "Capture those 2 females." Lei Si gently picked up Zayn. He swallowed him whole. This tiny thing that doesn't know its own limits. "I'll just swallow a whole." Mingyu cried out in worry, "Zayn." She thought, "What do I do? What do I do? How can I save Zayn?" At this critical moment, Big Gut by Appear to High. It's me again. Friendly reminder, your lightning skill has finished its cooldown. Mingyu said, "I want to use it. I want to use a lightning skill. Strike Lei Si now. Don't let him harm Zayn." Big Gut by replied, "You can't use the skill just by shouting." Mingyu said blankly, but there's no one here to kiss. I can't be expected to kiss the guards next to me. Oh, that's right. I remember last time, just imagining it also worked. She blushed as she imagined an intimate scene with Jialan. In it, she gently kissed his chest. She asked softly, Jialan, does it hurt? She kept kissing him, making him shy. Mingyu. Right at that moment, lightning appeared. Mingyu shouted, strike down, lightning. She thought, embarrassed. Phew, luckily no one knows what I was just fantasizing about. It's so embarrassing. The lightning struck Lei Si hard, causing him great pain. Seeing Lei Si pass out, the nearby guards exclaimed in astonishment. What happened? Why did a bolt of lightning just strike? Down. Suddenly, arrows appeared from the sky, flying toward the guards. One cried out. Mingyu exclaimed in astonishment. Why are you all here? Didn't you already leave? The pink-haired girl replied, Lin Mingyu, thank you for saving us. And now, it's our turn to save you. The girls fiercely shot arrows at the guards. They were hit by the arrows, but could do nothing. Mingyu quickly picked up Zan. She called out sadly, Zan. Luckily, he's okay. On the other side, Shita had bitten a chunk of flesh from Jialan's body. He screamed in pain. Mingyu cried out in fear. Jialan. At this moment, the lightning was still on cooldown. She thought to herself, damn it, the lightning skill can't be used. Jialan, attack his back. Bite the feathers on his back. That's his weak spot. Shita thought in astonishment. How does this female know my weak spot? Jialan frowned. A good opportunity. He quickly bit Shita's back. The pink-haired girl quickly reminded them, we can't stay here for long. Let's go. Mingyu worriedly looked back and said, Jialan, let's go. On the other side, Jialan had bitten into a piece of Shita's skin. Thap! He collapsed onto the floor in pain. Outside, Mongtai saw Min Noyet and shouted, Chieftain, Divine Maiden. He sighed, thank heavens, you're finally out. Min Noyet asked in astonishment, Mongtai, didn't you already return to Mok Loi, eh? She thought to herself, although Loi too captured me. Out of respect for our shared tribal past, he released Mongtai and the other members of the Mok Loi, a tribe, to let them return to their country. Mongtai replied, Divine Maiden, although I don't have the ability to protect you, I couldn't just leave you uncared for. The others have returned to Mok Loi, to seek reinforcements. Just then, exhausted, Jia Lam collapsed unconscious. Onto the floor, Manhwa cried out in shock. Min Noyet rushed over, calling out loudly, Jia Lam. Manhwa added, Jia Lam. Min Noyet quickly examined his wounds and said, Jia Lam has many injuries, but luckily, none are in critical spots. Tay Thap is heavily wounded now, so he definitely won't have time to chase us. Let's find a place to rest and recover first. 2 days later, at this moment, Min Noyet was carefully applying medicine to Jia Lam. She whispered, I found something good nearby. This is Black Sea Buckthorn. It helps promote wound healing. Jia Lam let out a soft cry. Min Noyet said in a panic, Sorry, did I hurt you? She became flustered. I'll be a little quicker. Please bear with it. Jia Lam slowly opened his eyes. He called out, Min Noyet. Seeing him awake, she replied joyfully, It's me. I'm here. We're very safe now. You don't need to worry. She asked with concern, By the way, after Montai and I left, what exactly happened? Why were you covered in wounds when you came to save me? Coughing, Jia Lam replied, After I learned that Manhwa was inside Tay Thap's tower, I wanted to go save her. But they had already devised a plan and set up numerous traps. After I struggled free from the traps and chased after them, I saw you. Min Noyet feigned anger. Oh, so you wanted to save Manhwa, and saving me was just a convenience. Jia Lam replied awkwardly, Of course not. You are the most important. But Manhwa's father saved my life and raised me. I can't just sit by and do nothing about her. Either. Min Noyet smiled, hugged him, and said, All right, I was just teasing you. I'm not angry. Seeing that you still have this much spirit, I'm relieved. Manhwa was captured by Tay Thap, so it's normal for you to go save her. I can understand. If it were me, I would have done the same. Meanwhile, Manhwa was sitting in a corner, frowning and blaming herself. I've harmed her so many times in the past. Why did she still come to save me, and even want to protect me? I heard from the other females that she came all the way from the houses in Tay Thap's territory to find me. At this moment, Min Noyet walked over, and a fragrant aroma wafted by. As soon as she smelled it, she joyfully located the source of the food. The moment she saw the meat, her eyes lit up and her mouth watered as she said, Oh, the roasted meat I made is ready. She turned and called out, Man-Fi, the meat is cooked. You should come over and eat too. By the way, could you please go call Traken and Montai to come over as well? Man-Fi crossed her arms and muttered, Who does she think she is? Daring to order me around. But she still stood up and hurried off to call the others. After a while, the 5 of them had gathered around the fire. Min Noyet praised as she ate. So delicious. Mongtai also praised while eating. Divine Maiden, this dish you call roasted meat is truly delicious. She smiled and replied, If we had spices, marinating it a bit beforehand would make it even better. When I get the chance, I'll find a way to make some spices. She turned to call Gia Lam, but saw him frowning with a very heavy heart. She held his arm and said, By the way, Gia Lam, you were unconscious for 2 days. Based on what we've heard, combined with intelligence from Trake and Among Tai, we speculate there's a large valley to the southwest where there might be a new water source. Hearing this, Gia Lam frowned. There's indeed a valley to the southwest. A moment later, Gia Lam said, The dangers of the chasm are unknown. Min Noyet and I will go investigate. Let's part ways here. Mongtai smiled and replied, All right, chieftain. I'll take Man-Fi back to Mok Loya first. You two should also return soon. Man-Fi, still sharp-tongued, sneer at Min Noyet. Lam Min Noyet, don't be so smug. I'm only lending you my brother Gia Lam temporarily. Once we're back in Mok Loy, he'll still be mine. Min Noyet scoffed. He is indeed your brother. And what's more, he will only ever be your brother. Man-Fi replied angrily, Lam Min Noyet, I was actually going to thank you. Thank you for coming to save me. But you are truly so detestable. I really do still loathe you. Mongtai said gently, Man-Fi, save some energy. We still have a very long road ahead of us. Traken spoke up shyly, Min Noyet. After being away from home for so many days, I have to go back too. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll be able to meet again. He asked shyly, Can I give you a hug? Min Noyet quickly went over and hugged him. She said, If fate allows, we'll meet again. You're also welcome to visit Mok Loy, she said playfully, and bring me a few diamonds while you're at it. Traken smiled. All right. He thought to himself, we will definitely meet again. As Traken left, Min Noyet gently waved goodbye to him. Goodbye, Traken. Thank you for your help along the way. She turned back and said to Gia Lam, let's go too. Seeing his angry face, she asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? She worriedly checked his body. Are you uncomfortable somewhere? After several days of treatment, you should be almost fully recovered, right? Gia Lam said in a loud voice, I want one too. Min Noyet asked, bewildered, want what? Gia Lam quickly pulled her closer. He pulled Min Noyet into his arms. He held her tightly. I want one too. Recalling Gia Lam's sulky, angry face, Min Noyet chuckled softly as, oh, he was jealous just now. How cute. At night, seeing a puddle of water ahead, Gia Lam exclaimed joyfully, Min Noyet, there's water up ahead. He added, did it rain heavily here? Why are there so many puddles? Min Noyet quickly pulled Gia Lam back. She warned, wait. She quickly picked up a rock. Then she threw it towards the puddle. She frowned, just as I thought. Ahead is a desert swamp. Gia Lam asked blankly, what's a desert swamp? She replied, softly, this vicinity has an abundant underground water source. It creates desert swamps, which is equivalent to a layer of sand on top with water underneath. But because there's a mixed layer of mud and water in between, it's very difficult to get out if you sink in. Gia Lam was very surprised, so that's how it is. That's why the large rock just now sank into the groundwater. So, can we get the water from under the desert swamp? Min Noyet answered, we can, but it's not necessary. If this place has such an abundant underground water source, I'm sure there's a river nearby. Let's cross the swamp and keep going straight. The two of them quickly made their way across. Min Noyet gently reminded him, be careful, don't go in too deep. If you find a soft spot, don't step on it. Just then, gusts of wind suddenly blew in from nowhere. Gia Lam waved his hand to brush it away. He said this kind of fog is poisonous. Min Noyet, hold your breath quickly. I've encountered this type of fog before while hunting. Min Noyet quickly grabbed Gia Lam's hand. She said, it's gas. Let's get out of here quickly. She thought to herself, we're in a dilemma in this swamp. There's still a long way to go. Just holding our breath is fundamentally unrealistic. We can only go faster and leave it to fate. Half an hour later, the two had reached a forest. Min Noyet exclaimed joyfully, we're finally out. But my head hurts so much. She turned her head and said, there's a forest up ahead. Gia Lam. At this moment, Gia Lam was too exhausted, and he slowly collapsed. Min Noyet called out urgently, Gia Lam, she thought to herself. It seems that although Gia Lam has recovered 70 or 80%, his body is still weak and fundamentally can't resist the toxicity of the gas. Near areas with gas, there will always be detoxifying herbs. I'll go into the forest ahead and see. She gently kissed his forehead. You wait for me here. I'll be back quickly. A moment later, Min Noyet was picking herbs. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. She exclaimed joyfully, found it. I can go back. She turned her head in astonishment. Just then, a python opened its huge mouth towards her. In the late-night forest, a sudden, piercing scream rang out, startling a flock of birds that were settling down to sleep into flight. Terrified, Min Noyet fell to the ground and clasped her hands, begging, I didn't know this was your territory. I only came to find herbs and had no intention of offending you. Please, great sir, be magnanimous and spare me. The giant python was panting as it stared intently at her, its long tongue flicking out. Seeing this, Min Noyet thought to herself, why does this python look a bit weak? She noticed the rest of its body draped over a tree. Seeing the layer of skin still on its body, she immediately understood, so it stuck while shedding its skin. It looks like it's been stuck for a long time. She immediately had an idea and whispered a proposal. Mr. Python, how about we make a deal? I'll help you shed your skin, and you'll spare me. How about it? Please believe me, I can help you shed your skin smoothly. The giant python arrogantly turned its head away, seeming to disagree. Seeing this, Min Noyet felt confused. Suddenly, the python flung its lower body, still stuck in the old skin, down towards her, making her jump. She wondered in confusion. So this is its way of telling me to help it shed? This python is so hard to understand. Still, it seems I've narrowly escaped death for now. She started to approach, pouring water on the peeling skin and explaining, your tail is stuck because it's too dry here. I don't have much water left on me. I'll soothe it for you first. I think I saw a traveler's tree here just now. The water stored inside is abundant enough to soften your old skin. Explanation. The traveler's tree is a tree that will have water flow out when a hole is drilled into its trunk. She turned her head to search around, then pointed in a direction and cheered. Found it. 20 minutes later, Min Noyet led the giant python to the base of the traveler's tree and drilled a hole in the trunk to let water fall onto the skin. She said happily, now the old skin is almost completely softened. Seeing her approach its skin, the python was startled. She held its body still and said, I'll help you hold on to the old skin. Try using your strength to move forward. The giant python did as she said and moved forward. Just then, the last layer of skin was finally shed. Min Noyet's eyes lit up as she cheered, success. Sir Python, you're amazing. At that moment, the python transformed into a tall man with silver hair and blue eyes. The moment Min Noyet saw him, she was startled, her face flushing as she thought, even though I've accepted this world's Beastman setup, this is still a bit too sudden. But I can't deny this python is very handsome. She stared intently downwards, squinting as she thought. Moreover, realizing what she was doing, she quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, I'm sorry. How rude of me. Vuda stepped forward, lifted her chin, and asked, why cover your eyes? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Rest assured, I have no interest in the weak. What's your name? Min Noyet shyly introduced herself. Min Noyet. What about you? But he snorted coldly with a look of disdain. The weak are not worthy of knowing my name. Hearing this, she didn't take it to heart and just nodded. But he glanced at her arrogantly and continued. However, since you've helped me, I can reluctantly tell you. Vuda hearing this, Min Noyet broke into a sweat, thinking to herself he's so hard to understand. He leaned down, his deep voice resonating. I don't like being indebted to others. Since you helped me, I can agree to do one thing for you. For example, become your male and protect you for a lifetime of peace. Hearing this, Min Noyet quickly waved her hands. Huh? It was just a small favor. There's no need to repay me with your body. Hearing this, Vuda narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You're unwilling? Could it be that your male is very jealous and won't accept serving you alongside another male? Min Noyet thought of Gia Lam and blushed, thinking to herself, very jealous. Why am I thinking of Gia Lam? Min Noyet, don't have improper thoughts. She collected herself and explained, I was just writing a wrong I saw. You don't owe me anything. Since you've successfully shed your skin, I still have urgent matters to attend to, so I must be going. As she was about to leave, Vuda suddenly grabbed her hand tightly, pulling her back and saying no. If I say I'll repay you, I definitely will. There are many beasts near here. If you want to go, then let me escort you out. Hearing this, Min Noyet thought to herself, help, a handsome snake man has latched onto me. What do? Online, very urgent. In the end, Vuda found some clothes to wear and then led Min Noyet outside. She went to Jia Lam's side, put the freshly ground medicinal juice into a leaf, and fed it to him. Vuda looked at Jia Lam appraisingly. This is your male. He even had to wait for you to save him. Why do you like someone so weak? As soon as she heard him being disparaged, she immediately retorted angrily. Jia Lam is not weak at all. He just went through a fierce battle and was hit by poisonous gas. That's why he fainted. Vuda smirked, protecting him like that. It seems you really do like him, huh? Min Noyet looked at Jia Lam, whose eyes were shut tight in front of her, and thought like, maybe I really do like him, but in the end, I don't belong to this world. I'm destined to leave, so what's the point of liking him? Jia Lam slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that he was awake, Min Noyet joyfully rushed over, about to hug him, and asked Jia Lam, "You're awake. How do you feel?" He pulled her into a tight embrace and called out, "Min Noyet, it's so good that you're all right." His face was filled with self-blame. "I clearly said I wanted to protect you, but Min Noyet cheerfully patted and comforted him. "Jia Lam, you did very well. You don't need to blame yourself. Besides, I'm not weak either. I'm not some delicate flower that can only be protected by you." Seeing the two of them hugging and showing affection, forgetting he was standing behind them, Vuda immediately coughed twice to remind them of his presence. The moment Jia Lam saw another Beastman, he immediately became vigilant, his face filled with killing intent. He stood in front of Min Noyet and asked warily, "Who are you?" Vuda coldly repeated what he said earlier. "You're too weak. You don't deserve to know my name." The two Beastmen stared at each other, sparks seemingly flying from their eyes. Standing in the middle, Min Noyet was extremely alarmed. Seeing that they were about to fight, she had to speak up to stop them. "Don't get agitated. Jia Lam is my friend, and Vuda is also my friend. We're all family, so let's be friendly to each other." Jia Lam grabbed Min Noyet's arm, pulling her closer to him, and said, "I'm not just her friend, I'm also her male. He is not our family." Not to be outdone, Vuda grabbed Min Noyet's other wrist and pulled her over. "You couldn't protect her. You're not worthy of being her male." And so, they both started pulling her. "Min Noyet is mine." Oh, has she admitted it? Caught in the middle being pulled by both sides, Min Noyet thought to herself, "It hurts." After a moment, she angrily shook off both men's hands and scolded, "That's enough. You too. If you keep pulling me back and forth like this, I won't be family with either of you." Jia Lam, still looking at Vuda with a hostile expression, replied, "I know, Min Noyet. I'll try to be friendly with him." With a look of utter disdain, Vuda replied, "For her sake, I'll also try to be friendly with this weakling." Seeing that the two were no longer about to fight, Min Noyet happily took both their hands, made them high five, and said, "That's more like it. There should be a water source ahead. Let's keep moving forward." Seeing the magnificent, giant waterfall in front of her, she exclaimed, "It's a waterfall. The waterfall is so majestic." The three of them stood together before this waterfall. Jia Lam mumbled, "We really found a water source." Vuda was also surprised. "I didn't expect there to be such scenery here." Min Noyet turned to Jia Lam and said, I haven't bathed in a few days. It's a bit uncomfortable. I want to go over there and bathe for a bit." Hearing this, Jia Lam understood and immediately nodded. "Go ahead. I'll stand guard for you." Vuda then glanced at Jia Lam and said, "I'll help you keep an eye on him." Seeing the two were about to fight again, Min Noyet thought to herself, "Is it really okay to leave these two here? Forget it. I feel so uncomfortable right now, I'll just ignore them. I should hurry up and go wash myself first." So, Min Noyet went to a secluded part of the lake, took off her clothes, and submerged herself in the water with satisfaction. This water is so cool and pleasant. She used her hands to scoop up water and let it run down her body. The continuous sound of running water made both Jia Lam and Vuda blush simultaneously. Just then, a pair of legs appeared and a voice spoke. "I didn't expect to find two strange males here." Hearing the sound, Jia Lam immediately turned around warily and asked, "What do you want?" The group of beasts replied, "This is our territory. Any males that appear here belong to our leader. Go, capture them, and present them to the leader." As soon as they finished speaking, the pack of beasts charged at the two of them. On her side, Min Noyet was still bathing and humming a song. The Wooming Mountains are range after range. The moonlight falls on the silver beach. Will someone please tell me, is that sky calling out to people? At this moment, a pair of legs was slowly approaching on the shore. The person frowned upon seeing the clothes on the cliff and mumbled, "Why are there females' clothes here? Could a female have mistakenly entered the sacred spring?" Hearing the noise, Min Noyet was startled, covered herself, and shouted, Who's there? The moment the young man saw her face, he was startled, his face flushing as he thought. So beautiful. Seeing him still staring, she angrily scolded. What are you looking at? Get out of here. If you don't leave, I'll call for help. Mante crossed his arms provocatively and asked, You're bathing in our tribe's sacred spring? You've defiled the sacred spring, and you dare to tell me to leave. You want to call people? I can call even more people. However, seeing as you have some looks, I can plead with the leader, my big sister, to pardon your crime. Saying that, he reached out to grab her. She quickly dodged and shouted, Don't come here. Gia Lam, Vuda, there's a pervert here. To escape him, she immediately jumped into a deeper spot, and her whole body went under. Seeing this, Mante panicked and shouted, Hey, get out quickly. The water is dangerous. A group of horses lay on the ground with wounds on their bodies. This was the result of Vuda and Gia Lam's work. He snorted with laughter. So you're only a little stronger than I imagined? He frowned. Same to you. Suddenly, a shout came from somewhere. Don't come here. Gia Lam, Vuda, there's a pervert here. Both of them were startled and turned around, thinking in unison. Ming Wyatt? Gia Lam ran in that direction, shouting, Ming Wyatt? They both saw someone. He immediately grabbed the person by the neck and growled, Where is Min Noyet? Gia Lam lifted him high. So you're the brat who bullied Min Noyet? Where's Min Noyet? The guy struggled. Let me go. How dare you treat me like this? Are you tired of living? Min Noyet's embarrassed shout was heard. Close your eyes. No one is allowed to look at me. She thought to herself, This is so embarrassing. I'm basically making a naked appearance. Hearing her voice, he immediately threw him away and turned towards her, calling, Ming Wyatt. She landed on the ground. Gia Lam, blushing, turned away and covered her. Min Noyet, it's okay now. I've thrown the pervert into the water. Thank you. His face was still red. Gia Lam frowned. In a bit, just tell me how you want to teach that brat a lesson. I'll let him taste the consequences of bullying you. She chuckled to herself. A shy Gia Lam is so cute. Okay, he struggled in the water, trying to call out, Help me, I can't swim. Not only did he not pull him out, he even threw a rock at the guy's head. Scared now, are you? Daring to bully my female. You're looking for death. The guy was flailing, with only his hand above the water. Nearby, a crocodile swam past. Min Noyet was startled. It's a Nile crocodile, a very big one. She turned to the large snake and said, Vuda, there's a Nile crocodile over there. Nile crocodiles are extremely ferocious. That brat was a bit rude, but his crime doesn't deserve death. Consider it a favor I'm asking of you. Please quickly help me get him out of there. Vuda exclaimed, What a pain. He used his snake body to slither into the water. The crocodile opened its mouth, preparing to eat the guy. Before the prey could enter its mouth, it was hit squarely on the head by a large snake tail. He clung to the snake's tail, completely soaked and crying, I thought I was going to die. More crocodiles appeared from behind. They attacked the snake's tail in unison. She cried out in alarm, Will ye be careful? Mingyu thought, How can there be so many crocodiles in such a small body of water? He screamed, Oh my God, I told you there was danger in the water. We're screwed. We're dead for sure this time. The snake snapped. Shut up. We fought the crocodiles alone. Meanwhile, Mingyu was still panicking on the shore. We're screwed. What should I do? There's so many crocodiles. If this continues, Wu Yi will be no match for them. Although Zhao Lan is a strong fighter, he has lived on land his whole life. I'm afraid he's not used to fighting underwater. She thought, Lin Mingyu, calm down. If you can't win with brute force, you have to defeat them with intelligence. Quick, think. Do Nile crocodiles have any weaknesses? Then she suddenly remembered and shouted, The weakness of Nile crocodiles is their eyes. Attack their eyes. She heard a bird's call. She looked up at the sky and remembered, Isn't that a plover? Now, crocodiles and plovers have a symbiotic relationship. If I can find the plover's nest, I might be able to find the crocodile's den. So that's it. There's a way to quickly save Wu Yi and the other one. Quickly. Mingyu turned to him. Zhao Lan, I need your help with something. The birds circled in the sky. Mingyu rode the lion, Zhao Lan, chasing after those birds. She shouted, Yes, that's it. Follow those plovers. If we find the plover's nest, we can also find the Nile crocodile's den. Mingyu frowned. This season happens to be the crocodile's egg-laying period. We can find the crocodile eggs. That can be used to threaten the crocodiles to stop their attack. The plovers landed near a lake. It must be around here. Mingyu pointed in that direction while nudging him. I'll search over here. You search over there. We have a split up. We must be quick. Zhao Lan asked, All right, but what does a crocodile's den look like? She described an image of a crocodile lying on the ground with eggs underneath it. Look for mounds of earth covered with dry grass and leaves. There's a high chance that's a crocodile's den. Crocodiles hide their eggs in those mounds. Zhao Lan replied, Understood. Not long after, he touched an egg. Zhao Lan was overjoyed. Mingyu, I think I found it. He carefully handed it to her. Mingyu was delighted. Yes, this is a crocodile egg. Let's go. Let's go save Wu Yi. The snake was still fighting the crocodiles. He was annoyed. How come there are still so many after I've fought so many? Will you just stop? A voice echoed from a distance. Wu Yi, we're back. Hearing this, one man and one snake became excited. Mingyu, she held the egg up high. You crocodiles, get out of here quickly, or I'll smash the crocodile eggs in my hand. Retreat, retreat quickly. The lion Jia Lan also roared. The crocodiles panicked when they saw the egg in Mingyu's hand. She threw the egg and shouted loudly, "Go, Pikachu!" Seeing the egg being thrown, the crocodiles rushed towards it. The snake Wu Yi, and he also landed safely on the ground. She asked, "Wu Yi, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" He replied, "Just a few crocodiles. They couldn't possibly hurt me. Even if you hadn't gotten their eggs to threaten them, I could have easily dealt with them." Suddenly, he screamed, his face full of fear. They're coming again. Let's run. He led the way. Everyone, follow me. A lush green carpet of grass stretched across the ground. The trees grew thickly in the Essica tribe. He introduced confidently, "Inside is my tribe, Essica." Then he turned back with a scowl. "Although you threw me into the water and almost got me eaten by crocodiles, so saving me was something you should have done anyway." But he looked at Mingyu excitedly. "The way you looked when you came to save me was really beautiful. I like you." Jia Lan and Wu Yi simultaneously blocked him from her. He continued, "So you can all stay as long as you want, big sis. Welcome to my tribe as a guest." A group of people walked out of the cave. Someone said loudly, "Deputy Chief, it's these two males." That person pointed to his bruised face. "Humph, you beat us up like this, and you still dare to come to our doorstep. You're really looking for death." Wu Yi and Jia Lan immediately denied it. "Who are you? What did we hit you?" He was stunned, then pointed angrily. "You still want to deny it? It was this evening, by the waterfall." Then he remembered the horses. "It was you?" Wu Yi asked, "Wasn't that beating enough?" That person yelled, "See?" They admitted it. "Deputy Chief, you have to get justice for us." He smiled and approached the purple-haired woman, speaking softly. "Deputy Chief, there must be some misunderstanding. They're my friends. I brought them here to invite them as guests." She pushed his hand away and scolded, "You dare to befriend people who harmed our tribe members, Manchi. It seems the chief usually spoils you too much, and now you're biting the hand that feeds you." She shouted, "Guards, seize these outsiders. Avenge our tribe members." Mingyu frowned and thought, "Isn't this a bit too impulsive? Why do they want to fight all of a sudden?" They all charged towards them. "Get them." She pondered, "We didn't come here to fight. Is there a way to retreat peacefully?" Then Mingyu had an idea. "Ah, that's right." She placed her index finger in the middle of her palm. "Hand, stop." They all froze, staring blankly at Mingyu. She smiled gently, holding a bag of fresh green grass. "We really didn't come here to fight. This is a small meeting gift. I hope everyone can forget what happened before. If you still don't welcome us, we can leave." They all just stared at that bundle of lush green grass, drooling. "Wow, it looks so tender. It must be delicious." She smiled to herself. Spirit beasts are extremely picky eaters. They absolutely love tender, fragrant, and juicy grass. I saw some on the way earlier and specially picked some as a meeting gift. She was annoyed. "What are you stopping for? Hurry up and capture them." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "All of you stop." Everyone bowed their heads. "Chief." Baiyu walked over, frowning. "What's with all the noise? What happened?" She stared at Baiyu. "Why is there another one?" And this time it's their chief. Jia Lan spoke up. "You are the chief of this tribe, so I'd like to ask, why were we suddenly attacked by your tribe at the waterfall today?" He frowned. "We were merely defending ourselves. Why must we now face your revenge?" She asked the person beside her. "What happened?" That person replied, "We saw that those two males were exceptionally handsome and wanted to capture them to present to the chief. Unexpectedly, Baiyu smacked that person on the head. Reckless." She smiled. "I heard from Manchi. Your name is Mingyu, right?" Wu Yi stood protectively in front of her. "What do you want?" Baiyu smiled amicably. "I'm very sorry. My tribe members have offended you. I've already heard about you saving Manchi. I invite you all to stay here tonight, to give us a chance to offer our warm hospitality." She pointed and shouted angrily, "Chief, they injured our people. Are we just going to let this go?" She turned back and said with annoyance, "Lingu, as the deputy chief, can't you even distinguish right from wrong?" Baiyu frowned and turned away. "Our people offended them first. Their skills were inferior, and now you want to wait for a chance to take revenge, ganging up on them? Besides, these two already have mates. I, Baiyu, have no interest in stealing other people's males." She turned back with a smile to Mingyu's group. "The three of you, please follow me." Jia Lan whispered in Mingyu's ear. "Mingyu, should we really go?" Wu Yi pondered, could it be a trap? She smiled. "Then we'll have to trouble Chief Bai." You. Mingyu mused, I want to try trusting the goodwill of this world, plus, I still have important business. I want to cooperate with the Essica tribe. As Baiyu led the way, she said openly, no need to be so formal. Just call me Baiyu. Behind their group, the beaten man said, Deputy Chief, are we really just going to let this go like that? Linga stroked that person's face. They beat you up like this. How can we just let go? But there's no rush since they've entered the tribe. I'll have my ways to deal with them slowly. Inside the cave was an incredibly vast space. She exclaimed, wow, this place is huge. Manchi's nose tilted up. Of course, this stone cave is big, and there are many stone chambers. Each household is assigned a spacious one. He led the way. My home is right ahead. You guys can stay in the stone chamber next to my house. It happens to be empty. A little girl with 2 pigtails came running out. Brother. Manchi bent down, his heart filled with happiness. Xiao Yao. He hugged the child and introduced, Mingyu, this is my younger sister, Man Yao. You can call her Xiao Yao. The little one spoke with an adorable, childish voice. Hello, big sister. Mingyu was captivated by her cute and lovely appearance. She bent down and gently pinched the child's cheek. Hello, you're so adorable, so well-behaved. Jialan gently watched Mingyu from the side. His heart pounded in his chest. Mingyu really does like little babies. In the future, we will also have a little baby of our own. Suddenly, the child coughed a few times. Manchi was worried. Xiao Yao. Baiyu came closer and exclaimed, oh no, she has a fever again. Quickly take her back to rest. Mingyu asked worriedly, what illness does Xiao Yao have? Baiyu was just as worried, I'm not sure. Many people in our tribe have contracted this strange illness. It starts with frequent coughing, then it gets more and more serious. Not only coughing, but their whole body gets hot. She sighed. Manchi's parents both died from this disease. A while ago, Xiao Yao suddenly started coughing and having fevers too. She seemed to understand something. I know a little about medicine. Can I take a look at her? She thought to herself, most of the tribe has this strange disease. Could it be an infectious disease of the spirit beasts? At this moment, Man Yao was growing weaker. The little girl kept coughing. Mingyu gently took Man Yao's pulse. She frowned. You. She turned to ask Man Te, when did Chu Yu start coughing and running a fever, and who does she usually have a lot of contact with? Man Te gently replied. Chu Yu started coughing and running a fever 10 days ago. She mostly stays inside and rarely goes out. She only has a lot of contact with me and the chieftainess. Min Noyet frowned. She said, Bak Viet just mentioned that your parents passed away from this illness. May I be so bold as to ask around what time they passed away? Mante recounted, it's been over a year. They passed away not long after Yu was born. Min Noyet replied softly, I see. Her heart was filled with unease. From the sound of it, it didn't seem like a contagious plague. But why were so many people in this tribe sick? At this moment, Min Noyet saw 2 precious herbs. She joyfully said to Mante, these 2 types of plants can reduce fever and cough. I've seen them in the nearby forest. Mante, you can go there and pick some. She added, however, for now, I haven't figured out a root cure. These plants can only alleviate the symptoms. Mante joyfully grasped Min Noyet's hand, making both Gia Lam and Vuda jealous. Mante exclaimed, thank you, sister. I'll go find them right away. Bak Viet unexpectedly interjected. You invite guests into your home, yet you plan to run off yourself? You stay here and entertain our guests. I'll send someone to find them. Mante smiled. Oh, that's right. I still need to host our guests. I'll have to trouble you then, chieftainess. A moment later, Mante brought fruit for Min Noyet, Gia Lam, and Vuda's sister. After traveling all day, you must all be hungry. He cheerfully added, I have some fruit here. Please try some. It tastes delicious. Min Noyet gently accepted the fruit, looking very surprised. This fruit? Gia Lam interjected. What is this fruit? It smells quite refreshing. Vuda quickly explained, our tribe has a lot of this fruit. We call it horn melon. Seemingly realizing something, Min Noyet asked Mante in a loud voice, where was this fruit picked? Was it near the swamp? Do you eat this fruit often? She recalled seeing this type of horn melon at the edge of the swamp before, but that place is thick with miasma. Horn melons growing there would likely absorb the miasma's toxins over time. Mante smiled and replied, that's right, it was picked at the swamp. This wild fruit only grows there, but there isn't a lot of it. I couldn't bear to eat it, so I saved it all for Chuyu. Seeing Gia Lam cut the fruit open, revealing a dark green inside, Min Noyet hurriedly stopped him. Gia Lam, don't eat it. She quickly explained, I think I found the cause of the SCK, tribe's strange illness. It's likely related to eating this wild fruit, which contains toxins from the miasma. Although the amount is small, the symptoms will slowly appear after eating a lot of it. She took out the herbal leaves and said, I have 2 miasma-detoxifying herbs left on me from treating Gia Lam. Min Noyet added worriedly, however, This is all just my speculation. I'm not 100% certain it can cure Tuyu's illness. Besides, Tuyu is still so young, I'm afraid. Seeing Min Noyet's unease, Jia Lam quickly put an arm around her shoulder. He gently comforted her. We should discuss this with their chieftain. Let her make the decision. Min Noyet smiled at Jia Lam and replied, You're right. Just then, Vuda brought over 2 fish. It's very late. Let's discuss it tomorrow. Min Noyet, since you can't eat the horn melon, come eat some fish. I happen to have one. One for you. Min Noyet exclaimed in surprise. When did you catch this fish? Don't tell me it was at the waterfall? Vuda replied softly. I have my ways, of course. As long as you're with me, I'll never let you go cold or hungry. He glanced over at Jia Lam and Man-Tay and provoked them. I'm not like some useless people. Hearing this, Jia Lam and Man-Tay rushed off to find food for Min Noyet. Jia Lam called out, Min Noyet, I'll go hunt for you. Man-Tay added, Sister, I'll go find something else for you to eat. The next day, Bak Viet mused. Could the strange illness have come from the wild fruit we normally enjoy eating? She looked at the few herbal leaves Min Noyet had given her. If this herb is effective, it could truly save many of our people. Yes, but I have no way to confirm that the strange illness is caused by the miasma in the wild fruit. Jia Lam said loudly, Why not find someone to test the medicine? In my tribe, whenever there's an illness, there are always patients who volunteer to test the medicine. There's certainly a risk involved, but if it's successful, it could save even more people. Bak Viet agreed with the idea and replied, All right, I'll go and ask who is willing to test it. Dubian listened in on the situation from a distance. He thought smugly, They want to find someone to test the medicine? It seems my chance for revenge is coming. Half an hour later, Bak Viet returned with Dubian. He pretended to cough. Bak Viet exclaimed, Good news, I found someone willing to test the medicine. Everyone was a bit frightened at the thought of testing medicine. Only Dubian agreed to try. Dubian said with a smirk, I've been sick for a long time, and I'm afraid I don't have much time left. If I can help my fellow tribe members, I can die with no regrets. Some of the village men shouted, Go, Dubian. No, you won't die. If anyone dares to harm you, we definitely won't let them get away with it. Dubian is truly great. I hope this medicine really works. Min Noyet quickly handed the medicine to Dubian. This is a medicinal soup made from the detoxifying herb. The therapeutic effect should be better. Dubian replied blankly, Thank you. He quickly took a long drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Just then he coughed up blood. Du Long cried out, Little brother. The bowl of medicine fell and shattered on the floor. Dubian collapsed right then and there, to everyone's astonishment. Seeing this, Du Long immediately shouted, Little brother. He held Dubian and roared, I told you these 3 had no good intentions. What in the world did you give my brother to drink? Why did he vomit so much blood? Men, seize these 3 murderers immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, several large men surrounded Jia Lam, Min Noyet, and Vuda. Min Noyet thought worriedly, Why is he vomiting blood so severely? Could I have been wrong about the cause of the illness? And this medicine has an adverse reaction to the real cause. She looked at the pool of blood and thought further. Wait, the color of this blood isn't right. Freshly vomited blood should be bright red, but this is already dark red. Min Noyet spoke up. Let me see Du Bian's condition. I feel this might not be what it seems. Du Long roared. See what? My brother is already in this state. What more harm do you undo to him? Chieftainess, you must punish them severely and get justice for my brother. Otherwise, you are not fit to be our leader. Hearing this, Bak Viet was stunned into silence. Jia Lam frowned angrily. If Min Noyet says there's a problem, then there's definitely a problem. You're being so furtive, you must have a guilty conscience. Vuda added, Min Noyet, I'll just grab him and bring him over for you to examine. Several men rushed forward. Don't you dare harm our tribesmen. Jia Lam angrily threw a punch at one of them. Is this how you treat your guests? Vuda also chimed in. Fight me again. You'll still be no match for me. Bak Viet shouted, Everyone stop. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and give everyone an explanation. Just then, Man-Tay and Chuyu appeared. He said, Chieftainess, there's no need to investigate. I already know the truth. This was all an act put on by the brothers Du Long and Dubian. Chuyu added, Liars, liars. Du Long roared angrily. Man-Tay, you're spouting baseless accusations. Can't everyone see you like that female, Min Noyet? For a female, you're willing to risk the safety of our tribe? Seeing that Chuyu was awake and alert, Min Noyet asked happily, Chuyu, you've regained your energy. It seems the 2 herbs for reducing fever and cough were very effective. Man-Tay smiled and replied, Chuyu has not only regained her energy, it seems she's completely cured. Min Noyet exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Mante recounted. When Chuyu was taking her medicine, today, when Sister Minoyet was preparing the medicine, Chuyu secretly drank a bowl behind everyone's back. After that, she took a nap, and when she woke up, she had completely recovered. Min Noyet quickly checked Chuyu's pulse. Let me see. Seeing that Chuyu was completely cured, she was overjoyed. Oh, Chuyu really is completely cured. Dulong roared angrily. I think you're the ones putting on an act. You're just covering for these 3 outsiders. Jia Lam replied fiercely. Who's really putting on an act? Us or you? We'll know for sure if you let Min Noyet take a look. Hand over Dubian now. Dubian was terrified. Ah, don't come over here. He quickly begged. This has nothing to do with me. It was my brother. My brother begged me to do this. The village men asked curiously. Dulong, what's this all about? Min Noyet said loudly. The truth is, you never drank the medicinal soup at all, did you? In this pool of blood, it's animal blood you used to make a blood pack, hidden in the gap of your teeth to create the effect of vomiting blood. Dubian replied in fear. You figured it all out. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done it. I beg you, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Give me another bowl of the medicinal soup. I really am sick. Bak Viet interjected angrily. Dulong, I need a proper explanation for this. You nearly caused our tribe to miss out on a cure. What should your punishment be? Dulong roared. How can this be? How could these 3 outsiders possibly have the ability to create a cure for the strange illness? Bak Viet ordered loudly. Men, seize him and lock him in the jail. The men replied with a clear yes. Min Noyet smiled and patted Chuyu's head. She said, this time, we were lucky Chuyu was brave enough to test the medicine. Otherwise, investigating this matter would have wasted a lot of time and resources. But Chuyu, you can't do something so dangerous again next time. Your brother would be very worried about you. Chuyu replied happily. My brother trusts Sister Min Noyet, so Chuyu trusts Sister Min Noyet too. Besides, I wanted to get better quickly so my brother would be happy. Bak Viet interjected sadly. I'm sorry. It's because I, as your chieftain, was not capable enough. I almost let you suffer a great injustice. Thank you for agreeing to create an antidote for our tribe. Min Noyet smiled. You don't have to thank me. Actually, I created the antidote for your tribe with a small personal motive. Earlier, Mante said that the waterfall at the Valley Fissure is your sacred spring. I hope you can grant us the right to draw water from the sacred spring. Jia Lam hurriedly grabbed her hand. Min Noyet, we can think of another way to make a deal with them. You don't have to. Min Noyet replied shyly. What's wrong? Yes, I want to do something for my tribe. Can I? Jia Lam answered awkwardly. Of course you can, it's just, he thought in astonishment. Hey, wait a minute. Min Noyet said Mok Loy is her tribe. Does this mean she has agreed to be my female, to make Mok Loy her home? Bak Viet smiled and replied. All right, on behalf of the CCA tribe, I agree to your terms. Min Noyet's eyes sparkled as she and Jia Lam listened to her say, for as long as I am in power, the Mok Loy tribe can freely take water from the holy spring. Bak Viet thought, but I feel that's still not enough. After all, you solved the plague problem for our tribe, saving so many of our tribespeople like that. She suddenly had an idea. How about I gift you a few males? The words made Jia Lam and Vuda, who were beside them, jump in alarm. Bak Viet chuckled. See if there's anyone over there who catches your eye. If you like them, just take them directly. If none of them please you. She brought out a blushing Mante. Then you can take our Mante. Although he's a bit young, he's strong and resilient, with a promising future. He looked at her with some anticipation. Big sister. Vuda and Jia Lam beside her shouted in unison. Min Noyet. Min Noyet looked awkwardly at the situation before her. She thought to herself, if I brought back a few antelopes to raise, it would be very cozy. But if I bring back antelope beastmen, Jia Lam and Vuda each pulled one of her arms. He shouted, Min Noyet is mine. Vuda was not to be outdone. Let go of Min Noyet. Are you looking to die? She was reminded of Mac Bak, Min Noyet. Come and touch my ears. Those 2 groups of antelopes. Choose me, choose me. She sighed. The more she thought about it, the more her head ached. Min Noyet refused. Never mind. Thank you for your kind offer. Although Mante and the males in your tribe are all very good, I don't need any for the time being. He was pleased with himself. As expected, Min Noyet didn't agree. Vuda chuckled to himself. That's more like it. Bak Viet pulled the dejected Mante back. Since Min Noyet doesn't need one, I won't insist, but in a few days, our tribe will hold the annual duel among the males. It will be very lively then. I hope you all can stay and watch. Min Noyet was interested. A duel among the males? Man Yu explained. Every spring, the males in the tribe hold a duel, and the winner gets priority in being chosen by the females. When Little Yu grows up, Little Yu will also go to the duel to choose the male she likes. She turned to Gia Lam. That sounds very interesting, Gia Lam. On go see it. She thought to herself. In my world, male antelopes also duel to compete for mates. I wanted to see it before, but it's a pity I traversed here before I had the chance. 2. He smiled at Min Noyet. Then let's stay for a few more days. Wow, that's great. At night, in a stone cave, a voice echoed out. Open the door. Yes. Du Long sat on the ground and looked at the person who entered. He said excitedly, Deputy Chief. Lin Kak touched Du Long's face. Du Long, don't worry, I've come to get you out. He whispered, but the chief. She gave a wicked smile. Bok Viet is the chief, but what am I to her? She has to give me some face one way or another. Besides, those outsiders will be leaving soon, so there's no need to mind them. Lin Kak pressed her face close to Du Long's. In a few days, it's the duel among the males. You compete well, get first place to become the male worthy of me, you hear? He blushed slightly. I will definitely compete well and not disappoint the deputy chief's expectations. The two gradually became entangled. She said, don't worry, I will let you win. Du Long whispered, Lin Kak, you're too good to me. I love you. At this moment, clothes flew. Of course I'm good to you. As for those who put you in prison, I won't let them get away with it. Ah. 2 days later, Min Noyet exclaimed in awe. There are so many people. She ran around happily. It's so lively. They gossiped. Is that the female who concocted the medicinal soup that cured our tribe's plague? She's so beautiful. It would be great if she also participated in choosing a mate. I'll definitely work hard, so she'll choose me. Gia Lam sighed. Min Noyet is too popular. Vuda looked around disdainfully. A bunch of weaklings, are they worthy? Manu scampered towards her. Big sister, a flower for you. She took the flower. Thank you, little you. The flower is beautiful. I like it a lot. The little one smiled and replied, it's good that you like it. The referee held up a flower and shouted, hello everyone. The annual duel among the males officially begins. I invite the females holding a desert rose flower to come and sit here to closely observe the heroic postures in the duel among the males. And while you're at it, choose the male you like the most. Min Noyet looked at the flower in alarm. Hey, but I have no need to choose a male. Little you, I can't accept this flower. Manu smiled brightly. Big sister, once you've accepted this flower, you can't return it. Moreover, you have to choose a male to take with you. Of course, only the top 3 performers have a right to be chosen. The little one pulled her hand. Come on, let's go to the special seats and choose a male to take with you. She thought to herself, big brother, little you can only help you this much. Hee hee. Vuda turned pale seeing this. I guarded against this and that, but I didn't guard against this little girl. He was also surprised. What a miscalculation. Manu pulled her down to sit. Big sister, sit here and watch the match. My big brother is about to enter the ring. My brother isn't old, but he's an extremely good fighter. Min Noyet resigned herself to it. Bok Viet gave a sly smile. Min Noyet, have you changed your mind and want to choose a few males from our tribe to bring back with you? She looked towards 2 tall figures standing by the competition area. I have high hopes for Kiki and Man Man over there. With their physiques, they can definitely reach the top 3 positions. You can watch them a little while. Min Noyet awkwardly refused. Thank you for your kind offer, but I really have no intention of choosing a male. She held up the flower. Lil Yu just said that if you hold the flower, you have to choose one of the top 3 in the duel to take back. But I see quite a few women holding flowers. If everyone gives their flower to the top 3, won't those 3 receive a lot of flowers? Bok Viet explained, that's right. Therefore, the one who receives the most flowers will have the right to choose, and can pick one of the females who gave them a flower to become their mate. Min Noyet felt a surge of hope and thought. That's good then. As long as the person I give the flower to doesn't choose me, then nothing will happen. Vuda and Gia Lam stood in front of Man, leaving him bewildered. 2. What do you 2 want? He said, don't participate in the duel. He thought to himself, it's enough for Min Noyet and I to be mutually in love. There's no need for anyone else between us. Vuda gave a slight smile. Although dueling a bunch of weaklings is meaningless, I will participate too. Beside Min Noyet, there's already that weakling Gia Lam. There's no need for another one to cause trouble. That guy looked troubled, but the participating contestants have already been arranged. There's no way to add more people. Let them participate. Lin Kak walked over with a smile. These 2 are the chief's esteemed guests. If you 2 wish to experience our tribe's customs, then we'll make an exception and let you 2 participate. Then, both of them turned their heads in suspicion. This deputy chief is actually speaking up for us. She said nonchalantly, I know you 2 are very strong. So to be fair, we need to add a condition. Lin Kak smiled. You need to be blindfolded for the duel. You are not allowed to transform into your beast form. Do you outsiders agree? The 2 of them frowned. As expected, she had no good intentions. Gia Lam spoke up. Fine, I agree. Vuda replied. To deal with you lot, I don't even need to transform. As the two of them left, she said, if these two outsiders want to participate, then let's adjust the matchup order a bit. Let them taste some hardship. Lin Kak looked at them smugly. But remember, you must ensure Dulong wins easily. That guy gave a fawning smile. When I do things, the deputy chief can rest assured. The referee shouted. All participating contestants are ready. I declare the annual duel among the males officially open. Now, I invite the contestants for the first match to the stage. Gia Lam stepped onto the fighting stage with his eyes blindfolded. Kiki and our special guest, Gia Lam. Min Noyet was worried. Why did Gia Lam participate? And he's even blindfolded. Kiki on the opposite side is very burly. It seems he won't be easy to deal with at all. A shout rang out. The match begins. The audience below roared and cheered. He frowned. The surrounding noise is too loud. I can't hear the opponent's footsteps anymore. Kiki transformed and charged toward Gia Lam. A good opportunity. It's your bad luck to run into me. She shouted. Gia Lam, be careful. He grabbed his horns, then climbed onto Kiki's back. For Min Noyet, please forgive me. Gia Lam transformed. He screamed in panic. Stop, stop, stop. Don't just attack wildly. I surrender. The referee announced. First match, Kiki surrenders, Gia Lam wins. He smiled and took off the blindfold. Min Noyet, wait for me. I will take first place and become your mate. Min Noyet breathed a sigh of relief. You scare me to death. Luckily, Gia Lam wasn't injured. However, that last match was really spectacular. I thought Gia Lam was going to be sent flying. Next, I invite everyone to watch the second challenge match. Man and another special guest, Vuda. Both opponents eyed each other warily. She was surprised. Why is Vuda participating in this too? Bak Viet leaned into Min Noyet's ear. I heard that Gia Lam was blindfolded because the deputy chief added that requirement when he joined the competition, and Vuda cannot transform. He can only fight in human form. I don't know how Vuda will deal with him next. She thought worriedly. If he fights in human form against a Beastman form, won't Vuda be at a disadvantage? Man smiled. I heard you're not allowed to transform in this match. So what now? Just admit defeat. He rushed forward, throwing a punch at him, or eat one of my punches. Vuda easily dodged the attack. Is that all you've got? He landed a kick that sent him falling to the stage floor. Vuda stood majestically, full of presence. Bak Viet exclaimed in admiration. Wow. Min Noyet's eyes sparkled. So handsome. He looked at his opponent and said, you are too weak. You're not even worthy of being my opponent. Vuda, with a cold expression, challenged. I won't make a move next. If you can hit me, I will surrender on my own. Man shouted, you bastard. He transformed into his Beastman form and roared. Man rushed towards him. A wild clash. Vuda stepped back slightly. If you're weak, just admit it. Being stubborn won't make you any stronger. He roared in anger. Shut up. You're the weak one. Your whole family is weak. Vuda leaped into the air to the astonishment of Mang. He was startled, but it was too late. A loud crash echoed. Dust flew everywhere. He looked on. A clamor arose. The audience from Man's tribe shouted, this Vuda is too cruel. Man, you just wait. We will avenge you. I can lose, but Vuda absolutely cannot win. Defeat him. Let's defeat him together. Vuda sneered. Only weaklings form groups. Forgive my bluntness. Everyone here is having a good time. Min Noyet was alarmed. Vuda, I'm begging you to shut up. I'm really afraid you're going to get beaten up later because of that mouth of yours. Bak Viet was amused. I didn't expect Vuda to be like this. How interesting. She thought helplessly, what's so interesting about this sharp-tongued guy? Bak Viet's taste is really unique. The flustered referee announced, Vuda wins this match. Everyone seems very excited, but don't rush. There are many more exciting matches waiting for everyone to enjoy. Next, please welcome. Mante sat plucking a flower, murmuring, win, don't win, win. Manu ran over from a distance and said, brother, I found out who your opponent is. It's Dulong. Although Dulong isn't as strong as Kai and Man, his horns are very sharp. Last time, I saw him use his horns to gore a leopard to death. He panicked. He's not going to be easy to deal with at all. The little girl replied, so what? Brother has to win, so that Sister Min Noyet will choose you. You will become her mate. Brother, why don't you ask Brother Gia Lam for help? Ask him to teach you a few moves. Mante recalled the image of Gia Lam throwing a rock at his head. He and I are rivals. I don't think he'll help me. Manu pulled his hand. How will you know if you don't try? Brother Gia Lam is very kind. Mante was helpless. All right, I'll give it a try. He went to see Gia Lam. Gia Lam, I have something to ask of you. He looked at Mante. What is it? He stammered. Well, Manu interjected. My brother has to fight a very formidable opponent soon. He wants to ask you to teach him a few moves so he can win the match. Is that okay, Brother Gia Lam? Gia Lam looked at Manyu and imagined his own child with Min Noyet saying, "Is that okay, Papa?" His face turned red. Gia Lam was embarrassed. Ahem, sure. He thought with anticipation, if my daughter looked at me like that, I'd be willing to give my life for her. I really want to have a child with Min Noyet. He turned to look at Man-tae, but in such a short time, there's no way to get strong quickly. You can only rely on your own hidden strengths. Think about it. What is your strength? Man-tae said confidently. Behind him was a rock he had smashed. Good strength. Ja, lam shuk ized. That's not it. Manyu ran over and poked her brother with a stick. Man-tae dodged and laughed. Agile body. He still shook his head. That's not it. He got angry and was held back by Gia Lam's hand. He said frankly, that is your weakness. Man-tae exploded, shouting, "Who are you calling weak? Do you believe I'll bite you to death?" The little girl hugged her brother's leg, coaxing, "Brother, don't get agitated. Listen to Brother Gia Lam's explanation first." The two stood in the middle of a grassy field. Gia Lam explained, "There's a terrible tradition in our lion world, killing the young." He bowed his head. When a wandering beast lion kills the king, it will definitely kill all the Lion King's young. A foot stepped in blood. The past replayed in Gia Lam's mind. Once upon a time, there was a little lion cub. His parents and siblings were all killed by the wandering beast. His resentful eyes streamed with tears. It was almost his turn to be killed, but he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. The image of a small, trembling Gia Lam pointing to the spot between his collarbones that I'm afraid of pain. Please press here to kill me quickly. He knew he was weak, that there was no way to defeat that wandering beast lion, so he chose to expose his own weakness. The beast laughed and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high. What a weak little beast. You want to die quickly? I'm afraid that's not possible. I have to show you that the weak must be beaten. Just like that, the opponent not only didn't let his guard down, but also toyed with him. But because he acted weak, the opponent completely lost his guard. The young Gia Lam quickly used his claws to slash the beast's face. The beast screamed in agony. In the end, that young beast defeated him and successfully survived. Man-tae's face was full of admiration. Wow, so cool. He looked at him. So, weakness isn't necessarily a weak point. If used well, it can also become a strength. Make good use of your weakness, and you might just be able to turn the tables. Man-tae hugged Manyu and ran off happily. I get it. I'll go prepare myself right now. Gia Lam frowned with worry. Does he really get it? Suddenly, a voice called out Gia Lam. He turned around and said softly, "Min Noyet." As if understanding something, she looked at Gia Lam with a hint of sadness. The young beast in the story just now. Min Noyet looked at him with eyes full of pity. "Was that you?" He smiled and replied, as expected of Min Noyet, "I really can't hide anything from you." She moved closer and touched Gia Lam. "You must have been very scared back then, right?" She thought to herself, "Although I know it's normal for lions to kill young beasts, I never expected Gia Lam to have gone through that, to be harmed by his own kind. This must have haunted him his whole life." He took her hand, which was pressed against his cheek. "Yes, but it's okay now. It all happened a long time ago. Later, I met the previous chief of the Mok Loi tribe, and life got much better." Gia Lam looked intently at Min Noyet. The previous chief of that tribe was very formidable. He took pity on the wanderers, then established the Mok Loi tribe, gathering different species together, becoming a family to each other. She suddenly had a realization. No wonder Mok Loi has so many different kinds of beastmen, unlike the Ahai tribe, which is all wildebeests. He held Min Noyet's hand tightly. "I hope to inherit the will of the previous chief and help even more people." She replied, "I believe you can definitely do it." A voice echoed from the distance. Over here, over here." The match of the youngest contestant. The two went onto the stage together, one radiant, one silent. Please welcome the youngest contestant, Man-tae, and his opponent Du Long, to the stage. Min Noyet smiled eagerly and turned her head. Man-tae is on stage. "I wonder if he learned the little trick you just taught him." She pulled Gia Lam toward a rock. "That spot isn't bad. Let's hurry over there and sit to watch the match." He looked at her from behind. Min Noyet suddenly became sad. Was it because she was heartbroken after hearing about my past? Gia Lam smiled foolishly. Min Noyet is so warm. From now on, I should say more of these miserable things to close the distance between us. Vuda saw this from a distance and grew angry that it's Min Noyet. After all that effort, how are she and Gia Lam even closer now? No, that stinking lion Gia Lam doesn't deserve to have Min Noyet on his arm. He frowned in annoyance. I have to separate them. Bak Viet suddenly blocked his way. Vuda, let's fight again. She was resolute. I am not weak. I will definitely defeat you. Vuda frowned and thought, a nuisance has come to spoil things. He muttered angrily to himself, weak and stubborn. Does she really not know her own limits? If I had known, I should have just crippled her earlier, so she wouldn't cause me trouble. The enthusiastic cheers of the audience came from below. Go, go. Mante looked at Dulong. No one knew how anxious he was inside. Lin Cat sat looking at the flower in her hand. It's a pity I couldn't beat those two earlier. But Dulong, this time I specially arranged for you to fight that weakling Mante. She brought the flower close to her nose and gave a cunning smile that I hope you won't disappoint me. He easily dodged his punch. Mante, you're too weak. You can't land a single hit. How can you beat me like this? Mante raised his fist once more and I don't believe I can't hit you. That punch landed on Dulong's stomach, but he suddenly smiled. A strong force from that spot sent Mante flying. Dulong was smug. You see, your punch to me is not painful, just itchy. Mante lay on the ground shouting, ouch, ouch, ouch. It hurts. He stared blankly at him. Hey Mante, are you okay? I didn't use much force just now. How did you end up in so much pain? Mante smiled slyly, scheming, watch me. He suddenly transformed and charged straight at Dulong, catching him by surprise. Dulong's toes were near the edge of the stage. He teetered, flailing his arms, afraid of falling. Mante frowned, although I didn't directly kick him off the stage. Min Noyet shouted, Mante, give him the final blow. He was re-energized and full of vigor. Sisters cheering for me. I have to win this match in a cool way. Mante once again charged straight towards Dulong when his leg was suddenly hit by a thrown rock. He collapsed on the stage. She was alarmed, Mante. Min Noyet was anxious. What happened? Why did Mante suddenly fall? Gia Lam, sitting beside her, also noticed. Just now, it seemed like something flew over and hit his leg, hitting Mante's leg directly. She was bewildered. I didn't see anything at all. Then the others probably didn't notice either. Min Noyet calculated silently. However, because a lion's eyesight is better than a human's and a wildebeest's, even from a great distance, they can see moving objects clearly. Dulong stood firm on the stage again. Mante, you dare to play with me? He also transformed and charged at him. I'll make you pay the price for playing dumb. He replied, all's fair in war. You're the real fool. Then Dulong flung Mante into the air. He screamed in terror, then fell with a thud to the ground. The people nearby watched and thought to themselves, tragic, so tragic. The referee raised his hand and announced, I declare Dulong the winner of this match. Mante's eyes welled with tears. I lost. He cried silently, I can't be your partner anymore. A little one ran towards him, calling brother. Bai Yu and Ming Yu both called out. Mante, the lamb, also approached, but Mante burst into tears and ran off. I want to be alone. Don't bother me. She sighed. It seems he's been hiding a lot of sadness. That last match was a real pity. If he hadn't tripped, he might have won. The lamb was silent. Regarding the last match, I suspect someone from the outside helped Dulong cheat. Bai Yu was surprised. What? Ming Yu frowned. But there's no evidence right now, so we can't prove anything. Mante is my friend. I can't just stand by and watch him get schemed against by others. I want to investigate this thoroughly. Bai Yu looked at the lamb and Ming Yu. If someone really did act recklessly, they must be severely punished. She frowned slightly. This might alert the culprit. It's not convenient for me to show my face right now, so I'll have to trouble you two to investigate first. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. He spoke up. Actually, there's one thing we need your help with. The lamb voiced his thoughts. I just looked around the ring, and I didn't see anything suspicious. I suspect that whatever was used to sabotage Mante is still on the stage. Bai Yu replied, all right, I understand. You two, follow me. The referee announced. The exciting matches will continue. Now, let's welcome the contestants for this round. Before he could finish, she stepped forward and interrupted. Wait. Bai Yu smiled. Everyone's spirit during today's matches has been so high. It's made me feel very excited. I suddenly feel inspired and want to go on stage to sing a song. The crowd below roared with enthusiasm. Chief, sing for us. Chief, we want to hear you. She smiled and turned back to signal the two behind her to begin. Ming Yu and De Lam nodded in unison. Bai Yu's voice rang out across the arena. Love the silhouette of the one walking alone through the dark alley. Love the look of the one who never yields. Love how you struggled through despair, refusing to cry for even a moment. Fight? Of course we fight for the smallest, most ordinary dream. The adoring crowd shouted, Chief! And he looked around the nearby area. Ming Yu thought to herself, what on earth was used to sabotage Mante? Where could it be? She noticed a few small lumps on the ground. Huh, what's this? Ming Yu picked one up. She suddenly realized something and thought, this bit of sand is still moist. It seems it could be molded into a small ball. Suddenly, a person with curly purple hair saw them and frowned, shouting while pointing in their direction. What are those two doing? Ming Yu and De Lam were startled. She saw they were under suspicion and awkwardly didn't know how to explain. She struck a pose. We're being backup dancers. He copied her pose. That's right, backup dancers. After a while, the three of them, exhausted, sighed in relief and thought to themselves, we barely managed to fool them. Baiyu asked, how'd it go? Did you find anything? Mingyu held out her hand full of sand crumbs. I found this on the stage. She was puzzled. Sand? It's windy and dusty here. What's so strange about sand being on the stage? She suggested to them, you two try smelling it. The lamb smelled something. This sand seems to have a fragrance. Baiyu smelled it too. It's the scent of desert rose. Mingyu took out a flower. That's right, it's the desert rose. She began to describe. The culprit probably used the juice of the desert rose to mold dry sand into small, hard balls. An image of a hand flicking a small sandball appeared. Mingyu gave her deduction. Then they used the small ball to flick at Man Ti's leg, causing him to fall. She frowned. It seems that's really what happened. He smiled gently and patted her head. Mingyu is so smart. Mingyu enjoyed the lamb's praise. Baiyu mused. But in our tribe, all the females have desert roses, and it's also possible that another male secretly picked desert rose petals. Baiyu brought Manti over to where the group of females was sitting. Everyone there said in unison, Chief, your voice is so sweet. You sang so beautifully. She chuckled. Thank you, thank you. Are all the marriageable females here? The brown-haired girl nodded. Yes, except for the deputy chief. Everyone is here. Baiyu requested. Then please do as I say and hold out your hands. Palms facing up. They replied in unison. Okay. She presented Manti. Little demon, it's up to you now. The little one began to sniff each hand. Lingu was startled. She began to worry, thinking to herself, what are they doing? Wait, could it be? Lingu sniffed her own hand. The floral scent is so strong. Don't tell me they've already discovered that I secretly sabotaged Manti. No one should have seen it. How is this possible? She turned around, thinking, no, just in case I have to wash the floral scent off my hands. Mingyu called out to her. Deputy Chief. Her expression was a bit smug. Where are you going? At the stone cave? Baiyu sat on a chair and interrogated them. How audacious, Lingu Dulong, to dare to pull tricks during the competition. Do you know your crime? The matches between the males are related to the great matter of choosing partners for our tribe members and are closely tied to the future development of our tribe. Lingu and Dulong's faces turned pale as they listened to Baiyu's scolding. For what you have done, I could very well banish you from the tribe. He suddenly shouted. What? Banish from the tribe? Dulong tried to justify himself. Chief, I don't know anything. I thought Manti twisted his ankle and fell. How would I know the deputy chief was helping me? He tried to deny it. Besides, I didn't ask the deputy chief to help me. Chief, I've been wronged. Manti was furious. Dulong, so it was the deputy chief who helped you make me lose. Your victory is nothing to be proud of. Baiyu sneered. Wronged? So you intend to push all the blame onto the deputy chief? Dulong shouted. What do you mean, push it onto the deputy chief? It was her fault in the first place. The deputy chief lusted after my beauty. She wanted me to take first place, so I could be with her in glorious splendor. He wailed. I'm innocent. You absolutely must not banish me. She angrily broke her bonds. That's enough, Dulong. Lingu slapped him across the face. It's true that I wanted you to take first place, to be with me in glorious splendor, to give me more face, but for you to say I lusted after your beauty, I can't tolerate it. She exploded. Why don't you take a piss and look at what your face looks like? Weren't you the one who used schemes to climb into my bed, using every method to please me? You think I would actually be interested in you? Mingyu watched the brawl with a sly smile. That's right, with a face like that, Dulong is truly shameless to say the deputy chief lusted after his beauty. The lamb agreed. He used schemes to please the deputy chief. It's clear he covets her status. Baiyu watched the scene and coughed lightly. So you both confess. Lingu stood up and said, I confess. I was indeed bewitched into helping him. Besides, you all found out anyway, so it's my problem. If you want to banish me from the tribe, then do it. He wailed on the ground. I begged the chief to be lenient. Don't banish me. I don't want to leave the tribe. Please show mercy, chief. She felt a bit panicked inside, not expecting the deputy chief to confess just like that. But she had assisted her since childhood and was also her only relative. Baiyu was silent for a moment, then spoke. If that's the case, I will grant your wish. She gave the order. Pass down the command. Lingu and Dulong are banished from the SCK tribe. From now on, they're no longer people of our SCK tribe. She remained silent. Meanwhile, Dulong was dragged away screaming. What? No, don't. Lingu smiled gently. Chief, you've finally grown up. Since you were young, you valued sentiment. This is your strength, but also your weakness. She turned to leave. Baiyu called after her. Aunt, did you do all this to train me? Lingu replied. Who knows? She lowered her head. Don't think too highly of me. I am a very selfish person. Baiyu stood silently, watching Lingu leave. Mingyu thought to herself, the relationship between Baiyu and Lingu seems quite complicated, huh? She turned back and smiled. All right, this matter is finally resolved. Thank you for your hard work, Mingyu and Lam. Later, I will explain Du Long's cheating to everyone, so Man Ti can return to the ring. Let's go watch the matches now. She wondered, Baiyu, are you really okay? As Mingyu and Lam were about to leave, Baiyu softly called out, Mingyu, wait a moment. Baiyu added seriously, I have something to say to you. Mingyu said gently to Lam, you guys go out first. I'll come out with Baiyu in a bit. Lam obediently agreed. Okay. Then Mingyu asked softly, Baiyu, why did you ask me to stay? Baiyu said in a loud voice, Mingyu, do you know Yuya's identity? Mingyu replied, stunned, Yuya's identity? I only know his beast form is a blanket. I haven't asked about anything else in detail. She added, why do you ask? Is there something special about his identity? Baiyu replied, I didn't intend to interfere in your affairs, but you've helped our tribe once again, so I feel I should tell you. The Northern Forest Tribe has recently been searching for someone. Based on my recent observations, the person they're looking for is Yu Yi. Mingyu was very surprised. The Northern Forest Tribe, one of the 4 great tribes? Why are they looking for Yu Yi? Could it be that Yu Yi has offended them? She recalled the map and thought, I remember Baiyu saying, this world is made up of 4 tribes. If Yu Yi has offended the Northern Forest Tribe, doesn't that mean going against a quarter of the world? Baiyu added, Yu Yi is the only son of the chief of the Northern Forest Tribe. Emperor, Mingyu asked in astonishment. Huh? In her heart, she thought, so Yu Yi is the heir to a quarter of the world. Whoa, that prestigious? Mingyu said softly, if he really has the status you say he does, why would he come to the Lu Shi all by himself? She thought to herself, someone that prestigious would surely have an entourage when going out. How could he have ended up in a state where he even needed me to help him shed his skin? Baiyu thought of Yu Yi. She quickly explained, because he ran away from home to escape a marriage. I heard his mother arrange for 10 female deputy chiefs to meet him, so he could choose his favorite one to be groomed as the tribe's chief. But he ran away the night before the meeting. Baiyu gently reminded her, Mingyu, you have to be careful. She instructed meticulously. Right now, these 10 deputy chiefs are searching for him everywhere. If they discover a female like you by his side, it could bring a fatal disaster upon you. Mingyu gave an awkward smile. Yu Yi and I don't have the kind of relationship you think. Yu Yi is following me only because I helped him once, and he feels I'm too weak, so he's protecting me to repay the favor, that's all. Hearing this, Baiyu's face showed a hint of sadness. Is that so? She thought. Mingyu is really too dense. Even if she has no feelings for him, it doesn't mean he has no feelings for her. Mingyu asked softly, Baiyu, can I ask you for a favor? Since Yu Yi doesn't want to be found, can you keep his whereabouts a secret for him, or not? Baiyu sighed. All right, I promise you. She also felt a little guilty in her heart. Although the Northern Forest Emperor tribe was offering a year's worth of food as a reward for finding Yu Yi. But to repay Mingyu, I'll just pretend I never saw Yu Yi. At this moment, a young man said, after a day and a night of competition, the top 3 of this match have been decided. He smiled and added, congratulations to the first place winner Jialan, second place Luoan, and third place Zhe Erji. Mingyu and Baiyu clapped happily. Yu Yi stood beside them with his arms crossed, looking angry. He recalled with an arrogant look, if that wildebeest, named Man hadn't wasted so much of my energy, how could Jialan alone have beaten me? Sobi, Chu lost. Man quickly comforted him. Brother, don't be discouraged, you're younger than them. You still have many chances. The MC added, I invite the females to present fresh flowers to the top 3 warriors they admire and await the warrior's response. A few girls quickly presented flowers to Jialan. Jialan, I love you. Other girls called out loudly, Luoan. The remaining girls admired Zhe Erji. Zhe Erji, choose me. Jialan quietly approached Mingyu. Mingyu, are you willing to give the flower in your hand to me? As he got closer, she let out a shy sound. Baiyu playfully pushed her forward. Go on, Mingyu. Jialan gently caught her. Mingyu carefully handed him the flower. She said, congratulations. Then, the two shared a sweet kiss. The crowd of onlookers shouted, so romantic. Mingyu thought shyly, so many people are watching. She quickly pushed Jialan away. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll be going. She was so embarrassed that she ran off first. It's too embarrassing. I feel like I can't face anyone anymore. Inside the room strewn with rose petals, Mingyu gently bit her lip. She uttered shyly, is this the reward for first place? This stone room is quite special indeed. Jialan replied, blushing. I heard the rooms for second and third place are next door. The two of them were awkward, not knowing what to do. Jialan gently held Mingyu's hand. He said, let's go sit over there. Mingyu happily replied, okay. The two sat next to each other in silence. Mingyu exclaimed. Hey, it looks like there's something carved here. She quickly went closer to look. At that moment, Mingyu's face turned completely red. Jialan came closer and asked, "What's carved there?" Mingyu was suddenly startled. She quickly covered his eyes. "Don't look, there's nothing carved. Anyway, you can't look." Right at this moment, strange sounds came from the room next door. "Luoan, from now on, I'm your female." Hearing these words, Jialan and Mingyu froze. She thought to herself, this situation, this atmosphere, it's way too stimulating. She looked at Jialan's handsome face opposite her and speculated. Could it be that tonight, Jialan and I also have to? Jialan gently embraced her. He softly called her name, Mingyu. The two shared a sweet kiss. He said, "Tonight, will you let me become your male?" He pushed her down underneath him. "I swear, I will protect you for a lifetime, shelter you, and treat you well." He gently kissed her neck. "You are my only female. There will be no other." He added, "We will be a couple for one life, one lifetime." Mingyu cried out, "Jialan." Jialan held her hand tightly. "Mingyu, why don't we follow the images on the wall and try all of those poses?" It turned out that all the words and images just now were imagined by Mingyu herself. Her heart was in turmoil. You lecher, what on earth are you filling your brain with? Jialan quickly came closer to her. He said, "Mingyu, I want." She replied, startled, "You want what?" Jialan chuckled softly. He gently pulled her into his arms. "Mingyu, you're nervous and blushing. I'm very happy. It proves you already see me as your male. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you tonight. I just want to hold you for a bit." He added, making her smile with satisfaction. "I am willing to wait. Wait until you accept me with all your heart. Then we will." He whispered in her ear, "Do the thing that makes lion cubs." Mingyu chuckled softly. She thought to herself, Jialan has really changed a lot, the him of the past. Overbearing, patriarchal, his word was law, but now he knows how to respect me. She hugged him tightly and replied, "Okay." Mingyu's heart was filled with satisfaction. "Thank you for being willing to wait for me." Jialan, right at this moment, a scream from the next room made them both blush. Slow down. Zay, G. Too fast, Oh, it feels so good. Mingyu said shyly. The night is still long. Why don't we talk about some serious business?" Jialan was just as embarrassed. He replied, "Okay, that's a good idea." Mingyu thought to herself, "Just now, I think I felt something poking me. Could it be?" Jialan narrowed his eyes and thought, "This feeling, it's really too hard to keep my body from reacting. I'll just shift my attention a bit." Jialan quickly picked up a wooden stick. Ahem, speaking of serious business, regarding water transport, there is a difficult problem. He drew as he spoke. Although the SCK tribe currently agrees to let us take water, the distance between our two tribes is very far. Moreover, we must pass through AIZ Tower and the swamp, and right now we're in conflict with the West Tower. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to pass through AIZ Tower. Mingyu added, "If we build a bridge over the chasm, we can shorten the distance, and we won't have to pass through AIZ Tower and the swamp." Jialan exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, build a bridge over the chasm." Jialan explained seriously. "Building a bridge over the chasm would be very difficult to achieve, I'm afraid. The distance between the two sides is too great. There's no way to stretch a rope from one end to the other." He scratched his head. "Even if we solve this problem, it will still consume a lot of energy and time." Mingyu smiled and replied, "What if I said I have a way?" She leaned close to him and whispered, "First, we can do this, and then..." As soon as Mingyu finished speaking, Jialan was overjoyed. "It can be done like that? How did you think of this? If we have these things, it feels really feasible." He happily picked her up. "Mingyu, you truly are a goddess. Only a goddess sent from the heavens could have such wisdom, right?" Hearing these sweet compliments, Mingyu was a little embarrassed. She smiled and replied, "This isn't my wisdom, it's the wisdom of my ancestors." Jialan's heart pounded fiercely. He thought to himself, although I said, I'm willing to wait for Mingyu to accept me, but just one kiss should be fine, right? Outside, Yi was a little jealous. He thought to himself, should I go in or not? He imagined the scene of Jialan and Mingyu being intimate. If I go in and see a scene like that, how should I react? He even imagined the scene of Mingyu having a child with Jialan. Yes, we already have a child. Yi was furious. But if I don't go in and I see this scene tomorrow, how should I react then? Just then, he heard a sound. Crash. Yi was a little startled. He quickly rushed in. Mingyu, but unexpectedly, before him was the sight of her and Jialan sharing a kiss. Yi rushed forward and hit Jialan for no reason. Beast, you dare force yourself on her. Mingyu replied shyly. You misunderstood. Just now I was startled and accidentally knocked over the wild fruits. Jialan didn't. She thought to herself, Jialan didn't force me, and I didn't reject his kiss. But I absolutely can't say these words out loud. It's mortifying. Although it meant little in Ming Yu's eyes, Yi still tried to raise his voice. I'm here. Don't you dare bully her. I will protect her. Ming Yu didn't explain at all. She foolishly followed Yu Yi. Jialan, it seems Yu Yi has misunderstood something. You wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon. Jialan was dumbfounded. He didn't understand what he did wrong to get hit. Ming Yu thought to herself. Luckily, Yi appeared in time. Otherwise, if we had kept kissing like that just now, I might not have been able to hold back. She imagined the image of her beastly nature erupting when, looking at Jialan, she gently shook her head. With such male allure right in front of me, my self-control is very limited. I have to take it slow first. Going back means having to face the temptation again. Jialan sighed. I was indeed too agitated just now. I must have scared her. Outside, Mingyu asked, Yi, why did you suddenly rush in just now? He said in a loud voice, I was going to save you. I promised I would protect you. You're so weak. If you got hurt, wouldn't that mean I broke my promise? Mingyu gave an awkward smile. You're overthinking it. Jialan would never harm me. She thought silently. The person who has always risked his life to protect me. How could he possibly harm me? Yi replied with a cold laugh. Even husbands and wives will have disagreements. Even brothers will fight. You can't be without a guarded heart against others. Males are much more fearsome than you think. Min Noyet obediently replied. Yes, that's right. I heard a few things about your identity. She asked, are you really the only son of the leader of the Baklam Hong tribe? Buddha replied, yes. I was planning to find a right time to tell you, but I didn't expect you to already know. The person who told you my identity must have also told you that I ran away from my marriage. He smiled. You don't need to persuade me. I won't go back. Min Noyet replied cheerfully. Why would I persuade you to go back? I really admire your rebellious spirit. Marriage is a major life event and shouldn't be controlled by others. That's the person who will be your companion for life. So, of course, you should choose someone you like. Hearing her say this, Vuda was very surprised. Do you really think so? This is the first time anyone has said these things to me. Since I was young, the thing I heard most was, after I come of age, I must choose the strongest female in the tribe and help her become a leader. He added proudly, but none of them are worthy of my help. Min Noyet chuckled. With your excellent qualities, you should definitely find an equally outstanding girl to be worthy of you. No rush. We could take our time to look. Buddha replied, and he thought to himself, however, perhaps such a female is already right in front of me. Min Noyet said, since your status in Baklam Hong is so noble, I wonder if you've ever heard about the tribe's treasure? The one related to the water god, the tribe's treasure. Vuda was surprised. The tribe treasure? Where did you hear about it? At this moment, Vuda and Min Noyet were sitting and talking. She recounted, a long time ago, I met a very powerful shaman. He saved my life. She pretended to make up a story. I promised to help him gather the treasures of the 4 tribes. It's said that when the 4 treasures are combined, they can summon the water god and turn this desert land into an oasis. She thought with a forced smile. If I told Vuda about transmigration and the system, he definitely wouldn't understand. I'll just make this up for now. Vuda didn't overthink it. He trusted Min Noyet's words. So that's how it is. Such a legend does indeed exist. The legend says that 1,000 years ago, the water god's sister, the sun god, out of jealousy for the water god, plotted to murder her. He continued, before her demise, the water god transferred all her divine power into a scepter and gave the scepter to the 4 Sanuses under her command. She instructed them to find her reincarnation and return the scepter. He added, the sun god, of course, would not let the 4 Sanuses succeed. The 4 Sanuses could only split the scepter into 4 parts, each keeping 1 part, and fled to the human world to hide them. Min Noyet exclaimed in amazement. So there's such a story behind the treasure. Vuda added, it is rumored that after the water god passed away, this land turned from an oasis into a desert, and the 4 great tribes were only able to be established by relying on the fragments of the water god's scepter that the Sanuses took with them. Vuda sighed. However, these are all just legends. Whether the treasure can summon the water god, no one can be sure. Moreover, it seems that the 4 Sanuses have not found the water god's reincarnation yet. Min Noyet's eyes showed clear anticipation. She said, according to what you said, the treasures are in the hands of the Sanuses of the 4 tribes. As long as we find the Sanuses, we can find the treasures, right? Vuda agreed, replying, yes. But as far as I know, apart from the Saintus of the Tak Nanan who is still in the tribe, the Sanuses of the other 3 tribes have long since disappeared. Min Noyet said, I remember that Lo Te and Tak Nanan are very close, separated only by a river. It probably isn't far from here. Vuda replied proudly, yes, I can go with you to Tak Nan. I'm quite familiar with the terrain there. Min Noyet glanced towards the cave. She thought to herself, Jia Lam still has to deal with Amak Loy's affairs. I'm afraid we'll have to temporarily part ways. The next day, at the Valley Rift, Min Noyet and Jia Lam came out to survey the terrain. She said, this place isn't bad. The geology is stable. The terrain is flat, very suitable for building a suspension bridge. She added, however, we still need to go to the opposite side of the rift to scout it out and choose the location for the other side of the bridge. Min Noyet looked at Jia Lam and smiled. Jia Lam, I will explain to you in more detail how to choose a bridge construction site, so you can choose a suitable location on the opposite side later. He replied, okay. Jia Lam thought to himself, although there's nothing wrong with her letting me choose the location, why do Min Noyet's words give me an uneasy feeling? Min Noyet handed him something. Because the two sides of the rift are quite far apart, after choosing the location, we can use a catapult for assistance to throw a rope to the other side. I have already drawn the instructions for making the catapult and the suspension bridge. Building it according to the sequence on there shouldn't be a problem. Jia Lam quickly looked at the blueprint. He exclaimed, so you were using a charred branch to draw on the buffalo hide all night to draw these things. But making these things will take some time. You really didn't need a rush to draw all of it like this. Min Noyet said seriously, Jia Lam, I have to leave for a while. Jia Lam was very alarmed. He came closer and took her hand. What? Where are you going? Aren't we going back to Mak Loye together? Min Noyet quickly explained. I have to go to Tak Nan, find the Saintess, and get the Tak Nan's water god treasure. Jia Lam pleaded earnestly. I can go with you. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Min Noyet smiled and replied, but you have more important things to do, don't you? The people of Mak Loy are still waiting for a water source. After you've handled the tribe's affairs, we can reunite. Just then, Vuda and Mante appeared. Vuda said smugly, Min Noyet isn't going alone. I will protect her. Mante smiled brightly. I'll go with you guys too. I can also protect my big sister. Jia Lam tightened his grip on Min Noyet's hand. He frowned, but Min Noyet gently comforted him. Don't worry, I will definitely return safely. Jia Lam had to agree. Okay, I will quickly arrange the bridge construction, then go to Tak Nan to reunite with you. When you plan to leave? Jia Lam thought sadly. Min Noyet has things she must do. I shouldn't tie her down for my own selfish reasons. Min Noyet replied cheerfully. This matter cannot be delayed. We'll go today. The sooner we leave, the sooner we can meet again. Jia Lam said loudly. Then for the time being, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Min Noyet. Vuda retorted sharply. You don't need to tell me. I already promised to protect Min Noyet. Mante sneered. Right? What right do you have to tell us to take care of? My big sister? Jia Lam yelled. On the basis that I am her male. Vuda said smugly. Has Min Noyet acknowledged that? Mante stuck out his tongue provocatively. Right, then I can also say I'm the male of my big sister. Min Noyet thought to herself. Partings are usually very sad, but with them arguing, the atmosphere is completely gone. But that's good too. Parting cheerfully like this, it feels like we'll reunite very soon. Mante tiredly wiped his sweat. Phew, we've finally reached Tak Nan. Min Noyet skipped happily. Behind her were Vuda and him. Tak Nan is indeed much more livable than Jia Lote. There are rivers flowing all along the way. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps was heard. He said warily, wait. Vuda stood protectively in front of her. It seems something is approaching. In the distance, Traken was trying to run from a flock of vultures. I'm sorry, please stop chasing me. He ran while throwing some kind of green fruit behind him. I was wrong. These are for you. I'm not keeping a single one. Please stop pulling my hair. I'm about to go bald. Min Noyet looked in surprise at the person running towards them. Traken shrank and looked up at her with sparkling eyes. Min Noyet, it's so good to see you again. Then he panicked. Ah, no, everyone run quickly. Now is not the time to catch up. It'll be trouble if we're targeted by this flock of vultures. Vuda sneered. A few vultures are nothing. Min Noyet, considering you know him, I'll help him this once. He swung his tail, knocking down a few vultures. Min Noyet exclaimed joyfully. Vuda, that was a beautiful move. Suddenly, one of the vultures screeched. He panicked. This is bad. They're about to summon more of their kind over here. A huge flock of vultures swarmed in from nowhere. Traken grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Min Noyet, run quickly. One of the vultures shouted. You injured us and you want to run? No way. All of you must die to atone. The flock of vultures surrounded them, forming a black feather storm. Min Noyet held down her skirt with one hand and covered her eyes with the other, screaming in panic. Oh, what the heck is this? I can't even open my eyes. A hand wrapped around Min Noyet's waist. He pulled her into his embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm here to protect you. Min Noyet was helpless. But if you're protecting me, How can you fight? Mante thrashed around wildly. This can't go on. We have no way to fight back. We have to break the encirclement to be able to do anything. Min Noyet suddenly had an idea. Break the encirclement. She thought, that's right, before we left, I confirmed the system's rain summoning and lightning summoning features. They've all cooled down. Min Noyet shouted, Bokdai Dam. Bokdai Dam appeared cheerfully. Hi, I'm here. It's finally my time to appear. She called out loudly, pressing the system's control panel. Come on, lightning. Nothing happened. Min Noyet was bewildered. What's going on? Where's the lightning? The system is malfunctioning. It retorted, have you gotten stupid because you haven't used the function in so long? Have you forgotten what you have to do before using the function? Bokdai Dam pushed Min Noyet towards Vuda. In the chaos, the two of them kissed. It said happily, yes, just like that. Thunder and lightning suddenly appeared, striking down the flock of vultures. Mante was stunned. What happened? There's sudden thunder. Is the sky helping us? Traken replied, I remember last time at Trakenai Tower. There was also a sudden flash of lightning. It struck Loy too, until he was charred black. Vuda was a little dazed. What was that feeling? It felt like someone kissed me here. Min Noyet thought in embarrassment. Sorry, Vuda. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Min Noyet applied medicine to Traken. Why were you being chased by so many vultures? With you? He smiled awkwardly in confusion. I heard there are many sparkling stones in Takna, so I came here to look for some. On the way, I met a vulture. It wanted to rob me of all my stones to make jewelry for its leader. Zayn recalled the image of himself refusing at that time. The vulture shouted, Min, where are you? He felt wronged. Of course, I didn't agree. As a result, they called a flock of vultures to attack me. They wanted to kill you for your possessions, she said loudly in indignation. Those vultures are truly thugs. Has it been this chaotic recently? We stood to the side, looking into the distance. I've never heard of vultures appearing here before, but there's a village ahead that's suitable for us to stop and rest. Mingyu shivered, on the verge of tears. Then let's hurry and go take a look. I've been eating and sleeping outdoors these past few days and haven't slept well. It's been a long time since I had a good night's sleep. It's so cold. Suddenly, he held out his hand. Mingyu, I know you like shiny stones. This is for you. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Zayn. He was happy. The other stones were all stolen by the vultures, but I always kept this one, wanting to give it to you when we met again. Zayn's face turned red. I feel it suits you very well. I hope you like it. Mingyu's eyes glistened as she stared at the stone. It's so beautiful. She thought to herself, if I remember correctly, this is probably the very valuable lapis lazuli from Lien. Chum. Mingyu happily hugged the gem. A piece this big must be worth so much money. Wu Yi tilted his head, looking at her hugging the stone. So like things like this. My family has many more that are even more beautiful. Next time, I'll sneak back home and bring them. I'll give them all to you. Mingyu happily imagined herself lying on a mountain of gems. It turns out the best thing in this world isn't getting to touch all kinds of fluffy things, but realizing my dream of getting rich overnight. That we're almost there, he announced. This is the village I mentioned earlier. As they neared the gate, two guards stopped them. Who goes there? Wu Ye's face was stern. I'm an old friend of your village chief, Aola. He thought to himself, strange. This village never had guards before. La Rue suddenly appeared to welcome them. You are my father's old friend? She waved her hand. You two step aside. Don't block our guest path. The two guards bowed their heads. Yes, Chi. La Rue shot them a sideways glance. Huh? They quickly fell silent. She led the way. Please, I will take you to see my father. He was wary. Father? Since when did Aola have a daughter? La Rue smiled and replied, I am my father's adopted daughter. My father has a kind heart. He saved me when he saw me wandering alone with nowhere to go, and even gave me a home. She chuckled. However, my father's health has not been good recently. He may not be able to host you all. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go in first to inform my father of the situation. Wu Yi replied, We'll be troubling you then. Mingyu suddenly smelled a strange odor. She covered her nose and frowned. Why do I feel there's a very strange smell in this village? Man, she added. I smell it too. It's the smell of rot. He frowned. There's something wrong with this village. Zayn was bewildered as he had a poor sense of smell. Why can't I smell anything? La Rue spoke up. Father, your old friend Wu Yi is here. The group stood worriedly by Aola's bed. The old man coughed. Cough, cough, Wu Yi. I didn't expect we'd meet again so soon. Wu Yi was suspicious. You were so healthy before. Why are you so haggard now? Aola whispered. I'm old now. All sorts of physical problems are showing up. Are you all planning to rest here tonight? Cough, cough. I'll have someone prepare lodging for every one, she said with a smile. There's no need for father to worry about this. I have already prepared their accommodations. He turned his face away. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Aola called out, wait, I have a rather unreasonable request. Cough, cough. I'm afraid I don't have much longer to live. So I want to find a place for La Rue to belong while there's still time. I hope I can entrust her to you. Wu was startled. What? La Rue acted shy and embarrassed. Father. Mingyu, however, thought suspiciously. So suddenly? I feel like everything is very strange. The dark sky was enveloping the flying crows. Flying, Wu Ye's voice came from the thatched house. What if I don't accept the entrustment? Hearing his cold refusal, La Rue was flustered. Why? Do you feel I'm not worthy of you? Wu Yi replied bluntly without hesitation. Exactly. The three people behind him were speechless, all sharing the same thought. That's way too blunt. Suddenly, he looked at Mingyu shyly. But most importantly, my heart already belongs to someone else. I want to protect her for the rest of my life. Hearing this, she was startled. Then she quickly ran behind Zhe and Manchi as Wu Yi continuously fixed his gaze on her. Mingyu wondered to herself, no way, doesn't Wu Yi criticize me every day? Why is he looking at me like that now? As if she had figured something out, her eyes lit up. Oh, I get it. Is he using me as a shield? La Rue, unhappy inside, still spoke with a slightly troubled expression. I'm sorry, Brother Wu Yi. It was my father who was being presumptuous. She silently cursed. Point one look, and I can tell she's a weak female. What right does she have to compete with me for a male? She narrowed her eyes, plotting. Competing with me for a male is a death wish. La Rue turned to Wu Yi with another smile. You all have been traveling for a whole day. You must be hungry, right? I'll go prepare some food for you. She went outside and called out loudly. Men, prepare some food for me. She frowned in annoyance. I must give these guests a warm reception. The two servants bowed respectfully. Yes, Chief. She gave a wicked smile. I'll let you eat your fill first. Then it'll be my turn to have a hearty meal. The delicious food laid out couldn't help but surprise Zhe and Manchi within the next half hour. La Rue spoke up. Please, eat as much as you like. If it's not enough, just let me know. Behind them, Mingyu was busily doing something, which made La Rue extremely curious. A small fire was created with a crackling sound. Seeing the fire being created, La Rue was terrified. Damn, this female has quite a few tricks up her sleeve. She even knows how to make fire. It seems I can't underestimate her. She spoke up and asked Mingyu, what are you trying to do? Turning the fragrant piece of meat in her hand, she replied happily, roasting meat. La Rue, wait a bit to try some. It tastes much better than eating it raw. La Rue bit into a piece of meat and refused. I don't need any. I'm still used to it this way. In her heart, she sneered. This wench is truly wasteful. Of course, it tastes better this way. If it turned into rotten meat, it would be even more of a delicacy. Suddenly seeing the change on La Rue's face, Mingyu grew worried. When La Rue was eating, her neck and face seemed to unconsciously turn red. But she's eating raw meat. There's no way she could be too hot. Could it be that? After finishing, she happily held out the meat and announced, it's roasted. Everyone have a taste. Manchi pointed at the meat to remind her. Sister, the meat you roasted is still. Before he could finish, Mingyu winked at him. He understood and took it. Oh, okay. Thank you, sister. La Rue watched them from a distance. They pretended to eat and praised it. So delicious. It's really so delicious. She just watched, her face smug. The good show is about to begin. Night fell, and a rumbling sound was heard. Inside, Manchi was whining. I'm so hungry. Sister, why did you signal for everyone not to eat La Rue's food? She offered her judgment. I suspect she's connected to the flock of vultures we met during the day. An image of the vulture eating meat appeared in her mind along with Mingyu's voice. When a vulture eats, its face and neck will unconsciously turn red. This is to warn its kind not to steal its food. She said seriously, and just now, I saw La Rue's neck and face turn red. Suddenly, a noise was heard from outside the house, putting Wu Yi on alert. Someone's coming. There are at least 10 of them. Mingyu lay down next to Manchi and requested, quick, lie down and pretend to be unconscious. Let's see what they're really up to. She speculated, La Rue must have put something in our food tonight. However, it seems she has a thing for Wu Yi, so she wouldn't act directly. Therefore, I guess it's probably a sleeping drug. La Rue's feet appeared from behind the curtain. She stepped in and looked at everyone lying scattered. In the room, La Rue was smug. They really fell for the trap. She lifted Wu Ye's chin and ordered, keep this male. Behind La Rue were many people. She laughed. The remaining 3, you can deal with them as you please. The subordinates replied in unison, "Thank you, Chief." They immediately put the other 3 on their shoulders and discussed amongst themselves, "Let's go. Don't ruin the Chief's good time." Her hand slid across Wu Ye's body. La Rue leaned her body close to him, expressing seductively, "To think you dared to refuse me. Tonight, I'll let you know how formidable I am." She moved her face close to Wu Ye's, about to kiss him. He suddenly opened his eyes. "You think too highly of yourself." La Rue was horrified, not waiting for her to react. Wu Ye's snake tail had wrapped tightly around her, which only made La Rue more excited. "That you're actually awake. I really do have a good eye. To be able to wake up so quickly after being drugged. I like you even more now." He transformed into his beast form and spoke mockingly. "Sleeping drug? You think we would fall for that trick of yours?" Hearing that, she was startled and asked back, "What?" Man Chi's voice rang out. "We're back." Mingyu reported the situation. "Wu Yi, the people outside have been dealt with. They really are vultures. I'm afraid they're accomplices of the flock we met during the day." Hearing this, La Rue became furious. "You met vultures during the day?" Man Chi wiped his face smugly. "That's right, but we've already taken care of them all. Don't bother struggling. You have no backup left." La Rue's hands clenched into fists. She shouted angrily, "No wonder they didn't return today. You actually murdered my subordinates. I'll make you pay with your lives." Min Noyet retorted, "You didn't set a good example for your subordinates. Instead, you condone them going out to rob and plunder by force. You brought this death upon yourselves. You should have known this day would come." She stood before Lap Tui, who was being restrained by Vuda, and questioned her. "Your being able to stay in this village is actually a case of a cuckoo occupying another's nest, isn't it? Was it you who caused the village chief to be sick and bedridden?" Min Noyet continued to expose her. "You controlled the village chief, then you controlled the entire village, causing the villagers to live in misery and suffering." Lap Tui furiously shot out her feathers, screaming, "Shut up!" Before those feathers could reach her, they were blocked by Vuda. He scoffed petty tricks. He slammed Lap Tui to the ground and warned, "Trying to harm the person I want to protect? You're looking for death." Lap Tui hastily transformed into a vulture and flew high up. "I was careless this time." She disappeared, leaving only her words behind. "Vuda, Lamin Noyet, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will surely repay today's grievance 10. Full. Seeing this, Traken spoke up in alarm. She ran away. "I'll go after her." Min Noyet stopped him. "Vultures can fly very high. You probably won't be able to catch up." She pulled him back and continued to dissuade him. "Besides, if she becomes reckless out of desperation, it will be very dangerous." "Osh." Min Noyet worried silently. A vulture's combat power is very strong, with almost no natural enemies. Even if she's injured, Traken is probably not her match. She quickly changed the subject. "The important thing right now is to go see the village chief." Traken shyly agreed. Min Noyet's question echoed from the thatched house. "Village chief, are you feeling any better?" The village chief's wife answered for him. "Thank you, everyone." After taking the medicine, he feels a bit more spirited. Only then did the village chief explain. Vuda, as an old friend, I should have told you that those vultures had no good intentions. But because they had previously coerced my wife and the villagers, for their sake, I had no choice but to do as she said. Vuda frowned, probing. "What is the origin of these vultures? There were clearly no vultures around here before." The village chief sighed and recounted, "This flock of vultures arrived not long ago. They seem to be the confidants of Deputy Chief Bidala. As soon as they arrived, they occupied the village and tormented the villagers. All of our stored food has been plundered by them." The chief's wife added, "The permanent residents of our village are all elderly and children. Our food relies on subsidies from the strong young people. Their return date is uncertain. We don't know what to do next." Hearing this, Min Noyet spoke up. "Relying on others is not as good as relying on yourselves. You can't just keep waiting for others to give you food. I see that the water source nearby is abundant, and the soil quality isn't bad either, very suitable for growing food." She offered a solution. "Why not organize the elderly and children in the village to start farming?" Under the quiet night sky, the old couple was full of curiosity. "Farming, what is that?" Min Noyet patiently explained. "Farming is sowing wheat seeds on the ground. After a while, They will grow from this to this, and you can harvest even more wheat seeds. She drew illustrations on the ground to make it easier to visualize. You just need to save some wheat for the next planting, and the rest can be used as food to eat. That way, the village can become self-sufficient. The old man was excited by this new knowledge. Is it that magical? Then I'll immediately inform the villagers to try planting. Half a month later, the villagers here had successfully cultivated their crops. Min Noyet was overjoyed to see the people succeed. They finally managed to grow it successfully, but she was still worried that I never expected to stay here for so long. I wonder if the bridge construction at Gia Lam's place is going smoothly or not. Since coming to this world, this is the first time I've been away from him for so long. Traken's call from a distance interrupted Min Noyet's thoughts. A figure loomed behind him. Min Noyet, sister, look who's here. Gia Lam was emotional upon seeing her. Min Noyet was also emotional, Gia Lam, but she was still in a daze. Am I hallucinating? Gia Lam took the initiative and stepped closer. He pulled Min Noyet into a tight hug. Being held in his arms, she was still stunned. This scent is so familiar. Everything before my eyes is not a hallucination. It's really Gia Lam. He came to find me. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Min Noyet's arm. Vuda appeared out of nowhere and pulled Min Noyet away. He stepped between them, looking at him with hostility. Why are you here? Gia Lam was full of annoyance. I am Min Noyet's mate. I finished my business and came here. Is there a problem? Vuda glared at him. Min Noyet looked at them both, bewildered. Why did the situation become so tense the moment they met? Min Noyet changed the subject. Vuda, you're back. Have you found out what we should do next? His demeanor softened. For now, to get to Tak Nanan, we must pass through Chief Bidala's territory. Otherwise, we'll have to cross a deep forest with thick fog. She replied brightly. All right, it's perfect that Gia Lam has also arrived. We'll let the village chief know, and tomorrow we will set off. Seeing this, Gia Lam became jealous internally. Min Noyet is smiling too brightly at Vuda. At Bidala's territory, a grumpy voice rang out. Who goes there? What's your business? Min Noyet spoke up. We've come from Garotai. We have business in the capital, Tak Nanan. Please let us pass. A guard felt suspicious from Garotai, but why do they look so familiar? Suddenly, the two guards realized. They said in unison, it really is you. One of the soldiers said firmly, Deputy Chief Bidala said that if the four of you want to pass, you must hand over food for 100 people. She was stunned. Food for 100 people, why? The guard pushed Min Noyet with an annoyed expression that if you can't provide it, then leave quickly. If you don't go, I'll call for people. Vuda and Gia Lam frantically caught her. Min Noyet. Gia Lam's face darkened as he threatened. You're looking for death. Vuda chimed in, tired of living. Min Noyet hurriedly calmed them both down. Don't get agitated. We still have to find the holy maiden of Tak Nanan. We can't get into a direct conflict with them. The village chief said before that Bidala and Lap Tui are close. I'm afraid he's trying to get revenge for Lap Tui. But they both rushed forward. She screamed in despair. You too, calm down for me. Vuda immediately made a suggestion. If that's the case, why don't we go directly through the deep, misty forest? Min Noyet agreed. I think that's possible. Although the misty forest is very dangerous, our combat strength isn't weak. Besides, Bidala is targeting us. Even if we gather enough food for 100 people, he could still find other reasons to make things difficult for us. Exactly. It's better to go directly through the misty forest. Seeing this, Gia Lam grew worried. Min Noyet and here getting more and more in sync. Has she started to like him? Gia Lam gently pulled Min Noyet's hand. He reminded her, going into the misty forest is fine, but danger is always lurking inside. We need to be fully prepared before we go. Min Noyet asked doubtfully, fully prepared? Gia Lam suggested seriously. Let's find a place nearby to stop first. You'll know in a bit. Deep in the forest, the group set up a tent. He ordered, knee strike. No, not strong enough. Again, knee strike. Gia Lam lightly touched her hand. Both of them acted shyly. In reality, he was teaching Min Noyet how to defend herself. That one wasn't bad. Do it again. She obeyed with a yes. Min Noyet knew she had fallen into a trap. I can't believe this is the full preparation Gia Lam was talking about. He actually dragged me out to practice self-defense. Min Noyet's body was exhausted. She lamented, and he even prepared a whole curriculum. Min Noyet recalled Gia Lam's instructions. First, learn to catch a blade with bare hands. Then learn self-defense stances. Then learn offensive combat skills, and also archery, daggers, axes, and so on. All the basics must be learned. And she sat there, dejected and tired. I don't know how long I'll have to study. He stroked her hair. Min Noyet, you've lost focus again. As punishment, you have to practice more today. Min Noyet started to whine. I don't want to. I'm so tired. If I practice more, my whole body will collapse from exhaustion. Gia Lam closed his eyes. It's fine if you don't practice more, but on one condition. Min Noyet sat up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. What condition? He said bluntly, give me a kiss. The words, give me a kiss, echoed in Min Noyet's mind. She thought shyly, since when did Gia Lam become so thick-skinned to actually ask for a kiss? Min Noyet pondered for a moment. So, should I kiss him or keep practicing like this? Then she decided to lean over and kiss Gia Lam. After all, it's not the first time we've kissed. It's no big deal. Min Noyet shyly turned away. Is that okay? Seeing his satisfied face, this time is just a warning. Next time you're distracted, it won't be this simple. Gia Lam was full of schemes in his mind that I have to use this time teaching self-defense to win back Min Noyet's heart. After a few days of training, Min Noyet tiredly stepped out of the tent. Finally, today Gia Lam is relatively satisfied. Her body ached. Training every day makes my whole body ache. It's truly terrible. Remembering the ambiguous actions made her even more shy. Although Gia Lam taught very seriously, sometimes I felt he had ulterior motives, always looking for opportunities to tease me. Suddenly, the sound of music caught Min Noyet's attention. That it's the middle of the night. Who's still playing this song? Vuda sat high in a tree, playing music with a leaf in his mouth. His music called to Min Noyet. She walked over and asked curiously, Vuda, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? He replied, I can't sleep. Vuda thought about the people in the tent and felt even more helpless. Besides, it's basically impossible to sleep in that canvas tent. Vuda offered, the wind is very pleasant today. Want to come up here and enjoy the breeze together? Min Noyet didn't refuse, all right. He immediately inquired, how is your self-defense training going recently? She didn't hide anything that I've learned quite a bit. Gia Lam even praised me. Today, I basically mastered the bow and arrow. Tomorrow, I'll start learning the dagger. Vuda spoke up. Actually, I can teach you too. Not wanting to bother him, Min Noyet immediately waved her hands in refusal. No, it's fine. Too many teachers. On the contrary, I'll just get flustered. She thought pensively. I don't dare let Gia Lam and Vuda teach me together. I don't know if they'd be able to teach or if they'd just start fighting first. He took out a treasure. If that's the case, then this is for you. Min Noyet was excited. It's so beautiful. She carefully unsheathed the dagger to admire it. It's absolutely beautiful. Did you make this? What's it made of? Vuda replied, snake scales. This dagger is as thin as a cicada's wing, but it's incredibly sharp, and it also contains snake venom. Just by wounding an enemy with it, a light injury will lead to paralysis and loss of strength, while a severe one will result in death by poisoning. Min Noyet was very pleased with the gift. She praised how formidable. She expressed her feelings. Vuda, I really like this dagger. Thank you. I don't know what I should give you as a return gift. This is a toy I made in my spare time. I hope you won't mind. Vuda carefully accepted it. I really like the gift you gave me. The next day, it was time for training again. Gia Lam was strict, too slow. You have to do 10 extra laps today. Min Noyet cried out helplessly. What? She thought to herself, why does it seem like Gia Lam is in a very bad mood today? He recalled the moment this morning when Vuda showed off the gift Min Noyet had given him. It was so infuriating. It seems I have to try even harder to get close to Min Noyet. Suddenly, there was an unusual rustling sound in the forest. Gia Lam pulled Min Noyet behind him, and they both looked at the man in front of them. Help! Save me! She was worried. Oh my God, this person is so heavily injured. Gia Lam, let's hurry and treat his wounds. Otherwise, he'll die very soon. Min Noyet's voice echoed in the hut. Be a little patient. Kyo Mok was breathing faintly, his body covered in crisscrossing wounds. She dipped her finger in the medicine. Applying the medicine will sting a little. Before she could even touch him, Vuda and Gia Lam grabbed Min Noyet's wrist tightly, leaving her stunned. He said resolutely, let me. Both of them thought to themselves, there are already enough males around Min Noyet. We don't need another one. Min Noyet was helpless. Why are you two so eager? All right then, you two do it, but remember to be gentle. The dark faces and medicine-covered hands of Gia Lam and Vuda made him let out a small cry. He frowned. I haven't even touched you yet. Kyo Mok looked at her weakly. Big sister, how about you do it? I'm very afraid of pain. Gia Lam thought angrily, something's wrong. There's definitely something wrong with this guy. He was secretly annoyed. I can't let him achieve his goal. An hour later, Kyo Mok was covered in medicine from head to toe, lying powerless and motionless. He looked at her. My name is Kyo Mok. Big sister, you can call me Mok Mok. I live in TUC Dike Lap's territory. For many years, TUC Dike Lap has frequently captured young males to satisfy her beastly desires. I never expected to be targeted by her. Kiyomok's eyes welled with tears. The wounds on my body were all caused by TUC Daiklap. Yesterday, I happened to find a chance and managed to escape. Min Noyet was suspicious. Is TUC Daiklap really that perverted? He grabbed her hand. Big sister, it's a good thing I met you, otherwise I would have died on the road. Kiyomok gave a small smile. After my wounds heal, I am willing to be your servant, big sister, and serve you for the rest of my life. Gia Lam's face darkened as he slapped that hand away. Not necessary. Min Noyet has me by her side. She doesn't need you to serve her. Vuda pulled Min Noyet behind him. I will protect her for life. She peeked out from behind the hands, shielding her. Kiyomok, saving you is just a simple act. After you've recovered, you can go do what you want to do. You don't need to repay me. Min Noyet tried to drag the two angry men away. Gia Lam, Vuda, let's go. Don't disturb Kiyomok's rest. He thought to himself, didn't Lady TUC Daiklap receive intelligence that Gia Lam and Vuda, who are with Min Noyet, are at odds with each other? For me to use that opportunity to join them and then defeat them one by one? Kiyomok frowned, calculating, from the looks of it now, those two are very united, huh? I'll have to think of another method. The next time he appeared with a pile of fruit, surprising her. He called out sweetly, big sister, my wounds have healed. Your medicine is really effective. This is fruit that I picked, have a taste. The next time, Kiyomok appeared with a basin of water in his hands. Big sister, I saw that you often boil water to drink, so I specially boiled some for you. I also cleaned your entire tent. Min Noyet smiled and gave a thumbs up. The next time, he massaged her shoulders. Big sister, training these past few days has been tough. Let me give you a massage. Min Noyet enjoyed it. This is so relaxing. Mante and Trake and dragged Kiyomok away together. Mante smiled. Big sister, we want to have a talk with Kiyomok. He also added cheerfully, right, to bond a little. In the forest, Gia Lam's voice rang out. Speak. What is your purpose, really? He acted confused. Big brother, I don't know what you're talking about. What purpose could I have? I just want to repay Big Sister. He shouted, these past few days you've been hovering around Big Sister, taking up all of her time. You're doing it on purpose. Don't think we don't know. Traken nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Vuda looked straight at him. You're healed. Leave now. She, standing behind a tree, was startled to see this scene. Kiyomok's voice rang out. Why do you two want to chase me away? He expressed weakly. I have no home to return to. It was so hard to find someone who treats me well. Why can't I stay by her side? I never wanted to ruin everyone's relationship. I just want to join your family. Kiyomok peeked towards Min Noyet's spot. Big sister, if everyone doesn't welcome me, fine, I'll leave. She felt a pang of guilt. I clearly didn't do anything, but why do I feel like I just did something very cruel? Maybe I shouldn't have let Gia Lam and the others isolate Kiyomok. Kiyomok is just too pitiful. Min Noyet shouted, Kiyomok, you can't go that way. They all turned around in surprise. Min Noyet, big sister. She tried to call out. Wait for me a moment. She thought to herself, that's the mist forest. I have to pull him back quickly. Min Noyet stepped into the misty forest. She was bewildered. Huh? I clearly just stepped in. Why can't I see the way back anymore? Is this mist forest really that powerful? Where did Kiyomok go? She shouted loudly. Kiyomok, Gia Lam, Vuda, Mante, Traken, is anyone there? Suddenly, Lap Tui appeared with a man behind her. Lin Min Noyet, don't waste your energy. Once you step into our territory, no one will answer you even if you scream your throat hoarse. Min Noyet was surprised. Nai Lap Tui, why are you here? She gave a wicked smile. To get revenge on you, of course. Lap Tui spoke up. Although that brat Kiyomok failed to divide you, being able to lure you in here is already a great achievement. Beside her was Duk Ca Lap, a subordinate of TUC Daiklap. Lap Tui frowned. Duk Ca Lap, go eliminate the weakest one first. He said, annoyed, Nai Lap Tui, I'm only here to help you on TUC Daiklap's orders. I'm not your subordinate. Don't order me around. Ca Lap launched the poisonous bone-melting thorns attack. Min Noyet dodged each needle that flew towards her. When the needles hit the ground, they released a green liquid. She was horrified. It's poisonous. So dangerous. It's a good thing I've been training with Gia Lam recently. If I'd been hit by these poison needles, I'd be dead for sure. He gave a cold laugh. Good skills. Lap Tui suddenly jumped out, her face ferocious. Don't get cocky. She kicked Min Noyet in the back, causing her to lose her balance and scream. Gia Lam's group heard the scream from afar. He spoke up, it's Min Noyet. From the sound of it, she's not far. Vuda's eyes changed color to sense heat over there. There are 3 people. Mante wondered, why 3 people? If Big Sister and Kiyomok are there, it should only be 2. Traken said worriedly, let's hurry over and see. Meanwhile, Lap Tui was stepping on Min Noyet's face. She laughed. Killing you directly would be too easy for you. Let me think about how I should torture you. Her sharp toenails scratch her face. How about I destroy this face of yours first, then cut off your limbs, then dig out your internal organs, and slowly eat them all? Min Noyet calculated to herself, I have to find a way to stall for time. Once my lightning skill has finished accumulating, I'll be able to escape. Mante appeared out of nowhere and kicked Lap Tui. Get lost. Caught off guard, she let out a scream. Jia Lam appeared along with Vuda and Traken. He spoke up, we won't let you succeed. She was overjoyed to see them. You're all here. Jia Lam helped Min Noyet up. Next time, you're not allowed to run off after others recklessly. You hear? She replied, I know I was wrong. C.A. Lap whipped an iron chain towards them. How did 4 more people show up? What a nuisance. He took out his weapon to block the attack. Jia Lam, you take Min Noyet and go. His weapon flew towards them. Want to leave? No chance. He easily caught it with his bare hands. Min Noyet, go wait on the side for a moment. I'll get you out of here soon. Traken and Mante also joined in. We're here to help too. Suddenly, a knife was held to Min Noyet's throat, along with a voice, don't move. Kyo Mok covered her mouth tightly and whispered, don't make a sound. Follow me. Min Noyet compromised and followed him. Kyo Mok, where are you taking me? Why are you doing this? Are you being threatened? Tell us. Maybe we can help you. He forced her along. I have to deliver you to Lady Tuc Dyke Lap. That way, I will become Lady Tuc Dyke Lap's most capable subordinate, gaining power second to only one person, but above tens of thousands in the territory. Can you give me these things? Min Noyet was bewildered. Weren't you injured by Tuc Dyke Lap? Why are you still helping her? Kyo Mok sneered, foolish female. That was just me tricking you. I inflicted the wounds on my body myself. Otherwise, how could I have possibly tricked you? Seeing this, she took the opportunity to strike his hand hard, making Kyo Mok drop the knife. This is my chance. It looks like I'll have to risk it all. Min Noyet twisted his arm behind his back. Kyo Mok shouted, you dare to fight back? Are you tired of living? She pulled out a knife and shouted, you forced me to do this. Before she could stab him, Kyo Mok's leg kicked her arm, and the knife also left a scratch on his leg. Min Noyet staggered backward. Then she fell off the cliff, screaming her lungs out. Kyo Mok clutched the wound on his leg. Damn it, that knife was poisoned. But that woman fell off the cliff? I doubt she'll survive. The sky lit up, illuminating the dense forest. Lap Tui and C.A. Lap lay unconscious on the ground. Jia Lam looked at the people lying on the ground and spoke. I guess this is the end of it. He turned his head and called Min Noyet. Not seeing Min Noyet, Jia Lam panicked and shouted, where's Min Noyet? Seeing this, Traken also said loudly, this is bad. I can't see Min Noyet anymore. Mante looked at Vuda and urged him, Vuda, quickly use your senses to see if Min Noyet is nearby. Vuda stuck out his long tongue, used his sensing ability. Then he spoke, besides us, there's no one else. Around here, his face full of worry, he asked, Min Noyet wouldn't just run off without saying a word. Could there still be other enemies? Vuda pondered deeply, then suddenly remembered something and spoke up. It's Kyo Mok, he realized after his words. He frowned and said, Min Noyet was led into the misty forest by him. He's the most likely suspect to have taken Min Noyet. Mante shouted angrily, right? How could we forget that brat? Jia Lam shouted to the other 3, we have to find Min Noyet quickly. The scene changes. A lake appears amidst lush nature. 7 days later, a pair of steady feet appear, along with a helpless call, Min Noyet. He walked while shouting loudly, Min Noyet. Elsewhere, Vuda was also desperately searching for Min Noyet. Min Noyet, where are you? A drawing of her appears on the ground. Min Noyet, where on earth have you gone? Jia Lam sat dejectedly, holding a stick to draw her. It's been 7 days. Why is there still no news of you? He revealed a sorrowful expression. Traken didn't want to accept it. His voice faltered. Don't tell me Min Noyet has. Mante immediately cut in. Big sister will definitely be fine. She's so smart. Even if she's in danger, she'll surely find a way to escape. Vuda leaned against a tree trunk, frowned, and then spoke. I have to make a trip to the Tak Na Nan tribe. Jia Lam also remembered. He shot up and said loudly, right, we should go to the Tak Na Nan tribe. Maybe Min Noyet is there waiting for us. A sparkling palace is bathed under a clear sky. In the Tak Na Nan tribe, Kara City, the townspeople are full of excitement. The parade is about to start. I heard she can even summon rain. I'm so looking forward to it. Another female townsperson spoke up. I wonder what the goddess looks like. Her story with the chief is so romantic. The remaining male townsperson replied, she must be absolutely beautiful, right? But the goddess is probably very mysterious. We might not be able to see what she looks like. Hearing this, Jia Lam was surprised and thought to himself, a goddess who can summon rain. A strong hand pulled that female townsperson back. He asked urgently, making the female townsperson a little scared. What's the name of the goddess you're talking about? What's her story with your chief? The girl blushed. That townsperson, with sparkling eyes, looked at Gia Lam and replied, we don't know the goddess's name either, but she just arrived in our Kara city a few days ago. Every word spoken made his and Vu Da's faces turn pale. It said that when the chief was hunting outside, he happened to rescue the goddess at a cliff, and it was love at first sight. He wants to marry her. Gia Lam hurriedly questioned, a cliff? Where is the cliff? The girl replied, it seems to be near the misty forest. Suddenly, someone shouted, causing both of them to turn in that direction. Look quickly, the goddess is coming out. Manhwa and the Taknanan chief sat on a large palanquin carried by a line of people. She was dressed in splendid clothes, but her face was full of indifference. Gia Lam was shocked. Manhwa. The scene turns to night. The moonlight and stars illuminate the sky. The four of them, exhausted, panted in an alley. Mante, while catching his breath, said, phew, we finally escaped that annoying crowd. He shouted angrily, that guy by Daira is so detestable. Gia Lam looked at the sky, frowned, and then spoke, it's getting late. Let's rest here tonight, and tomorrow we'll figure out a way to save Manhwa. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in red cloth ran over, each footstep clearly visible. Vuda frowned warily and announced, someone's coming. That person suddenly appeared, their voice full of joy. Hello. Gia Lam froze in alarm. Who is it? Manhwa took off her hood, smiling radiantly, and laughed, it's me. The four of them were simultaneously surprised. Manhwa, why are you here? She replied cheerfully, of course, I came to find you guys. Suddenly, Manhwa froze. Gia Lam pulled her into his arms. I don't care why you're here. As long as you've returned, that's all that matters. Manhwa blushed. Gia Lam. Vuda's expression turned unhappy. Daira said you lost your memory. She explained, ahem, yes, I told everyone that I lost my memory, but it's just an act. Gia Lam and Vuda were surprised. An act? He asked hurriedly. Then what about your marriage to the king of Taknanan? Manhwa replied, that's also an act. Mante asked loudly, so what exactly happened that day in the misty forest? Why did you end up here, big sister? She sighed and began to explain, it's a long story. He shouted angrily. As expected, Kyo Mok is not a good person. The five of them found a place to sit and talk together. Mante growled furiously. I can't believe you were kidnapped by him while we were in the middle of a chaotic fight, big sister. Traken asked, then you fell down a mountainside and were saved by King Siaka of the Taknanan. Manhwa replied, yes, to repay Siaka, I agreed to become the goddess. I'm putting on an act with him, marrying him to help him clean up the factions within the tribe. Night fell over the bustling city, with a few lit rooms making the scene sparkle. A voice spoke up. The Taknanan seem peaceful now, but in reality, an undercurrent is quietly stirring. She smiled smugly. Moreover, after everything succeeds, they will tell me where the saintess of Taknanan is. Gia Lam's face darkened as he questioned suspiciously, are you really just acting? Doesn't that Siaka guy have other intentions towards you? Manhwa, wave her hand, but don't overthink it. I'm not so captivating that everyone would fall for me. Then her eyes widened and sparkled, her voice echoing. Besides, from what I know, Siaka already has a female he likes. The four of them said in unison, but were not at ease. Manhwa helplessly pulled out 2 sets of guard and handmaiden outfits and said, all right. However, I guess you would say that. So I've already gotten clothes for you to come with me. She looked a bit guilty. However, I could only get 2 sets of guard uniforms. The other 2 sets are for handmaidens. After a round of rock, paper, scissors, Gia Lam and Mante, dressed as guards, spun around with great flair. Manhwa gave a thumbs up in praise. Not bad at all. It suits you two very well. Vuda and Traken wore handmaiden outfits. Manhwa's eyes sparkled, her voice full of admiration. So beautiful, so beautiful. I didn't expect this kind of effect. Vuda spoke. Are you sure these clothes weren't intentional? She continued to reply guiltily. It's the honest truth. I really couldn't find any more guard uniforms. Since we've finished changing, let's go back to my place first. The scene shifts to daytime, a magnificent castle under the sky at Siaka's residence. Inside, all of them sat down at a table. Siaka spoke first. Everyone, please eat. Don't be formal. Min Noyet introduced. This is the chief of the Tak Non Nan, Siaka. Siaka, the Tak Non Nan chief, spoke up. Vuda, we've met before. As for Gia Lam, Mante, and Traken, I've heard Min Noyet talk about you. I've heard so much about you. Gia Lam raised his cup and replied, thank you for saving Min Noyet. Siaka winked at her. Be able to save a beauty like Min Noyet is my honor. His next words made him and Vuda glare angrily. Furthermore, I'm also very grateful that she was willing to help me. Siaka's gaze sharpened. He spoke, my grand wedding with Min Noyet tomorrow. I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. I hope you all can protect Min Noyet well. He replied coldly, you don't need to remind us. We will naturally protect her. In a magnificent room, on the white bed lay the red outfit. Gia Lam touched the red garment and asked, is this the outfit you have to wear tomorrow? Min Noyet replied, yes, this is the custom of my homeland. One must wear a wedding dress to get married, and also put on makeup. He looked at her sadly. Then can I be the one to dress you in your wedding gown? Even though I know it's just an act, I don't want to see you marry someone else at all. So at least let me dress you in your wedding gown and do your makeup. She blushed and thought to herself, dressing me in my wedding gown, marrying me off himself? Although it's very strange for Gia Lam to do these things, the way he's looking at me so intently, Min Noyet replied shyly, okay. She thought, I can't find a way to refuse. Gia Lam changed Min Noyet into the red outfit. He pulled the pinkish-red fabric. Then Gia Lam gently tied the sash for her. He kissed Min Noyet's back, making her blush. Gia Lam came closer, hugged Min Noyet, and whispered in her ear, Min Noyet, you're so beautiful. If only you were wearing this to marry me tomorrow. Min Noyet wanted to say something, but stopped, only calling out softly, Gia Lam. She thought to herself, spending my days and nights with Gia Lam, I don't know when I started to develop feelings for him. Gia Lam held Min Noyet tightly in his arms. Min Noyet, after we find the saintess of Tak Non Nan, let's have a wedding ceremony too, okay? Will you marry me? She blushed and stammered, Then she glanced at him from behind and said directly, how about? Gia Lam made a pitiful, pathetic face and said in a low voice, as I thought, you still. Min Noyet crossed her arms and replied, you have nothing and you're asking me to marry you? Not a chance. As she spoke, she raised her hands to describe, I want a house that belongs to us, and I want a super huge diamond. I also want a table of sumptuous delicacies, and I want. Before she could finish, Gia Lam, with a surprised look, quickly cut her off. So what you mean is, he happily lifted Min Noyet up high. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. I will prepare all of these things. The two looked at each other lovingly. Gia Lam began, Min Noyet, I know you want one love for a lifetime. I swear that from now on, you'll be the only female for me. I will absolutely not be unfaithful. She smiled lightly. In that case, I'll reluctantly agree. The two shared a gentle kiss. He said happily, I won't let you regret today's decision. Today, Gia Lam pushed Min Noyet onto the bed. For all of eternity, I will not fail you. Min Noyet, I love you. A figure stood silently outside, not making a sound. Vuda stood outside the door, silently pondering. One love for a lifetime. He clenched his fists. Vuda's face showed a look of determination. He calculated, it seems I must resolve my family matters, otherwise I won't even have a chance to be with Min Noyet. The new morning light shone on the palace. A voice called out, Goddess, it is time to wake up. A slender hand knocked on the door of Min Noyet's room. He was holding the soundly sleeping Min Noyet. The person outside called again, Goddess, it is time to wake up. She groggily woke up, then suddenly became fully awake and thought to herself, I'm doomed. I forgot to kick Gia Lam out last night. Min Noyet sat up, looking around and pondering. What should I do now? I can't let anyone find out there's a man in my room on the wedding day. Suddenly, she had an idea. I've got it. Min Noyet put him into a nook, holding the lid as she instructed. Gia Lam, you hide first. She slowly closed the lid, still managing to add, wait until I'm gone before you come out. Gia Lam sat with a grim face, thinking, Min Noyet clearly agreed to marry me, but what is this feeling of a clandestine romance? The hall was grandly decorated. A voice echoed from it. Thank you all for attending the wedding of myself and the goddess. I believe that this union with the goddess will allow our Takna people to become even more prosperous and flourishing. He raised his glass and announced, this is a drink the goddess taught me to brew. It's called wine. This wine is cool and palatable, and drinking a lot of it can make one drunk, lightheaded, and giddy. Siaka, dressed in a thin red outfit, smiled. Today is a day of great celebration. We won't go home until we're drunk. The people below raised their glasses and cheered. We won't go home until we're drunk. Bitterer drank while calculating in his head. That goddess actually managed to create something that makes people lower their guard. It's as if the heavens are helping me. Once Siaka and his confidants are all drunk and have let down their defenses, that will be the perfect time to launch a coup. Night fell, the light from the castle shining brightly in the darkness. A voice came from within. Another glass, I still want to drink. Min Noyet tried to persuade him. Chief, you're already drunk. You can't drink anymore. Siaka raised his glass stubbornly that I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Bitterer said with a dark, scowling face. Chief, what kind of behavior is this? You don't have the slightest bearing of a chief. He jumped up, pointed at him, and yelled, I don't have the bearing of a chief. Don't tell me you do. Bitterer replied, smugly out of course. I was always more suited to be the chief of the Tacna people than you. If you hadn't bribed the Sainus back then and spoken nonsense in front of the former chief, the position of chief would have been mine. He whistled. Now it's time to return things to their rightful owner. A group of soldiers rushed in from outside, shouting, Deputy Chief, we are here. She said loudly, Bitterer, are you trying to stage a coup? Your guards clearly can't get near the main residence. Where on earth did these people come from? Bitterer laughed wickedly. Since I was plotting to seize power, of course I had them hide in the main residence. He glared and ordered, all of you attack. Whoever takes Siaka's head, I will make them the deputy chief. Siaka burst out laughing. You want to kill me? He laughed savagely. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. A snap of the fingers was heard, and a group of soldiers in white appeared, surrounding them. Bitterer shouted in surprise, that weren't all your guards drunk? How is this possible? Siaka smiled lightly, that you're allowed to put on an act in front of me, but I'm not allowed to act back. His words stunned him, that I had long guessed that you were plotting a coup. So today, I deliberately set this trap. A taste of your own medicine. A soldier in white shouted, charge, protect our chief, and behead the traitor. Min Noyet thought worriedly to herself. The scene is so chaotic, I have to find a way to escape. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. Startled, Min Noyet turned around. She called out loudly, Gia Lam. He reassured her, Min Noyet, don't be afraid. Come with us. We'll take you to a safe place. Night enveloped the castle, with a faint light shining from within. Suddenly, Siaka let out a piercing scream that echoed, gently, gently. He froze. Traken, awkwardly bandaging him, comforted him. Sorry, it's almost done, just bear with it a little longer. Min Noyet smiled. Congratulations, Chief Siaka, on dealing with the traitor and clearing up the conflict within the tribe. A hand reached out and took hers. Min Noyet blushed and stared blankly at him. Siaka lightly kissed the back of her hand, then said in a grateful voice, you played a part in this. Thank you for agreeing to act along with me. Gia Lam and Vu Da were simultaneously alarmed when they saw that scene. He stepped forward, pulling her behind him with one hand and blocking the other man with his other, saying angrily, "A thank you is just a thank you. Is there a need to get so handsy?" Siaka smiled lightly. Why apologies? When faced with a beauty like Min Noyet, I always find it hard to restrain my feelings. He stared intently at him and spoke up. Didn't you promise Min Noyet that if she helped you with your act, you would take her to see the saintess of the Tacna people? Your people. Vuda looked coldly at Siaka and asked in a low voice, when do we leave? He pouted and said that I'm already injured and you're still rushing me to work. Vuda, you're as cold-blooded as ever. He smiled smugly. That's right, my blood is indeed very cold. Siaka put his hands on his hips and replied in compromise. All right, I'll take you to see the saintess right away. Then he laughed loudly and said, however, the journey is a bit far and I sprained my ankle in the fight just now. I'll need you to help me with one more thing. Half an hour later, a fair foot appeared walking on the sand, along with the exhausted panting of a man. Siaka smiled with satisfaction under the sun. Good work, good work. Vuda and Gia Lam were carrying the front. Two others were at the back, while he sat leisurely, letting them carry him. Siaka spoke up, keep moving forward. We should be able to get there by sunrise tomorrow morning. All of them were simultaneously so annoyed that it showed on their faces. They wanted to just let go and let him fall to his death. Night had fallen, the moon hanging high overhead. Min Noyet led the way, while they persevered in carrying him, and Siaka was sleeping soundly on the chair. The sky began to brighten, and all of them were panting with exhaustion. He was still sleeping peacefully on the chair. They had walked all night. Min Noyet, tired, wiped her sweat and lamented. How much longer until we get there? Siaka slightly opened his sharp eyes, saw the lake and a small building in front of them, and happily announced, "We're here. This is the place." A slender hand was wiping an object. The person had long blonde hair and was standing on tiptoes on a stack of rocks to reach and wipe something high up. She had green eyes and a lovely, round face. A voice rang out. "That person over there is our Tacna people's saintess, Benya." Suddenly, Benya slipped from the rock stack, her body falling backward. Benya cried out in alarm. A hand reached out and caught her just in time. They all gaped in astonishment at this scene. Siaka, with a worried expression, asked Benya, "Benya, are you all right?" He had one arm around her back to keep her from falling and the other holding Benya. Seeing Siaka, she asked in bewilderment, "Siaka, why are you here?" The four people who had carried him had dark faces, angrily cracking their knuckles as they interrogated him. "Is your leg badly injured?" Siaka smiled awkwardly, trying to placate them. Calm down, my leg was indeed injured before, but it healed overnight." "Is there a problem with that?" Benya smelled something, then turned sharply, frowning as she thought to herself, "This person's aura." She approached Min Noyet to inquire. "You are." She smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Lamin Noyet. I asked Siaka to bring me here to find you this time to ask you about the treasure of the four great tribes." The group of men rushed in, fighting until dust filled the air. A weak hand reached out along with a faint voice. "Help." Benya closed her eyes, calculating on her fingers. "Could it be that I've really been waiting for this? Oh, heavens." Then she opened her eyes wide with joy and said, "I really have waited for this. To think that in my lifetime, I could see the reincarnation of the great water goddess." Benya joyfully moved towards Min Noyet, wanted to hug her as she exclaimed, "Great water goddess, you finally appeared." The group that was fighting also stopped. "Buddha," and he shouted in unison, "Water goddess, you're saying Min Noyet is the legendary water goddess?" The other three asked in bewilderment, "What water goddess?" She happily took her hand and pulled her along. "Great water goddess, you must come with me. I have something that belongs to you. I've finally waited for the time for you to take it." Min Noyet looked at Benya and thought to herself, "Although I did think that the goddess mentioned in the system's mission could possibly be me. After all, I can summon rain and call thunder." When I heard Buddha tell the story of the water goddess before, I had already vaguely guessed about 70 to 80% of it. She was led to a room. Nearby was a golden table with treasure on it. She introduced, "Great water goddess, this is the treasure of the four great tribes. All of it is. Here." Min Noyet stared in amazement at the pile of things before her and thought. However, to be able to gather all the treasures of the four tribes in one go, I really didn't expect this. She put a hand behind her head and asked tentatively, "Weren't the four saintesses supposed to have split the scepter into four parts, each keeping one piece and fleeing to the human world to hide them? Why are they all with you?" Benya touched her hands together and answered honestly. "Before, it was true that the saintesses of the four tribes kept them separately, but your excellency, the water goddess, you appeared far too late. After the four saintesses passed away, the treasures were guarded by their descendants for many generations. By my generation, it has been 57 generations. The saintesses of the other tribes could no longer bear the loneliness of waiting, so they brought all the treasures and placed them with me." She spoke up, "But this is good too. Your excellency, the water goddess, no longer needs to run to the other tribes to claim the treasures." Min Noyet gave an embarrassed laugh. "I think so too. It's just that this happiness came a bit too suddenly." Benya smiled and clapped her hands a few times. "In that case, we will now begin the ceremony to restore the divine scepter." Her chest slowly opened, and a blue light emanated from within. Her eyes sparkled as she saw the sight. Min Noyet reached her hand towards it and shouted, "Scepter, return to your place." A radiant light enveloped her. Min Noyet's face appeared with one side illuminated, and the clothes on her body changed. Min Noyet's hand held a long scepter as streams of water swirled around her. Bai Daden appeared with an announcement. "Congratulations on completing the mission to find the treasures of the four great tribes. Next, please press the button below and use your divine power to create a desert oasis." Min Noyet suddenly remembered something and asked, "Wait, you said before that after completing the desert oasis mission, you would send me back to my world. What if I don't want to go back?" The figures of each person appeared in her mind. Although in my world, there's the research institute that I worked so hard to get into, but here I have my lover, my friends, and feelings that are hard to let go of. Bai Daden frowned and looked at her inquisitively. "You don't want to go back anymore?" Then it answered itself. "That makes sense. After all, there are so many handsome and strong men here. I had long guessed that you wouldn't want to leave in the end." Min Noyet's eyes sparkled. She was anxious, so Baidaden continued. Since it's your reward, whether you want to return or not is, of course, your own decision. Its next words made her jump for joy. If you don't want to leave, then just stay in this world and be the water goddess. Min Noyet laughed heartily. Being able to stay is truly wonderful. An electronic panel appeared in front of her. Min Noyet pressed it and said, "Then, the desert oasis." She pressed the button on the panel, along with the voice. "Activate." A white light intertwined with a bit of color appeared from the small house and shot straight into the sky. The arid desert was gradually being replaced by a vibrant green, until the entire area was covered with lush green trees. Siaka excitedly pointed in that direction. This place suddenly has a patch of grass. Mantle was also surprised and pointed the other way. A river suddenly appeared here. Traken said in amazement, "There are even fish in the river." Jayam Lam, completely stunned, said loudly, "Don't tell me this is a desert mirage." Vuda calmly looked around and made his judgment. "It's not a mirage, it's real." It seems something happened in the room that affected everything around us. Half an hour later, Binya caught a sweat-drenched Min Noyet who almost fell to the ground. She asked worriedly, "Your Excellency, the water goddess, are you all right?" She shook her head, wiped the sweat from her face, and replied, "I'm fine." In her mind, Min Noyet was full of complaints. "I didn't expect creating the desert oasis would consume so much physical energy. I'm so tired." Binya smiled and said something that surprised her. "Now that the scepter has been returned to you, my mission is also complete. Next, I want to go out on a long journey." Min Noyet tensed up, grabbed her hand, and said, "What? You want to go on a journey? Then what about Siaka?" Binya, bewildered and not understanding, asked her back, "What's wrong with Siaka? What does my journey have to do with him?" Min Noyet wore a thoughtful expression, her mind a tangled mess. "Siaka likes you. If you go on a journey, doesn't that mean he won't be able to see you anymore?" It seems Binya is completely unaware of Siaka's feelings. Then she spoke up. I feel that before you go on your journey, you should tell Siaka. After all, he is the leader of the Senna people, and you are the saintess of the Senna people." Binya seemed to understand, turned around, and said with a smile, I'll go tell him right away." The scenery outside was filled with green grass and fresh flowers. Min Noyet stared dumbfounded at the marvelous scene. To think this desert has turned into a grassland. Is this the power of the desert oasis? So amazing. Siaka ran towards her when he heard Binya call him. "Siaka, I have something to tell you." Only then did she notice, looking left and right, wondering, "Hey, where are Jayam Lam and Vuda?" Min Noyet suddenly saw a familiar figure sitting near some rocks and said, "Found him, but what is Jayam Lam doing over there?" She approached Jayam Lam, leaned down, and called out, startling him, "Jayam Lam." Jayam Lam turned to look at Min Noyet, holding a pearl bracelet, and called out softly, "Min Noyet." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the pearl bracelet in his hand and said excitedly, "Is this?" Jayam Lam stood up and gave the bracelet to Min Noyet. "This is a gift for you." She looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Why do you suddenly want to give me a gift?" Jayam Lam smiled and replied, "Because today is the 300th day since we first met. I feel it's very meaningful." Min Noyet said in surprise, 300 days? You've been counting all this time?" He spoke up, "Of course, I remember everything related to you." Jayam Lam scratched his head and said, "Don't you like shiny things?" "I couldn't find gems like trachans, but there were also very beautiful pearls in the river shells, so I made them into a necklace." His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked at her, his voice also filled with hope. "Are you willing to accept my gift?" Min Noyet tilted her head and replied, "Of course I'm willing. This necklace is very beautiful. Can you help me put on?" In her heart, she was deeply moved. Although diamonds are precious, pearls are even more priceless. Jayam Lam truly understands me so well. Jayam Lam pushed her hair aside, put the necklace on, and sighed softly. "So beautiful." Min Noyet happily held the necklace around her neck. "Yes, it really is very beautiful." He moved closer to her and smiled gently. "I was saying that my Min Noyet is very beautiful." She turned around, her lips close to Jayam Lam's, and called softly, "Jayam Lam." The two shared a sweet kiss. Sweet. The sunset scenery added to their romantic setting. Min Noyet thought to herself, "Jayam Lam, in the future, we can spend many more 300-day anniversaries together, staying together until our hair turns white." Night enveloped the sky. The small house nearby was still lit, with voices echoing out. "We're back." The three of them, Siaka, Mantle, and Traken, threw confetti and shouted, "Welcome to the party celebrating the trip to the Senna people." A table full of delicacies was laid out. She asked, "A party celebrating the trip to the Senna people? He raised his wine glass and chuckled. Your trip to the Senna people ended perfectly. We must celebrate. Tonight, we have to get really drunk. Min Noyet asked in a low voice. Has Benya already left on her journey? Are you drinking to drown your sorrows? Hearing this, Siaka reached out to hug Benya and answered her question. Not at all. I confess my feelings to Benya, and she has decided to stay by my side. Hearing that, Min Noyet raised her wine glass joyfully and said, Congratulations to the lovers who have finally become a family. He laughed excitedly. Same to you. Same to you. Now let's toast. Everyone shouted in unison. Everyone, cheers. The group of them were blissfully drunk at the party table. She was tipsy but still talkative. Good wine, it tastes so good. Both Min Noyet and he continued to drink. Jayam Lam spoke up. Then let's drink more. I haven't had enough yet. She shouted, drink. Suddenly, Min Noyet's cheek was pinched by a hand. Hey, Vuda turned her face towards him and said, Min Noyet, I had Siaka help me send a letter to my mother. From now on, I will serve this water goddess. I can finally protect you for a lifetime with a legitimate reason. Min Noyet giggled happily and said, All right, from now on, we all have to be together forever. What do you all say? The others, dead drunk, laughed and said, Yes, together forever. He looked at them and thought to himself, although I don't want to share Min Noyet with others. If this is what Min Noyet wants, as long as Min Noyet is happy, I will reluctantly try to accept it. Min Noyet lay on the ground, with Jayam Lam and Vuda beside her. A voice rang out. From now on, we will all be together forever. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. Wishing you all a day full of energy.